Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry Potter walked into Gringotts and Dumbledore was arrested within minutes? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1: The Boy Who Walked into Gringotts. The rain came down in sheets over Little Whinging, turning the pavement of Privet Drive into a mirror of grey and silver. It was the kind of rain that seemed to have no beginning and no end, just an endless, miserable drizzle that seeped through the cracks in the world and made everything feel damp and hopeless. Harry Potter pressed his face against the cold glass of his bedroom window, watching the droplets race each other down the pane. His reflection stared back at him, a thin boy with messy black hair that refused to stay flat no matter how much water he used, and eyes the color of summer grass that stood out against his pale, gaunt face. There was a fresh bruise blooming along his jaw, purple and angry, and his left wrist throbbed with a dull, persistent ache where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him too hard the night before. 3 days. It had been 3 days since the last time he'd been allowed to eat properly. 3 days of being locked in his room with nothing but old newspapers and the spiders that scuttled across the ceiling. 3 days of listening to Dudley's heavy footsteps thundering up and down the stairs, of hearing Aunt Petunia's shrill voice complaining about the freakishness that had somehow infected her perfect, normal household. Harry didn't know what he'd done this time. He'd stopped trying to understand the rules of Privet Drive years ago. The rules changed depending on Uncle Vernon's mood, depending on the weather, depending on whether the neighbors had noticed anything unusual. Sometimes it was the way he looked at them. Sometimes it was the way he breathed. Sometimes it was simply because he existed. But this time felt different. This time, when Uncle Vernon had dragged him up the stairs by his arm, his face had been a strange shade of puce, the color he turned when something had genuinely frightened him. And Aunt Petunia had been pale, paler than usual, her lips pressed into a thin white line as she'd watched her husband throw Harry into his room and slam the door. "They're coming," Uncle Vernon had hissed to Petunia in the hallway. "They know. The owls, the bloody owls." Harry hadn't understood what that meant. Owls? What did owls have to do with anything? Now, on the 3rd day of his imprisonment, Harry pressed his hand against the glass and felt the cold seep into his palm. His room was the smallest in the house, a cramped space under the stairs that had been converted into a bedroom years ago when Dudley had decided he needed a second playroom. The sloping ceiling meant Harry had to duck in certain places, and the single window was too small for him to squeeze through even if he'd been strong enough to open it. But the window wasn't locked. It never was, not anymore. After the last time they'd locked him in and he'd somehow ended up on the roof, that terrible, wonderful, terrifying day when he discovered he could do things that made the Dursleys' faces go gray with fear, they'd stopped locking the window. Perhaps they thought the threat of falling was enough. Perhaps they thought the cold would keep him inside. They didn't understand. Harry had learned to live with the cold. He'd learned to live with hunger. He'd learned to live with pain. All of that was just normal. It was the way things were. The way they'd always been. But he'd also learned that there was something else. Something that lived inside him like a second heartbeat. Something that stirred when he was angry or afraid or desperate enough. It was a warmth that bloomed in his chest and spread through his limbs, a strange tingly feeling that made the world seem sharper and brighter and somehow more real. He never understood what it was. When he'd asked Aunt Petunia about it, just once, just that one time when he was 6 and desperate and confused, she'd slapped him so hard his ears had rung for hours. "You don't speak of that," she'd hissed, her eyes wild and frightened. "You don't speak of any of it. You are normal, boy. Normal. Do you understand? There is nothing special about you." But Harry knew she was lying. He'd always known. The rain continued to fall, and Harry watched it with the detached fascination of someone who had spent far too many hours staring at the same view. The street was empty. Privet Drive was always empty during the day, its inhabitants safely tucked away in their jobs and their routines and their comfortable, ordinary lives. Number 4, like its neighbors, was a square, ugly house that had been built in the same dull style as every other house on the street. The only thing that made it stand out was the careful attention Aunt Petunia paid to the garden, the way she trimmed the hedges and planted the flowers and made everything look so normal. Normal. Harry hated that word. It was the word the Dursleys used as a weapon, the word they wielded against him like a club. You're not normal, Harry. Normal people don't do things like that. Normal people don't make things happen when they're upset. Normal people don't have eyes that flash green in the dark. Normal people don't survive. The thought came unbidden, and Harry frowned, pushing it away. He didn't know where that thought had come from, but it felt important, like something he'd forgotten and was only just beginning to remember. Survive what? He shook his head, dismissing the question as he'd dismissed so many others over the years. There was no point in wondering. There was no point in hoping. He was Harry Potter, and Harry Potter was nothing. He was nobody. He was the boy who lived in the cupboard under the stairs, the boy who wore his cousin's too big clothes. The boy who was nothing and would always be nothing. But even as he thought it, something stirred in his chest. That warmth again. That strange, impossible warmth that seemed to know something he didn't. And then his hand brushed against something hidden in the folds of his thin blanket, the only blanket he had, worn and threadbare and smelling faintly of mothballs. Harry froze. He'd never seen this before. He was certain of it. He knew every inch of his meager possessions, every fold of his blankets, every crack in his window. There was nothing in his room that wasn't there because of the Dursleys. But this was different. Slowly, carefully, Harry pulled the object out of the blanket. It was a key, an old, rusted key made of what looked like tarnished silver, with intricate carvings along its surface that seemed to shift and change when he looked at them directly. The head of the key was shaped like a small serpent coiled around a gemstone, and the gemstone glowed with a faint, inner light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Where had this come from? Harry turned the key over in his hands, studying every detail. The metal was cold against his fingers, but not unpleasant. It felt right, somehow, like it belonged in his hands. The carvings seemed familiar, though he couldn't remember ever seeing them before. And the gemstone, what was that? A ruby? A garnet? Something else entirely? He pressed his thumb against the stone, and it pulsed, warm and alive beneath his touch. And then the world exploded. It wasn't a real explosion, not the kind that would bring Uncle Vernon storming up the stairs with his fists clenched and his face red. It was something else, a sudden, overwhelming rush of images and sensations that flooded Harry's mind like a tidal wave. He saw a castle, ancient and beautiful, rising out of a misty lake. He saw a man with kind eyes and a gentle smile, a woman with hair like fire and laughter that sounded like music. He saw himself small and helpless, being carried away from the ruins of a house that was still burning. He saw a giant of a man with a beard like a bird's nest, weeping openly as he placed a small bundle on a doorstep. And he heard a voice, soft, loving, achingly familiar. "Harry, my Harry, you'll be safe. You'll be safe, I promise. And when you're ready, you'll find us. You'll find us all. Just remember." The voice broke off, and the images shattered like glass, leaving Harry gasping on the floor of his room, the key clutched to his chest like a lifeline. "What?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. "What was that?" The key pulsed again, warm against his skin, and Harry felt something shift inside him. Something that had been locked away for so long he'd forgotten it existed. Something that felt like waking up. Like coming home. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding. The rain had stopped outside, and a strange, golden light was streaming through the window, the kind of light that came from somewhere deep in the heart of the sun, a light that seemed to promise warmth and safety and hope. Harry looked down at the key in his hand, and for the first time in his life, he felt certain about something. He had to leave. He had to get out of this house, out of this street, out of this life that had been forced on him. Somewhere out there was the answer to all the questions he'd never dared to ask. Somewhere out there was the truth about who he really was. And this key This strange, beautiful, impossible key was going to help him find it. The window was still unlocked. Harry pulled it open without a second thought, letting the cool, fresh air wash over his face. The drop to the ground was maybe 2 stories, high enough to break a leg if he fell wrong, but not high enough to kill him. He'd climbed down from higher places before, back when Dudley and his gang had chased him up trees and he'd had to find his own way down. But this time, he didn't climb. He didn't even think about it. One moment, he was standing at the window. The next, he was floating, actually floating, through the air, drifting down to the ground as gently as a feather caught in a breeze. Harry landed on the damp grass of the Dursleys' lawn, his feet sinking slightly into the mud, and he stared up at the window he'd just left behind. The window was still open, the curtains fluttering in the breeze, and he could see the dimmed shape of his room, the cramped space under the stairs, the thin mattress on the floor, the spiderwebs in the corners. He'd never go back there. He knew it with a certainty that felt like steel in his spine. He was never going back. The key pulsed in his hand, warm and insistent, and Harry turned away from the house that had never been his home. He walked down the driveway, past the perfect hedges and the perfect flowers, past the neighbors' perfect houses and the neighbors' perfect cars. He walked without looking back, his feet carrying him forward while his mind raced with questions he didn't have the answers to. Where was he going? He didn't know. How would he get there? He didn't know that either. But the key seemed to know something he didn't. Every time he tried to turn left, it pulled him back. Every time he hesitated, it pulsed with warmth. It was like having a compass embedded in his palm, guiding him towards something he couldn't see but instinctively knew was there. The streets of Little Whinging passed by in a blur. Harry didn't stop to look at the houses or the gardens or the faces of the people who stared at him as he walked. He didn't stop when a group of boys, Dudley's friends, he recognized them, pointed and laughed. He didn't stop when his stomach growled with hunger or when his feet began to ache. He just kept walking. And then, without any warning at all, the world twisted. It was like being pulled through a hole in reality, like the air itself had turned to water, and he was swimming through it. Colors blurred together, shapes melted and reformed, and Harry felt something in his chest, that strange, warm something, expand until it felt like he was going to burst. And then it was over. Harry stumbled forward, gasping, and found himself standing in the middle of a street that was completely different from the one he'd just left. There were no houses here, no neat rows of identical homes with identical gardens and identical people. Instead, there were shops, narrow, crooked, leaning buildings that seemed to have been built without any plan or pattern. The signs above the doors were written in languages Harry didn't understand, and the windows displayed goods that made his eyes go wide. There were cauldrons, actual cauldrons, stacked in the window of one shop. Another sold brooms of all shapes and sizes, their bristles twitching as if they were alive. A third displayed cages filled with creatures that Harry had only ever seen in books, owls with feathers that shimmered like jewels, cats with eyes that glowed in the shadows, and things he couldn't even begin to identify. The Leaky Cauldron, Harry read aloud, staring at the sign above a particularly shabby-looking building. What, where? He blinked, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. This wasn't Little Whinging. This wasn't anywhere near Little Whinging. He'd walked for maybe 30 minutes, maybe less. There was no way he could have reached wherever this was. But the key pulsed in his hand, warm and satisfied, and Harry knew he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The Leaky Cauldron's door was heavy, made of dark wood that had been worn smooth by countless hands. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside, and the smell that hit him was like nothing he'd ever experienced, a mixture of sawdust, firelight, and something that smelled like magic. The pub was crowded, filled with people who were definitely not ordinary. A woman with bright pink hair was laughing at the bar. A man in a top hat was reading a newspaper that moved. The pictures moved, Harry realized. He could see them waving at him. And in the corner, a group of goblins were hunched over a table, playing cards with hands that were too long and fingers that were too sharp. Goblins. Harry had read about goblins in the fairy tales Aunt Petunia had tried to hide from him. But these weren't the goblins from those stories, they were real. Living, breathing, terrifyingly real. And they were looking at him. Harry froze. The goblins had stopped their game, their golden eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. One of them, the largest, with a scar across his face and teeth like broken glass, rose from his chair and walked toward him. "Potter," the goblin said. His voice was rough, like stones grinding together, but there was something else in it too. Something that might have been respect. "We have been expecting you." You have?" Harry's voice came out as a squeak, and he felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. I don't understand. How do you know who I am? How did I get here? What is this place?" The goblin smiled, a terrible, toothy smile that made Harry want to step backward. But he held his ground, gripping the key so tightly his knuckles went white. "You are in Diagon Alley," the goblin said. "And you are here because the key," he nodded at the object in Harry's hand, "has brought you home." "Home?" Harry's voice cracked. "This isn't my home. I live in Little Whinging. With the Dursleys. I live in a cupboard under the stairs." Something flickered in the goblin's eyes, something that might have been anger. But when he spoke again, his voice was calm. Measured. "The key in your hand is a Potter family heirloom," the goblin said. "It was hidden in your blanket when you were brought to the Dursleys, keyed to your magical signature and set to activate only when you were ready. It brought you here because you belong here. Because you are the heir to House Potter, and House Potter's business is with Gringotts." "Gringotts?" "The Wizarding Bank." The goblin turned, gesturing toward a massive white building at the end of the street. It towered over everything else in the alley, its marble facade gleaming in the afternoon light. "I am Grip Hook, a manager at Gringotts. And I have been waiting for this day for a very long time." Harry stared at the bank, his mind reeling. Wizarding. Bank. Heir. These were words he knew the meanings of individually, but when put together like this, they made no sense. He was nobody. He was nothing. He was just a boy who lived with his horrible relatives and had no idea why strange things kept happening around him. Are you sure?" Harry asked, hating how small his voice sounded. "Are you sure it's me? I mean, there must be lots of Potters, right? It's a common name. I'm sure. You are the only Potter." Griphook's voice was firm. "The last of the ancient line. Your father, James Potter, was the last male heir. And you are his son. There is no mistake." Harry felt something shift inside him. That warmth again, that strange, impossible warmth that had been building in his chest since he'd found the key. It was stronger now, surging through his veins like liquid fire, and he felt something inside him unlock. The effect was immediate. The world went hazy at the edges, and Harry swayed on his feet. Griphook caught him, his clawed hand surprisingly gentle. "Easy, Potter," the goblin said. "The wards are activating. The enchantments that have been on you since birth are beginning to break. You'll feel stronger soon. But first..." He pressed something into Harry's hand, a small vial filled with a silvery liquid that shimmered like starlight. "Drink this," Griphook commanded. "It will help stabilize your magic." Harry didn't hesitate. The key had brought him here. The goblin had called him by name. Nothing made sense, but something in his heart told him he could trust this strange, sharp-toothed creature. He swallowed the liquid, and the effect was immediate. The hazy edges of his vision sharpened. His heartbeat slowed. And the warmth in his chest settled into something steady and solid, like a foundation he'd never known he needed. "Better?" Griphook asked. Harry nodded, taking a deep breath. What just happened?" "You were born with a great deal of power," the goblin explained. "Power that was bound by enchantments placed on you as an infant. Those enchantments have kept your magic dormant, hidden from the world and from yourself. But the key has broken through the first layer. You are beginning to awaken." Harry stared at his hands. They looked the same, still thin, still covered in the calluses and scars that came from years of hard labor, but there was something different about them now. A faint glow, barely visible, that shimmered beneath his skin. "I have magic," Harry whispered. "Real magic." "You are a wizard," Griphook confirmed. "The most powerful wizard of your generation, if the prophecies are to be believed. But first, we must secure your inheritance. Come! There is much to do, and very little time." Harry followed the goblin out of the pub, his feet moving of their own accord. The street was crowded with people, witches and wizards, he realized, just like in the stories Aunt Petunia had tried to hide from him, and they all seemed to be staring at him. Whispers followed him like a shadow. "Harry Potter? Is that really him? I thought he was dead. Look at the scar. Where's the boy been all these years?" Harry touched his forehead instinctively. His scar. Of course. The lightning-shaped scar that the Dursleys had never been able to explain. He'd always thought it was just a birthmark, something that made him different in a way that didn't matter. But now he understood, it was a mark of who he was. A mark of what had happened to his parents. He pushed the thought away. There would be time to process all of this later. Right now, he had to focus on what the goblin was saying. Gringotts was even more impressive up close than it had been from a distance. The marble walls were carved with intricate designs, and the massive bronze doors were flanked by creatures that Harry couldn't identify, strange, winged things with eyes that glowed in the shadows. "Those are not guardians," Griphook said, noticing Harry's stare. "They are warnings. Gringotts is a place of great wealth and great danger. Many who enter here have unfortunate intentions." "Is it dangerous?" Harry asked. "Only to those who do not belong," the goblin replied. "And you, Harry Potter, belong here more than you know." They walked through the doors, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. The lobby of Gringotts was enormous, a vast cavern filled with marble pillars and golden chandeliers. Goblin tellers sat behind long counters, their claws moving over ledgers with practiced efficiency, and wizards and witches stood in long lines, waiting to conduct their business. But when Harry walked in, everything stopped. The goblins looked up from their work. The customers turned to stare. The whispers that had followed him through the alley grew louder, more insistent, until they became a roar of sound that made Harry's ears ache. "What is it?" Harry asked, his voice barely audible. "Why is everyone looking at me?" Griphook didn't answer. Instead, he led Harry through the lobby, past the waiting lines and the gawking customers, toward a door that was set into the wall at the far end of the room. It was a strange door, small and unassuming, made of plain wood that seemed to glow with an inner light. "Beyond this door lies the deepest vaults of Gringotts," Griphook said, "where the oldest families keep their most precious secrets. House Potter's vaults are among them." "Why are we going there?" Harry asked. "I don't have any money. I'm just Harry. I'm nobody." "You are far from nobody, Harry Potter." Griphook's voice was almost gentle. "You are the heir to one of the oldest and most powerful wizarding families in Britain. And what we are about to discover will change everything you thought you knew about your life." The door swung open, revealing a narrow stairwell that spiraled downward into darkness. Harry hesitated, his heart pounding. "Come," Griphook said. "There is no time to waste. The truth will not wait." And Harry, knowing in his heart that there was no going back, followed the goblin into the darkness. The stairs seemed to go on forever. Down and down they wound, past doors of stone and iron and something that looked like solid gold. Griphook moved ahead of Harry, his claws clicking against the steps, and the silence between them was heavy with unspoken words. "How do you know so much about me?" Harry finally asked. "How do you know about the key, and the enchantments, and everything?" "Gringotts has served House Potter for over 1,000 years," Griphook replied. "We have records going back to the founding of the bank. Every transaction, every contract, every inheritance, it is all recorded in our ledgers. When your parents died, we were supposed to be notified of your guardianship. We were supposed to be involved in the management of your estate. But you weren't? Griphook stopped walking, turning to face Harry with an expression that was impossible to read. No, he said slowly. We were not. Your parents' will was never filed with Gringotts. Your inheritance was never claimed. Your estate, one of the largest in Britain, has been sitting untouched for 10 years, with only a small allowance being released to your guardians for your care. Harry's blood ran cold. My guardians? You mean the Dursleys? The Dursleys, yes. Griphook's voice was flat. For 10 years, we have been sending them a monthly allowance for your upkeep. For 10 years, they have been receiving galleons that were meant to provide you with a comfortable, magical childhood. And for 10 years they have been diverting those funds to their own purposes. I don't understand, Harry said, even though some part of him understood all too well. The Dursleys aren't magical. They hate magic. Why would you give them money? Because we had no other choice, Griphook said. The guardianship papers were signed by an authority we had no reason to question. Your parents' will was sealed. The magical signature on the documents was verified as legitimate. By the time we realized something was wrong, the damage had been done. Harry felt the walls closing in. All those years of hunger, of wearing hand-me-down clothes, of sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, it had all been unnecessary. There had been money. There had been resources. But the Dursleys had kept it all for themselves. How much? Harry asked, his voice hoarse. How much money did they take? That is a matter we will discuss with the High Council, Griphook said carefully. Suffice it to say that your parents left you a substantial fortune. What remains is more than enough to ensure your comfort for the rest of your life. But what was taken, that is a matter of great concern to us. Financial crimes against a magical heir are serious offenses. Offenses that carry severe penalties. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. A cold anger was building in his chest, not the hot, explosive anger he'd felt at the Dursleys before, but something deeper. Something more controlled. Something that felt almost like justice. Finally, they reached the bottom of the stairs. The passage ahead of them was lined with doors, each one marked with a number and a name. They walked past vaults belonging to families Harry had never heard of, the Malfoys, the Blacks, the Longbottoms, until they reached a door that was different from all the others. It was made of something that looked like solid black obsidian, polished to a mirror shine. In the center of the door was a crest, a shield with a griffin on one side and a serpent on the other, surrounded by stars and symbols that seemed to shift and change in the torchlight. The Potter family vault, Griphook said, pressing his hand against the obsidian. Unopened since your parents' deaths. You are the first Potter to walk this passage in 10 years. Harry reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool surface of the door. The instant he touched it, the crest blazed with light, gold and silver and a green that was so bright it hurt to look at. And then the door swung open. Inside was a cavern, vast and glittering with treasure. Mountains of gold galleons piled high against the walls, interspersed with silver sickles and bronze nuts. Jeweled goblets and ornate weapons were stacked in heaps, their gems catching the torchlight and throwing rainbows across the cavern. And in the center of the room, on a pedestal of white marble, lay a single object, a leather-bound book, its cover embossed with the same crest that had been on the door. Harry walked toward it, his footsteps echoing in the cavern of treasure. The book seemed to call to him, its pages whispering as he approached. What is this? Harry asked. The Potter family history, Griphook said. And your parents' last will and testament. It was meant to be opened by you on your 11th birthday, the day you would come into your inheritance. But there are irregularities that cannot wait. Irregularities? Griphook's face was grim. The original will was signed by your parents and 2 witnesses, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. But the version that was filed with the Ministry of Magic was different. It named different guardians. It specified different terms. And the magical signature on the Ministry's version does not match your parents' magical signatures. Harry's heart stopped. Someone forged my parents' will? We believe so. Griphook's voice was cold. Someone with great magical power and great influence. Someone who had access to your parents' personal effects. Someone who wanted to control your inheritance and your future. Who? Harry demanded, the word tearing out of him. Who would do something like that? Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he spoke 3 words that would change everything. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The name hung in the air like a curse. Albus Dumbledore? Harry repeated, incredulous. The headmaster of Hogwarts? The most powerful wizard in the world? Why would he? I do not know his reasons, Griphook said. But the evidence is clear. The magical signature on the guardianship documents matches Dumbledore's. The spells placed on your person, the binding enchantments that have kept your magic dormant, bear his magical residue. And the transfer of your parents' funds to the Dursleys, the authorization was signed by the headmaster himself. Harry felt like he was drowning. Everything he thought he knew about his life, about the world, was being torn apart and rebuilt into something terrifying and new. But why? He whispered. Why would he do this to me? I've never even met him. I've never done anything to him. You are powerful, Harry Potter. Griphook's voice was soft. More powerful than you know. And power, in the wrong hands, can be a dangerous thing. Perhaps Dumbledore thought he was protecting you. Perhaps he thought he was controlling you. The reasons do not matter. What matters is that the truth is finally being uncovered. Harry stared at the book on the pedestal, his heart pounding. Somewhere in those pages were the answers to every question he'd ever had. Who his parents were. Why they died. Why he'd been left with the Dursleys. Why Dumbledore had done this to him. And somewhere in those pages was the truth about who he really was. Harry reached out and touched the book. The leather was warm beneath his fingers, and the crest blazed with light as his skin made contact. And then, for the second time that day, the world exploded around him. Images flooded his mind, his parents, laughing and dancing together in a world that smelled like firelight and pumpkin juice. His mother, with eyes like his and hair like spun flame, pressing a kiss to his forehead. His father, strong and smiling, lifting him up to the sky. A house, a cottage, surrounded by wildflowers and magic. And then darkness. Screaming. A flash of green light. Harry! Griphook's voice was sharp, cutting through the visions. Harry gasped, staggering backward, and the book fell from his hands. What was that? He panted. What happened? Your parents' memories, Griphook said quietly. They left them for you. Trapped in the pages of that book, waiting for you to be ready to receive them. Harry stared at the book, his chest heaving. He'd seen their faces. He'd heard their voices. For the first time in his life, he'd known what it felt like to be loved. And then it had been taken away again. Why did they leave? He asked, his voice breaking. Why did they have to die? Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then he said, That is a story for another time. Right now, we have more pressing matters. There are illegal enchantments on your person that must be removed. There are guardianship documents that must be invalidated. And there is a man who must answer for his crimes. Harry looked up, his green eyes blazing. Dumbledore, he said. You said he signed the papers. You said he stole my inheritance. What are you going to do about it? Griphook smiled, a sharp, dangerous smile that made Harry's stomach twist. We are going to do what Gringotts has always done when a client has been wrong, he said. We are going to pursue justice. And we are going to do it in the name of House Potter. Harry felt something shift inside him again. That warmth was back, stronger than before, and it was accompanied by something else, a steel-hard resolve that had never been there before. Then let's go, he said, his voice steady. Let's go get my justice. And for the first time in his 10 years of life, Harry Potter didn't feel like a victim. He felt like a fighter. He felt like a survivor. He felt like the heir to something ancient and powerful and true. He felt like Harry Potter. And that, finally, was enough. The journey back up through Gringotts was different from the journey down. Harry walked with his head high, his shoulders straight, his key, pressed against his chest. The goblins they passed bowed their heads as he walked by, their golden eyes gleaming with something that looked like respect. In the main lobby, Griphook turned to Harry and said, "There is one more thing you must see before you leave. A vault that has not been opened in many years. A vault that holds the answers to your family's greatest secrets." Harry's heart raced. "Another vault? But I thought. There is always more to discover, Harry Potter." Griphook's voice was almost gentle. "Your family's history is older than Gringotts itself. It stretches back to the founding of Britain's magical society, to the very dawn of wizardkind. And some of that history is hidden in places even we do not fully understand." He led Harry to another door, smaller than the ones they'd passed before, hidden behind a tapestry that shimmered with ancient magic. The door was made of the same obsidian as the Potter vault, but the crest on its surface was different, a triangle, bisected by a line, with a circle in the center. "The Deathly Hallows," Griphook said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Your family's oldest and most powerful secret." Harry reached out to touch the door, and the crest blazed to life. The triangle, the line, the circle, they all glowed with an inner light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "What is this?" he asked. "What does it mean?" "Some stories are best told by those who live them," Griphook said. "And the stories of the Deathly Hallows are among the oldest of them all. But I can tell you this, the Potters were once the keepers of one of the Hallows. The invisibility cloak. It was passed down through generations, from father to son, until your father gave it to Dumbledore for safekeeping before he died." Harry's breath caught. "Dumbledore has my father's invisibility cloak?" "He does." Griphook's voice was flat. "And he has had it for 10 years. Along with everything else that was taken from you." Harry's hands clenched into fists. The anger was back, the cold, controlled anger that had filled him in the vault. But there was something else too. Something that felt like determination. "When I see Dumbledore," Harry said, his voice low and fierce, "I'm going to make him give me back everything he took. Every galleon. Every memory. Every moment of my life that he stole." Griphook nodded slowly. "That is your right, Harry Potter. And Gringotts will help you claim it. But first, there is something you must understand. Dumbledore is not the only one who has wronged you. There are others. Powerful people. Influential people. And they are all going to pay for what they did." Harry stared at the goblin, his mind racing. "Others? Who else?" "The ones who helped him cover up his crimes," Griphook said. "The ones who signed off on the forged documents. The ones who turned a blind eye to your suffering. They are all complicit. And they will all be brought to justice." Harry nodded slowly, a grim determination settling over him. "Then let's start with Dumbledore. He's the one who started all of this. He's the one who stole my life. Let's make him pay." And as Harry left Gringotts that day, walking back into the bright sunlight of Diagon Alley with a goblin at his side and a key in his hand, he knew that he would never be the same again. He would never be the boy who lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He would never be the victim of the Dursleys' cruelty. He would never be the pawn of a man who had wanted to control him for reasons he didn't understand. From this day forward, he was Harry Potter, the last heir of a great and ancient house, the son of James and Lily Potter, the boy who had survived the killing curse and been robbed of his birthright. And he was going to get back everything that was rightfully his, no matter what it cost. The first thing Harry did when he left the bank was buy himself a proper meal. The leaky cauldron served a beef stew that was so rich and savory it made his mouth water, and he ate 3 helpings before he finally felt full. The second thing he did was buy a new set of clothes, not the shabby, too big hand-me-downs he'd worn his whole life, but proper robes that were fitted to his measurements and made him feel like a wizard for the first time. The third thing he did was send a letter. It was addressed to Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Griphook had helped him write it, carefully choosing the words that would be most effective and most devastating. Gringotts has discovered irregularities in the guardianship and financial management of the Potter estate. An investigation is currently underway. You are requested to present yourself at Gringotts Bank within 24 hours to answer questions regarding your involvement in the matter. Failure to comply will result in the immediate issuance of a goblin writ of arrest. The letter had been sent by Owl, disappearing into the blue sky with a flap of wings and a soft hoot. And now Harry was sitting in a private chamber in Gringotts, waiting for the response that would change everything. The Owls will reach him within the hour, Griphook said, his voice calm. And then the game begins. Will he come? Harry asked. Will he actually show up? Albus Dumbledore is many things, Griphook said, but he is not a fool. He knows the power of Gringotts. He knows that failing to appear would be an admission of guilt. He will come. And when he does, justice will be served. Harry nodded, staring out the window at the bustling street below. The goblins who passed by looked up at him, their golden eyes shining with a respect that Harry was still getting used to. He was their client now. Their most important client. And they would do anything to protect him. How did you know? Harry asked suddenly. How did you know that the key would bring me here? How did you know I was ready? Griphook was silent for a moment. Then he said, We didn't. But we hoped. Your parents made the key. Before they died, they enchanted it to respond to your magic, to bring you here when the enchantments on you began to weaken. They knew that one day, you would need the truth. And they wanted you to have it. They knew? Harry's voice cracked. They knew someone was going to bind my magic and steal my inheritance? Your parents were not fools, Harry Potter. They knew the dangers of the magical world. They knew that not everyone could be trusted. That's why they left the key with you. That's why they left the memories and the wills. They wanted you to be able to defend yourself. To fight back. Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes, and he blinked them away angrily. He would not cry. Not now. Not when he was so close to the truth. Thank you, he said quietly. Thank you for helping me. For believing me. You are the heir to House Potter, Griphook said. And House Potter has been a friend to Gringotts for centuries. We have not abandoned you, Harry. We were simply waiting for you to find your way home. And Harry, looking out at the world that had been hidden from him for so long, finally felt like he was where he belonged. The next 2 hours passed in a blur. Goblin scribes brought documents and ledgers and records that showed everything that had been taken from Harry, every galleon, every artifact, every piece of his inheritance. He signed forms authorizing the goblins to pursue legal action against the Dursleys, against the ministry officials who had approved the forged documents, against Albus Dumbledore himself. And then, just as the sun was beginning to set, over Diagon Alley, the door to the private chamber opened. Lord Potter. The goblin who entered was older than the others, his face lined with centuries of age. Albus Dumbledore has arrived. He is waiting in the lobby. Harry's heart stopped. He was here. The man who had stolen his childhood was here. Send him in, Harry said, his voice steady. Dumbledore entered the room like a king entering his court. He was tall and thin, with silver hair and a long silver beard that reached almost to his waist. His robes were deep purple, embroidered with stars and moons, and his half-moon spectacles glinted in the torchlight. He carried a staff made of black wood, and as he walked, he moved with the easy grace of someone who had complete control over his world. But when he saw Harry, something flickered in his blue eyes. Something that might have been shock. Something that might have been fear. Harry, he said, his voice warm and grandfatherly. My boy. It is so good to see you at last. Don't call me that. Harry's voice was cold. Don't call me my boy. You don't get to call me that. Dumbledore's expression faltered. I don't understand. What is all this about, Harry? Why have you summoned me here? Harry walked toward him, the key clutched in his hand. You know exactly what this is about, he said. You've known for 10 years. You knew when you forged my parents' will. You knew when you bound my magic. You knew when you signed over my inheritance to the Dursleys. Dumbledore's face paled. Harry. Don't. Harry's voice cracked like a whip. Don't lie to me. Don't pretend you were trying to protect me. You were controlling me. You were manipulating me. And I want to know why. For a long moment, Dumbledore said nothing. Then, slowly, he lowered himself into a chair. Because I was afraid, he said quietly. Because I knew what you would become. I knew the power you would have. And I was afraid of what you might do with it if it was not guided. Guided? Harry's voice was sharp with disbelief. You call what you did guiding? You robbed me of my childhood. You stole my inheritance. You left me with people who hate me and everything I represent. And you call that guidance? I wanted to keep you safe, Dumbledore said, his voice pleading. The prophecy, Voldemort, if he had found you. He would have found me anyway, Harry shouted. He did find me. He killed my parents. And then you took me away from my godfather, you hid me in the Muggle world, and you expected me to be grateful? You expected me to thank you? Dumbledore's face crumbled. Sirius, Harry, I thought Sirius was the secret keeper. I thought he betrayed your parents. I was trying to protect you from him. Sirius Black is innocent. Harry's voice was cold. The goblins have found proof. They found Peter Pettigrew's memory in the bank records. Sirius was framed. And you believed the lies without question. You sentenced him to Azkaban without a trial. Dumbledore's voice failed him. I didn't know. I swear to you, I didn't know. But you should have. Harry's green eyes blazed with fury. You should have checked. You should have investigated. You were the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. You had the power to find the truth. But you didn't want the truth. You wanted control. You wanted to play puppet master. Dumbledore bowed his head, his hands trembling. I was wrong, he whispered. I was wrong about so many things. But I did what I thought was best. What you thought was best for who? Harry demanded. For me? Or for you? For your precious prophecy? For your greater good? Dumbledore flinched as if he'd been struck. Harry turned to Griphook, who had been standing silently in the corner of the room. I want him arrested, he said. I want the full force of Gringotts' power brought to bear. I want everyone who helped him to be held accountable. And I want my inheritance restored. Griphook nodded slowly. The evidence is conclusive, he said. The magical signatures. The forged documents. The illegally bound enchantments. We have more than enough to issue a writ of arrest. Harry turned back to Dumbledore, his face hard. You've been telling people what to do for long enough, he said. You've been controlling lives and rewriting fates and calling it guidance. It ends now. I'm taking control of my own life. My own future. And no one, not you, not anyone, is going to take that away from me again. Dumbledore looked up, his eyes full of tears. Harry, he said, his voice breaking. Please. I know I have wronged you. But I have always loved you. I have always wanted what was best for you. You don't get to say that. Harry's voice was icy. You don't get to tell me you love me after what you've done. Love isn't about control. Love isn't about manipulation. Love is about trust. And you have broken any trust one might have had in you. Dumbledore sagged in his chair, his face gray with despair. I will accept whatever punishment the Wizengamot decides, he said quietly. I will submit to their judgment. I will. Not the Wizengamot. Harry's voice cut through the silence like a knife. Gringotts. The ancient treaties. The laws that govern the banks. You will answer to the goblins. To the people whose trust you betrayed. To the people you stole from. Dumbledore's face went white. Harry, please. The goblins found the truth when the Ministry couldn't, Harry said. The goblins uncovered the evidence when the Wizengamot looked away. The goblins will deliver justice when the magical government fails. And you, Albus Dumbledore, will face it. And with that, Harry turned and walked away. He walked out of the room, out of the bank, out into the night air of Diagon Alley. The stars were beginning to come out, and the street was quiet, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he was free. But the freedom came with a price. He had lost a man who could have been a grandfather, a mentor, a friend. He had lost the illusions he'd clung to for so long, the idea that someone was looking out for him, that someone cared about what happened to him. He was alone in the world, truly alone, with nothing but his inheritance and his magic and the terrifying knowledge of what had been done to him. But he would not give up. He would not surrender. He was Harry Potter, and Harry Potter did not break. He would rebuild his family. He would rebuild his life. And he would make sure that no child ever suffered the way he had suffered. He would be the change he wanted to see in the world. And it all started now. Chapter 2 The Goblin's Shocking Discovery. The private chamber deep within Gringotts was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. Carved from living rock, its walls pulsed with ancient magic that seemed to breathe in rhythm with the earth itself. Torches of blue fire lined the corridor outside, casting eerie shadows that danced across the goblin-made stonework. But inside the chamber, there was only silence, and the faint, steady glow of the documents spread across the obsidian table before him. Harry sat alone, his fingers tracing the edges of the forms he'd signed hours ago. His hand still tingled where the quill had pressed against his skin, the ink somehow binding itself to his magical signature in a way that felt permanent and absolute. He'd signed away his childhood, his innocence, his trust in the man who was supposed to be his protector. And now he was waiting for the consequences to unfold. Griphook had left him an hour ago, promising to return with more evidence, more proof of the crimes committed against House Potter. Harry had tried to rest, but his mind wouldn't stop spinning. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Dumbledore's face, the shock, the fear, the desperate pleading. And every time, Harry felt that cold anger rising in his chest like a serpent coiled and ready to strike. He was so lost in thought that he didn't hear the door open. It was only when a goblin cleared its throat that Harry looked up, startled. Lord Potter. The goblin was young, barely older than Harry himself, with sharp features and eyes that gleamed like polished gold. The High Council is ready for you. They have completed their preliminary examination of the evidence you provided. Harry rose from his chair, his heart pounding. What did they find? The goblin's expression was unreadable. You will see for yourself. Please follow me. The journey through Gringotts was a blur of corridors and stairways, each one more ornate than the last. Harry noticed that the deeper they went, the more ancient the architecture became. The marble of the main lobby gave way to obsidian, and the obsidian gave way to something that looked like solid crystal, glowing with an inner light that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth. Finally, they reached a door that was unlike any Harry had seen before. It was massive, easily 20 feet tall, and made of what appeared to be solid gold. The surface was covered in runes that shifted and changed as Harry watched, their meanings just out of reach. The Chamber of Records, the young goblin announced, where Gringotts keeps the oldest and most sacred documents in the wizarding world. The High Council awaits you inside. The door swung open silently, and Harry stepped through. The chamber was enormous, a vast, circular room that seemed to stretch upward into infinity. Bookshelves lined the walls, reaching so high that Harry couldn't see where they ended. Hovering candles floated in the air, casting soft light on the figures seated at a massive stone table in the center of the room. There were 7 goblins at the table, each one older and more weathered than the last. Their faces were lined with centuries of experience, and their golden eyes seemed to see right through Harry, to the very core of his being. They wore robes of deep crimson and black, and each one bore a staff of office that glowed with ancient magic. Harry Potter, the goblin at the head of the table said. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying the weight of ages. I am Gornick, Chief of the High Council of Gringotts. We have reviewed the evidence you provided, and we have reached a preliminary conclusion. But first, we must perform a formal verification of your magical signature. This ritual is mandatory for all heirs claiming their inheritance. It will not harm you. Harry swallowed hard. What do I need to do? Simply place your hand on the crystal before you, Gornick instructed, gesturing to a pedestal that Harry hadn't noticed before. It was made of clear crystal, and a faint green light pulsed at its center. Harry walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the vast chamber. He could feel the goblin's eyes on him, watching his every move, and he forced himself to keep his hand steady as he placed it on the crystal. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. A surge of magic exploded from Harry's palm, shooting through the crystal and into the room. The walls blazed with light, the bookshelves glowed, and the goblins at the table gasped as a wave of energy washed over them. Harry felt something in his chest, that strange, warm something that had been building since the key had found him, unlock in a way that was both painful and liberating. And then the world went white. When Harry's vision cleared, he was standing in the center of the chamber, panting and sweating. The goblins were staring at him with expressions of shock. No, not shock. Horror. What? Harry gasped. What happened? Gornick rose from his seat, his face pale. The verification ritual has revealed irregularities, he said, his voice tight. Lord Potter, there are enchantments on your person that should not be there. Dozens of them. They are woven into the very fabric of your magical core, binding your power, suppressing your abilities, and… He stopped, his voice catching. And what? Harry demanded. Tell me. The other goblins exchanged glances, their golden eyes filled with something that looked like fear. Finally, one of them, a female goblin with silver-streaked hair, spoke up. Lord Potter, she said gently, the enchantments on you are of a kind we have not seen in centuries. They are layered, complex, and designed to be nearly undetectable. They suppress your magical power, yes. But they do more than that. They block your inheritance rights. They prevent you from claiming your titles. They ensure that you remain unaware of your true nature. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Block my inheritance rights? How is that possible? How can magic do that? The female goblin, her name was Grendel, Harry would learn later, stepped forward, her expression grave. There are ancient rituals, Lord Potter, that can bind a person's magical signature to external conditions. These enchantments are so subtle that even the most powerful wizards can miss them. But they are there, and they are effective. In your case, the enchantments were placed shortly after your parents' deaths. They have been active for 10 years, feeding on your magic, strengthening themselves, preventing you from accessing your inheritance. Who placed them? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Was it Dumbledore? Gornick shook his head slowly. The enchantments bear multiple magical signatures. Some are indeed Dumbledore's. But others… He paused, his face grim. Others belong to individuals whose names you would recognize. Members of the Wisengamot. Former associates of your parents. People who should have been protecting you, not harming you. Harry staggered backward, his hand going to his chest. He could feel the enchantments now, pulsing beneath his skin like a dark heartbeat. They were everywhere, in his blood, his bones, the very air he breathed. They had been part of him for so long that he'd never known they were there. Can you remove them? He asked, his voice shaking. Can you break the enchantments? Grendel nodded slowly. It will be difficult, and it will be painful. The enchantments are tied to your magical core, and breaking them will be like tearing a part of yourself away. But yes, we can remove them. We can free you from the bonds that have held you captive for so long. Do it. Harry's voice was firm, despite the fear that churned in his stomach. Whatever it takes, whatever it costs, do it. I want to be free. The goblins exchanged another glance. Then Gornick nodded. Very well, Lord Potter. We will begin the unbinding ritual immediately. But I must warn you, the process will be intense, and you may see things, visions of the past, memories that are not your own. Do not try to fight them. Let them come. They will help us identify exactly who placed the enchantments, and why. Harry steeled himself. I'm ready. The goblins rose from their seats, forming a circle around Harry. They raised their staffs, and the room began to hum with power. The crystal beneath Harry's hand grew hot, and then cold, and then hot again. A strange, metallic taste filled his mouth, and the air around him began to shimmer like a heat haze. The unbinding will begin now, Gornick intoned. Hold steady, Lord Potter. This will not be easy. And then the pain began. It started as a dull ache in Harry's chest, spreading outward through his limbs like slow poison. The warmth he'd felt before, the strange, protective warmth that had been growing since he'd found the key, turned to fire, burning through his veins and searing his nerve endings. He screamed a raw, animal sound that tore from his throat, but the goblins didn't stop. They're fighting back, Grendel said, her voice sharp. The enchantments don't want to be broken. They're trying to reassert themselves. Hold him steady, Gornick commanded. Don't let him fall. Hands grabbed Harry, holding him upright as the fire consumed him. He could feel the enchantments now, writhing like snakes beneath his skin, trying to dig deeper, trying to burrow into the core of his being. They were alive, horribly, terrifyingly alive, and they didn't want to be removed. But the goblins were stronger. Their magic pulsed through Harry like a second heartbeat, pushing against the enchantments, forcing them to loosen their grip. One by one, the bonds began to break. And with each break, Harry saw things. He saw Dumbledore, younger than he was now, bending over a tiny infant. The baby was Harry. He knew it instantly. His own eyes stared up at Dumbledore, helpless and trusting. And Dumbledore was placing his wand against the baby's forehead, whispering words that Harry couldn't hear. To protect you, Dumbledore murmured, his voice echoing through Harry's vision. To keep you safe, Harry. You must be hidden. You must be invisible. Only then will you survive. But even as he said the words, his eyes flickered with something else. Something that looked like calculation. Something that looked like ambition. Forgive me, Dumbledore whispered. This is for the greater good. Harry's vision shifted, and he saw another scene, a meeting in a dark room, lit only by candles. Dumbledore sat at the head of a table, surrounded by men and women whose faces Harry didn't recognize. They were discussing him, discussing Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and how to control him. The enchantments must be absolute, a woman said, her voice cold. He must never know who he truly is. He must never access his inheritance. If he does, everything we've built will collapse. Agreed, Dumbledore said. But we must be careful. The goblins are watching. If they suspect, they won't, another man interrupted. The bank records have been altered. The wills have been forged. By the time anyone discovers the truth, the boy will be fully under our control. Harry's vision shifted again, and now he was in the Dursleys' house, watching Vernon and Petunia receive a letter. Their faces were pale with shock, their hands trembling. As they read the words on the parchment. The boy is yours, a voice said, Dumbledore's voice, amplified through some magical means. Raise him. Keep him safe. And remember, he must never know what he truly is. If he finds out, the consequences will be catastrophic. The vision dissolved, replaced by hundreds of others. Harry saw the Dursleys' cruelty, the punishments, the isolation. He saw the hunger, and the cold, and the fear. He saw himself as a child, crying in the dark, wondering why no one loved him. And all around him, he felt the enchantments, the bonds that had held him captive, the magic that had stolen his power and his birthright. And then, suddenly it was over. Harry collapsed, gasping, his body slick with sweat. The pain was gone, replaced by a strange, hollow feeling in his chest, like something essential had been torn away and was only now beginning to grow back. It is done, Gornick said, his voice exhausted. The enchantments are broken. Your magical core is free. Harry lay on the cold stone floor, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He felt empty and full at the same time, like a vessel that had been drained and was now being refilled with something new and powerful. How? He managed. How many of them were there? 47, Brendel said quietly. 47 separate enchantments, woven into your magical core over the course of 10 years. Some were placed by Dumbledore himself. Others were placed by members of the Wisengamot, the Ministry, and… She paused, her expression darkening. The Dursleys. Harry's head shot up. The Dursleys? They don't have magic. They can't. They don't need magic to participate in a ritual, Gornick interrupted. They only need to consent. And consent they did, every time they took the money Dumbledore gave them, every time they signed the forms he provided, every time they agreed to raise you in the Muggle world. Harry felt sick. All those years, the Dursleys had been part of this. They'd known. What was happening to him, and they'd helped make it worse. Why? He whispered. Why would they do that? Fear, Brendel said simply. The Dursleys are deeply afraid of magic, afraid of what it represents, afraid of what it might do to their carefully constructed world. Dumbledore exploited that fear. He made them believe that you were dangerous, that your magic was a threat to their family. And they believed him. They were willing to do anything to keep your power contained. Harry stared at the floor, his mind reeling. Everything he thought he knew about his life was crumbling around him. The Dursleys hadn't just been cruel. They'd been complicit. They'd helped bind his magic, suppress his power, and steal his inheritance. And Dumbledore had made them do it. I want to see the proof, Harry said, his voice cold. I want to see the documents. The contracts. Everything. Gornick nodded. We anticipated this. The High Council has compiled a comprehensive dossier of evidence, including magical signatures, bank records, and witness testimony. You may review it at your leisure. He gestured to the table, where a stack of documents had appeared. Harry rose on unsteady legs and walked toward them, his hands shaking as he began to read. The first document was a copy of his parents' true will. It named Sirius Black as Harry's primary guardian, with Remus Lupin and Amelia Bones as backups. It specified that Harry was to be raised in the magical world, educated at Hogwarts, and given access to his full inheritance on his 11th birthday. It was signed by James and Lily Potter in their own blood, witnessed by Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. But the second document was different. It was a forgery, a pale imitation of the original will, signed with a magical signature that matched Dumbledore's. This will named the Dursleys as Harry's guardians, placed strict limits on his inheritance, and gave the Ministry of Magic full authority over his upbringing. Harry looked at the other documents in the dossier. There were bank statements showing the diversion of Potter funds to the Dursleys' accounts. There were medical records showing the effects of the enchantments on Harry's health. There were letters from Dumbledore to various ministry officials, ordering them to bury any investigation into Harry's living conditions. And there was something else. A ritual scroll, written in ancient goblin script, detailing the exact steps needed to bind an infant's magical core. The scroll was signed by Albus Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge, and 3 other names Harry didn't recognize. They used a ritual, Harry said, his voice hollow. They used an ancient ritual to bind my magic, and they signed the authorization themselves. Yes, Gornick confirmed. The ritual is illegal under both ministry and goblin law. Its use requires the consent of the magical child's parents or legal guardians, consent that was neither sought nor given. Whoever performed this ritual committed a crime against your person and against the very fabric of magical law. Harry's hands tightened on the scroll. The parchment crinkled beneath his fingers, and he had to force himself to let go before he tore it. I want justice, he said, his voice steady despite the rage that was building inside him. I want Dumbledore and everyone else who participated in this to pay for what they've done. Gornick nodded slowly. That is your right, Lord Potter. And Gringotts will do everything in our power to ensure that justice is served. But first, there is something else you must know. Harry looked up. What? The scroll you are holding is not the only copy. Gornick's voice was grim. We have found references to similar rituals in other vaults, belonging to other families. It seems that Dumbledore's actions were not limited to House Potter. There are other heirs, other inheritances, that have been similarly managed. Harry's blood ran cold. Other children? Other families? Several. Gornick confirmed. The Longbottoms, the Pruitts, the Bones, all ancient families with significant magical power. All have had their inheritances altered or suppressed. All have been placed under enchantments that limit their access to their magical heritage. Why? Harry demanded. Why would Dumbledore do this? What was he trying to achieve? Gornick was silent for a moment. Then he said, Power, Lord Potter. Control. Dumbledore believed, perhaps still believes, that the wizarding world needs someone to guide it. Someone to make the difficult decisions, to shape the future according to his vision. He saw the ancient families as obstacles to that vision. By controlling their heirs, he could control the families themselves. That's insane, Harry whispered. That's tyranny. Yes, Gornick agreed. And the Wizengamot, the Ministry, even the Aurors, they all played a part in it. They allowed Dumbledore to consolidate power, to shape the magical world in his image. They trusted him, and he betrayed that trust. Harry felt something inside him snap. The cold anger that had been building since the beginning of this journey finally broke free, flooding his veins with righteous fury. I'm going to expose him, Harry said, his voice hard. I'm going to reveal everything he's done. I'm going to show the world what kind of man Albus Dumbledore really is. We can help you do that, Gornick said. Gringotts has the resources, the evidence, and the authority to bring Dumbledore to justice. But we need your consent. Your active participation. This is your inheritance, your life, your future. We will not act without you. Harry nodded, his jaws set. You have my consent. Anything you need, anything at all, I'll give it. I'll do whatever it takes to stop him. The goblins exchanged another glance, and this time, there was something like approval in their eyes. Then we will begin the process immediately, Gornick said. We will issue a formal summons to Albus Dumbledore, requiring him to appear before the High Council. We will present our evidence, including the documents you have just reviewed. And we will demand that he answer for his crimes. He won't come quietly, Harry warned. He'll fight back. He'll try to twist the truth, to make himself look like the victim. Let him, Grendel said, her voice cold. We have evidence that even his considerable skills cannot overcome. Magical signatures cannot be faked. Bank records cannot be erased. And goblin testimony is beyond reproach in the courts. He will not escape justice, Lord Potter. That we promise you. Harry took a deep breath, steadying himself. The anger was still there, simmering beneath the surface, but it was controlled now. Focused. He was no longer a victim, reacting to the world around him. He was a warrior, taking control of his own destiny. Thank you, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you for everything you've done. I don't know how I can ever repay you. You have already repaid us, Gornick said. By trusting us. By allowing us to help you. That is enough for Gringotts. That is enough for the goblin people. Harry felt a lump in his throat. For the first time in his life, someone had believed in him. Someone had fought for him. Someone had treated him like a person, not a burden. I won't let you down, he promised. I'll make sure Dumbledore pays for what he did. I'll make sure everyone pays. Gornick smiled, a thin, sharp smile that was full of dark promise. We know you will, Lord Potter. We have seen your magic. We have witnessed your strength. You are not just a boy who lived. You are a force of change. And change is coming to the wizarding world. The goblins rose from their seats, their staffs glowing with renewed power. Harry stood as well, his legs shaky but his spirit strong. There is one more thing, Gornick said, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. Something we discovered while examining the ritual scrolls. Something that may help us bring Dumbledore down more quickly. What is it? Gornick gestured for Harry to follow him to a corner of the chamber, where a smaller scroll lay open on a pedestal. The parchment was ancient, yellowed with age, and the words on it were written in a language Harry didn't recognize. This scroll documents an even older ritual, Gornick explained. One that binds the magical signature of the perpetrator to the target, creating a link that can be traced across any distance. If Dumbledore performed the enchantments on you, that link exists. We can use it to trace his movements, his communications, and perhaps even his current location. Harry's eyes widened. You can track him through the ritual? We can track the remnants of the ritual, Gornick corrected. The magic he used left traces, like footprints in the snow. We can follow those traces to their source. And if we are careful, we can use them to prove his involvement beyond any doubt. Then do it, Harry said immediately. Whatever it takes, do it. Gornick nodded, and the goblins began to work. They chanted in their ancient language, their staffs glowing with green and gold light. The scroll on the pedestal began to burn, and from the ashes rose a single, gleaming thread of magic, a shimmering strand of silver that floated in the air like a spider's web. Take this, Grendel said, handing Harry the thread. It is attuned to Dumbledore's magical signature. When you are near him, it will glow. When you are in his presence, it will burn. Use it wisely, Lord Potter. It is your key to tracking him down. Harry took the thread, feeling its warmth against his palm. It was delicate, fragile-looking, but he could sense the power thrumming within it, a power that, if used correctly, could bring down the most powerful wizard in the world. Thank you, he said again, his voice barely a whisper. I won't forget this. I won't forget what you've done for me. Gornick inclined his head. We have not forgotten what House Potter has done for us. Your ancestors were friends to the goblin people. They fought for our rights, our dignity, our place in the wizarding world. It is our honor to repay that debt. Harry pocketed the thread, feeling its warmth against his chest. He was ready now. Ready to face Dumbledore, ready to demand answers, ready to take back everything that had been stolen from him. Where do I go from here? He asked. What's the next step? Gornick's eyes gleamed. We have already sent the summons. Dumbledore will receive it within the hour. He will have no choice but to respond. When he does, we will have everything in place to bring him to justice. Everything? Our best investigators have been assigned to the case. Gornick explained. Our most powerful aurors are on standby. The Wizengamot has been informed of the irregularities, and they are preparing for a full hearing. The stage is set, Lord Potter. All we need is the man himself. Harry nodded, a fierce determination settling over him. Then we wait, he said. We wait for Dumbledore to make his move. Indeed, Gornick agreed. But we do not wait idly. We strengthen our position, gather more evidence, and prepare for every contingency. When Dumbledore arrives, he will find himself facing a force he cannot overcome. The goblins dispersed, each one heading to their respective duties. Harry was left alone with Grendel, who watched him with an unreadable expression. You are remarkable, Lord Potter, she said quietly. Most children, after learning what you have learned, would have broken. They would have fallen into despair, or rage, or numbness. But you have not broken. You have grown stronger. Harry met her gaze. I had to, he said simply. I couldn't let them win. I couldn't let them take everything from me. You have your father's strength, Grendel said, and your mother's fire. You will need both in the days ahead. Harry felt a pang of longing at her words. His parents. He'd learned so much about them in such a short time, but it still felt like he barely knew them. They were ghosts, memories, fragments of a life that had been stolen from him. Can I? He hesitated, then pressed on. Can I see more of their memories? The ones in the vault? I want to know them. I want to understand them. Grendel nodded slowly. That can be arranged. But not now. Now you must rest. The unbinding ritual has taken a toll on your body and your magic. You need to recover before you do anything else. Harry wanted to argue, but he could feel the exhaustion creeping in. His limbs were heavy, his eyes were burning, and his magic felt like a raw, exposed nerve. The goblin was right, he needed rest. Okay, he said reluctantly. But I'm not going to sleep forever. I need to be ready when Dumbledore arrives. You will be, Grendel promised. We will make sure of it. She led him to a small room off the main chamber, a cozy space with a bed, a fire, and a table laden with food. Harry collapsed onto the mattress, his body screaming for rest. Sleep, Lord Potter, Grendel said softly. When you wake, the new world will be waiting. And Harry, too exhausted to resist, let his eyes close and the darkness take him. He dreamt of fire. Green fire, consuming everything in its path. A cottage burning in the night, the screams of his parents echoing in his ears. A flash of red light, a man falling, a woman's voice calling his name. Harry! Harry, wake up! Harry jolted awake, his heart pounding. The fire was gone, replaced by the soft glow of the room's enchanted torches. Grendel was standing over him, her face grim. What happened? Harry gasped. What's wrong? Dumbledore has responded to the summons, Grendel said. He is here. In Gringotts. And he is demanding to speak with you. Harry scrambled to his feet, his exhaustion forgotten. Already? That was fast. He is not a fool, Grendel said. He knows the power of Gringotts. He knows that ignoring the summons would be an admission of guilt. He is here to spin his story, to plead his case, to convince you that he acted in your best interests. Harry's jaw tightened. Let him try. I know the truth now. Nothing he can say will change that. Grendel nodded approvingly. That is the right attitude, Lord Potter. But be careful. Dumbledore is a master manipulator. He will use every word, every gesture, every glance to sway you. Do not let him. I won't, Harry promised. I've been manipulated my whole life. I'm done being a puppet. He followed Grendel through the corridors of Gringotts, his heart pounding with anticipation. The thread in his pocket was warm against his chest, pulsing with a steady rhythm that matched his heartbeat. Dumbledore was close. Harry could feel him, like a dark presence pressing against the edges of his consciousness. They reached the main lobby, where a crowd had gathered. Goblins and wizards alike were watching the scene unfold, a scene that Harry had never imagined he'd be part of. Albus Dumbledore stood in the center of the lobby, his purple robes billowing around him. He was surrounded by Aurors, but he didn't seem concerned. His blue eyes were calm, his expression serene, and he smiled as Harry approached. Harry, he said, his voice warm. My dear boy. I am so relieved to see you safe and well. Don't, Harry said flatly. Don't pretend you care about me. You've already shown me how much I matter to you. Dumbledore's smile faltered. Harry, please. I know it must seem. Seem? Harry interrupted, his voice rising. It doesn't just seem, Dumbledore. It is. I saw the documents. I saw the ritual scrolls. I saw the signatures, your signatures, on everything. You stole my inheritance. You bound my magic. You left me with people who hated me and everything I represented. And you did it all for your greater good. The crowd gasped. The Aurors shifted uncomfortably. And Dumbledore's face went pale. Harry, he said, his voice low and urgent. What you saw, what you think you saw, it's not what it seems. There are explanations. Then explain, Harry said coldly. Tell me why you did it. Tell me why you took everything from me and called it protection. Dumbledore opened his mouth, but no words came out. For the first time in Harry's memory, the great Albus Dumbledore was speechless. And in that moment, Harry knew he had won. Take him, he said to the Aurors. Take him and lock him up. I want him to face justice for what he's done. The Aurors hesitated, looking from Harry to Dumbledore to the goblins who were watching with cold, calculating eyes. Do it, Gornick said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. The evidence is clear. The law is on our side. Albus Dumbledore is under arrest. The Aurors moved forward, but Dumbledore held up his hand. This is a mistake, he said, his voice still calm. "Whatever evidence you think you have, it is flawed. I have only ever tried to protect Harry. To keep him safe from the forces that seek to destroy him." "Then you won't mind answering a few questions," Gornick said smoothly. "You won't mind submitting to a full investigation. You won't mind proving your innocence." Dumbledore's jaw tightened. He looked at Harry, and for the first time, there was something like fear in his eyes. "Please," he said quietly. "Please, Harry. Don't do this." "Too late," Harry said. "The truth is out. And you can't put it back in the box." The Aurors took hold of Dumbledore's arms. He didn't resist, but his eyes never left Harry's face. "I wanted to help you," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I wanted to make you strong. To prepare you for what was coming. You made me weak," Harry said. "You made me a victim. And I will never forgive you for that." Dumbledore closed his eyes, and the Aurors led him away. The crowd erupted into chaos. Wizards and goblins alike were shouting, pointing, demanding answers. But Harry stood frozen, watching Dumbledore disappear through the doors of Gringotts. It was over. It was finally over. But even as the relief flooded through him, Harry knew it was only the beginning. Dumbledore was just one man. There were others who had helped him, others who had profited from his crimes. The conspiracy ran deeper than Harry had ever imagined. And he would find them all. He would tear down their secrets, expose their lies, and bring them all to justice. He was Harry Potter, Lord of House Potter. And he would never be a victim again. Chapter 3 Crimes Against House Potter. The morning light filtered through the high windows of Gringotts, casting long golden beams across the marble floors of the private chamber where Harry had spent the night. He'd slept fitfully, his dreams filled with fragments of the memories he'd witnessed during the unbinding ritual. His mother's laughter, his father's strong arms, the flash of green light that had ended everything. Each time he woke, he found himself reaching for something that wasn't there, grasping at ghosts that slipped through his fingers like smoke. But now, as the sun rose over Diagon Alley, Harry felt something different. Something that felt almost like hope. Gribhook had arrived early, his face alight with an energy that Harry hadn't seen before. "Lord Potter," he said, his voice carrying a note of excitement. "The High Council has completed its preliminary investigation. There's much more evidence than we anticipated. Much more than Dumbledore alone could have orchestrated." Harry sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "What do you mean? Who else was involved?" "That is what we must discuss," Gribhook said, gesturing for Harry to follow him. "The Council is waiting. They have prepared a full presentation of the evidence against Dumbledore and his co-conspirators. What we have uncovered will shock you, but it will also give you the power you need to reclaim everything that was stolen." Harry rose, his heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and dread. He thought he'd understood the extent of Dumbledore's crimes, but Gribhook's words suggested there was more, so much more, that he hadn't yet discovered. The journey to the Chamber of Records was shorter this time. Harry walked with purpose, his steps confident, his head held high. He was no longer the frightened boy who had stumbled into Gringotts the day before. He was Lord Potter, heir to an ancient and powerful house, and he was ready to face whatever truth the goblins had uncovered. The High Council was already assembled when Harry arrived. The 7 goblins sat at their stone table, their golden eyes fixed on a massive ledger that floated in the center of the room. The pages turned of their own accord, revealing columns of numbers and names that Harry couldn't quite read from where he stood. "Lord Potter," Gornick said, rising from his seat. "Please sit. What we have to show you will take time to absorb." Harry took the chair that had been prepared for him, his eyes never leaving the floating ledger. The pages continued to turn, revealing more and more information: bank statements, inheritance records, magical contracts, and documents that seemed to glow with an inner light. "We have completed a full audit of the Potter estate," Gornick began. "Every transaction, every transfer, every withdrawal that has occurred since your parents' deaths has been examined. What we have found is extensive." "How extensive?" Harry asked, his voice steady despite the knot forming in his stomach. Gornick gestured, and the ledger stopped its spinning. A single page floated forward, covered in rows of numbers that seemed to stretch into infinity. The Potter estate, at the time of your parents' deaths, was valued at approximately 2 billion galleons, Gornick said. This includes liquid assets, properties, investments, and magical artifacts. It was one of the largest fortunes in the wizarding world. Harry's jaw dropped. 2 billion? Indeed, Gornick confirmed. The Potters were an ancient family, with holdings that stretched back over 1,000 years. They were not as wealthy as the Malfoys or the Blacks, but they were close. Very close. So where did all the money go? Harry demanded. The Dursleys aren't living like billionaires. They're ordinary. They have a normal house and normal jobs and… The money did not go to the Dursleys, Gornick interrupted. Or rather, not all of it. They received a monthly allowance of 500 galleons, a substantial sum for muggles, but a pittance compared to the total estate. The bulk of the fortune was diverted. Harry's blood ran cold. Diverted where? The ledger pages turned again, revealing a series of transactions that had been marked with tiny, glowing symbols. Gornick pointed to one of them, a transfer of 100,000 galleons to an account that Harry didn't recognize. Here, for example, Gornick said. 1 month after your parents' deaths, this transfer was made to a private account held by Albus Dumbledore. The authorization was signed by Dumbledore himself, using a magical signature that matched the one on the forged will. Harry stared at the entry, his mind racing. Dumbledore stole money from me? From my parents' estate? Repeatedly, Gornick confirmed. Over the past 10 years, Dumbledore has made over 200 separate withdrawals from the Potter estate. The total amount diverted to his personal accounts exceeds 50 million galleons. 50 million? Harry's voice cracked. That's insane. What did he need all that money for? That is a question we have not yet answered, Gornick admitted. But we have traced some of the funds to various organizations and individuals. The Order of the Phoenix, for example, received substantial donations from Dumbledore's accounts, donations that were, in reality, made with your money. Harry felt sick. The Order of the Phoenix, his parents had been members. They'd fought against Voldemort, tried to protect the wizarding world. And now Harry was learning that their leader had funded their resistance with stolen galleons. He used my inheritance to fight his war, Harry said slowly. He took my parents' money and used it to fuel his crusade. Indeed, Gornick said. But that is not all. We have also found evidence that Dumbledore made substantial payments to several ministry officials, bribes, essentially, to ensure that your situation remained hidden. He paid off Aurors, Wisengamot members, and even the Minister for Magic himself to look the other way. Harry's fists clenched. Cornelius Fudge. He was involved too. Deeply, Gornick confirmed. Fudge received regular payments from Dumbledore's accounts. In return, he ensured that no investigation into your welfare ever took place. He blocked attempts by concerned citizens to check on your living conditions. He ordered the destruction of records that might have revealed the truth. The names kept coming. Harry listened in stunned silence as Gornick listed them. Amelia Bones, though she'd only accepted one payment before returning it, Rufus Scrimgeour, who'd taken bribes to suppress information, Dolores Umbridge, who'd actively participated in the cover-up. The list was long and damning, filled with names Harry had only ever heard in whispers. They were all in on it, Harry said, his voice hollow. Everyone who was supposed to protect me, they were all part of the conspiracy. Not everyone, Grendel interjected gently. There were some who tried to help. Madame Bones, for example, refused to accept further payments after she discovered the truth. She attempted to investigate on her own, but she was blocked at every turn by those with more power and influence. But she knew, Harry said, his voice rising. She knew something was wrong, and she didn't do anything about it. She just gave up. She was outmaneuvered, Grendel said. Dumbledore had allies in every branch of the ministry. Bones was isolated. powerless to act. But she has kept records of her attempts. We have access to them now, and they will be instrumental in bringing the conspirators to justice. Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The anger was there, burning in his chest like a living thing, but he couldn't let it control him. He needed to think clearly, to plan carefully. The goblins were his allies now, but they couldn't fight this battle for him. He had to be strong. He had to be smart. What else did you find? He asked, his voice steady. Tell me everything. Gornick nodded, and the ledger began to turn again. The most disturbing evidence we have uncovered, he said slowly, involves your parents' wills. There were two versions, as you know. The true will, signed in blood and witnessed by Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. And the forged will, which named the Dursleys as your guardians. I've already seen the wills, Harry said. I know they were forged. Yes, but you do not know the extent of the forgery, Gornick said. The true will did not just name your guardians, Lord Potter. It also specified how your inheritance was to be managed. It established trusts for your education, your magical training, and your personal expenses. It designated specific advisors to guide you in your magical development. It even named tutors who were to begin your magical education at the age of 5. Harry's eyes widened. 5? I was supposed to start learning magic at 5. Indeed, Gornick confirmed. Your parents were powerful wizards, Lord Potter. They understood that magical development must begin early. They had arranged for a comprehensive education that would have prepared you for your inheritance and your responsibilities. But Dumbledore's forgery nullified all of those provisions. He wanted you kept ignorant, untrained, and compliant. Harry's hands were shaking now. He could barely contain the rage that was building inside him. Dumbledore hadn't just stolen his money. He'd stolen his childhood, his education, his entire future. Is there anything Dumbledore didn't steal from me? Harry asked bitterly. Anything at all? Gornick was silent for a moment. Then he said, Your magic, Lord Potter. Despite everything, your magic remained intact. It was bound, yes. Suppressed, certainly. But never destroyed. Your power was too strong for even Dumbledore to extinguish completely. Harry felt a spark of hope at those words. My magic is still there? Even after everything? It is. Gornick's voice was firm. The unbinding ritual has freed it from its restraints. Your magical core is now fully intact and growing stronger by the hour. With proper training, you will become a wizard of extraordinary power. Harry nodded slowly, letting the words sink in. His magic was still there. He wasn't broken. He wasn't ruined. He could still become what he was meant to be. Okay, he said, taking a deep breath. What else? What else did you find? Gornick gestured to the ledger, and it began to spin again. This time, the pages revealed documents that Harry didn't recognize. Legal forms, magical contracts, and something that looked like a marriage certificate. The most shocking discovery, Gornick said, involves your parents' magical signatures. When we examined the original will, we noticed something unusual. The signatures matched your parents' magical signatures, but they were slightly off. They had been altered, modified in a way that would have been impossible without direct access to the original documents. Modified how? Harry asked. And why? Gornick's golden eyes met Harry's. The signatures were altered to remove specific clauses, he explained. Clauses that named specific individuals as your guardians. Clauses that specified how your inheritance was to be managed. Clauses that... He paused, his voice dropping. Clauses that, if left intact, would have prevented Dumbledore from gaining control over you. Harry leaned forward, his heart pounding. What clauses? What did my parents want that Dumbledore prevented? The original will, Gornick said slowly, named Sirius Black as your primary guardian, with Remus Lupin and Amelia Bones as backups. But it also named someone else. Someone who was to be responsible for your magical education. Someone who was to guide you through your first years of magical development. Who? Harry demanded. Who did my parents choose? Gornick reached into the ledger and pulled out a document that glowed with a faint green light. He handed it to Harry, who took it with trembling hands. The document was a magical contract, signed by James and Lily Potter and a third person whose name Harry didn't recognize. The terms of the contract were simple. The third person was to act as Harry's magical tutor from the age of 5 until he reached his majority. They were to teach him the basics of magical theory, help him control his magic, and prepare him for his education at Hogwarts. In exchange, the third person was to receive a substantial payment from the Potter estate, a payment that, according to the contract, had never been made. Who is this? Harry asked, staring at the name on the document. I've never heard of them. Gornick's expression was unreadable. This is the person Dumbledore believed would be a threat to his plans, he said quietly. A person of great power and influence, one who would have recognized the enchantments placed on you and taken steps to remove them. It is why Dumbledore targeted them, why he worked so hard to discredit them, why he had them removed from the magical community entirely. Harry read the name again, his mind reeling. The name was familiar. He'd heard it in whispers, in stories, in the fragments of his parents' memories. It was a name that had been mentioned in connection with the Order of the Phoenix, with the fight against Voldemort, with the hope for a better magical world. Is this person still alive? Harry asked. Can we find them? Gornick nodded slowly. They are alive, Lord Potter. They have been hiding, waiting. They knew something was wrong, but they could not act without proof. We have contacted them. They are willing to meet with you. When? Harry asked immediately. When can I see them? Soon, Gornick promised. But first, there is more evidence we must review. Much more. The hours that followed were a blur of documents and revelations. Harry learned about the stolen artifacts from his family vault, ancient magical items that had been given to Dumbledore for safekeeping and never returned. He learned about the magical contracts that had been signed in his name, binding him to agreements he'd never consented to. He learned about the records that had been altered, the witnesses who had been bribed, the secrets that had been buried beneath layers of lies. By the time the goblins finished their presentation, Harry felt like he'd aged a decade. The weight of what he'd learned was crushing, but he couldn't allow himself to crumble. He had to be strong. He had to be the person his parents had believed he could be. There is one more thing, Gornick said, his voice heavy with significance. Something we found that we believe will be of great importance to you. Harry looked up, his eyes tired but alert. What is it? Gornick reached into the floating ledger and pulled out a small, worn journal. The cover was made of leather that had been dyed a deep, forest green, and the pages were yellowed with age. A faint, golden glow emanated from the journal, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to match Harry's heartbeat. This journal belonged to your father, Gornick said, placing it in Harry's hands. We found it in the deepest vault of Gringotts, hidden beneath layers of protective enchantments. Your father created it during the years he spent fighting Voldemort. It contains his thoughts, his plans, his fears, and his hopes for you. Harry clutched the journal to his chest, his eyes burning with unshed tears. His father had written this. His father had held this journal in his hands, had poured his heart into its pages, had left it for Harry to find. Why didn't you show this to me earlier? Harry asked, his voice cracking. Why wait until now? Because we needed to be sure you were ready, Gornick said gently. The journal contains powerful magic, Lord Potter. It is key to your magical signature. Only you can open it. But it is also protected by enchantments that would have been dangerous for you to interact with while your own magic was still bound. Now that you are free, the journal can be opened safely. Harry looked down at the journal, his fingers tracing the worn cover. He wanted to open it now, to read his father's words, to feel connected to the man he'd never known. But he also knew he wasn't ready. Not yet. Not until he'd processed everything else he'd learned. Thank you, he said quietly. Thank you for finding this. For keeping it safe. It is our honor, Lord Potter, Gornick said. Your father was a good man. A brave man. He fought for what was right, even when it cost him everything. He would be proud of the person you are becoming. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The tears were still there, threatening to fall, and he didn't want to break down in front of the goblins. He'd already shown enough weakness for one day. What do I do now? He asked, his voice steady despite the emotions churning inside him. What's the next step? Gornick leaned back in his chair, his golden eyes thoughtful. The evidence we have compiled is extensive, he said. But it is not yet complete. There are witnesses we must interview, records we must verify, and additional charges we must file. The process will take time, weeks, perhaps months. But in the end, Dumbledore and his co-conspirators will face justice. And me? Harry asked. What should I do while all of this is happening? Gornick smiled, a thin, sharp smile that was full of approval. You, Lord Potter, must prepare. You have magic now, real magic, unbound and powerful. But you have no training, no education in the magical arts. You must learn how to control your power, how to use it effectively. And you must learn how to navigate the political landscape of the wizarding world. I thought I was going to Hogwarts, Harry said. Isn't that where I'm supposed to learn magic? Hogwarts is indeed the premier institution for magical education, Gornick agreed. But the education you would receive there is standard. It is designed for the average witch or wizard. You are far from average, Lord Potter. You require training that is tailored to your unique abilities and your unique circumstances. Harry's brow furrowed. What kind of training? You have the blood of the Potters and the Blacks flowing through your veins, Gornick said. Both families were known for their powerful magic. The Blacks, in particular, were masters of the dark arts, not the dark magic of Voldemort, but the ancient, deep magic that predates the Ministry. You could learn much from their traditions. I don't know if I want to learn the dark arts, Harry said warily. I don't want to become like. The dark arts are not inherently evil, Lord Potter, Gornick interrupted. They are simply powerful. And power, like any tool, can be used for good or ill. The choice is yours. But I would urge you to at least consider learning what your ancestors knew. It may be the key to defeating your enemies. Harry was silent for a long moment, turning the goblin's words over in his mind. He'd heard stories about the dark arts, terrible stories about wizards who had been corrupted by their desire for power. But he'd also heard stories about families like the Blacks, who used their magic to protect their loved ones and defend their heritage. I'll think about it, he said finally. But I want to learn from people I trust. People who will help me use my power wisely. An excellent decision, Gornick said approvingly. We have already made arrangements for your education. Tutors have been selected from among the most respected magical families in Britain. They will begin your training as soon as you are ready. Harry nodded slowly. And what about Dumbledore? What happens to him now? Gornick's expression hardened. Dumbledore is currently being held in the deepest cells of Gringotts, he said. He is under heavy guard, and his magical abilities have been temporarily suppressed. He will remain here until his trial, which we anticipate will be held within the month. Can I see him? Harry asked. I want to speak to him. I want to hear what he has to say for himself. Gornick hesitated. That is not advisable, Lord Potter. Dumbledore is a master manipulator. He will try to twist your words, to make you doubt yourself, to convince you that he was acting in your best interests. I know that, Harry said. But I need to hear it from him. I need to understand why he did this. Why he hurt me. Why he stole my life. Gornick studied Harry for a long moment, his golden eyes unreadable. Then he nodded slowly. Very well, he said. I will arrange for you to see him. But I will be present, and so will other members of the High Council. Dumbledore will not have the chance to manipulate you. Thank you, Harry said. I appreciate that. The meeting ended soon after. Harry left the Chamber of Records with his father's journal clutched to his chest, his mind spinning with everything he'd learned. The evidence against Dumbledore was damning, more than enough to ensure his conviction. But the conspiracy went deeper than Dumbledore alone. There were others who had played a part in Harry's suffering, and they would all be held accountable. As Harry walked through the corridors of Gringotts, he felt a strange sense of calm descend over him. The anger was still there, burning at the edges of his consciousness, but it was no longer consuming him. He was in control now. He was making his own choices, charting his own path. And nothing, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not Voldemort himself, would ever take that control away from him. The cells beneath Gringotts were nothing like Harry had expected. They were clean, well-lit, and surprisingly comfortable, though Harry suspected that was more a reflection of the goblins' respect for due process than any kindness toward their prisoners. Dumbledore's cell was at the end of a long corridor, separated from the others by a heavy iron door that glowed with protective enchantments. When Harry arrived, Dumbledore was sitting on a simple wooden chair, his hands folded in his lap. He looked older than he had the day before, weathered and tired, his face lined with worry. But his eyes still held that familiar spark of intelligence, that calculating gleam that Harry had come to recognize as the mark of a master manipulator. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice soft. "You came. I was hoping you would. Don't make this into something it's not," Harry said flatly. "I'm not here to forgive you. I'm not here to understand you. I'm here to hear the truth, for once in my life." Dumbledore sighed, his shoulders slumping. "The truth is a complicated thing, Harry. It is rarely as simple as we would like it to be. Try me," Harry said, settling into the chair opposite Dumbledore's. "I've had a lot of practice with complicated truths lately." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his eyes fixed on Harry's face. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "I was afraid," he said. "Not of you, never of you. But of what you represented. The prophecy, it was terrifying, Harry. It spoke of a child who would have the power to defeat Lord Voldemort. A child born as the 7th month dies. A child marked as his equal." "I know about the prophecy," Harry said. "Grimhook told me. But that doesn't explain why you stole my inheritance. Why you bound my magic. Why you left me with the Dursleys." Dumbledore winced. "The Dursleys were a mistake. I see that now. I thought they would keep you safe. I thought they would protect you from the forces that would seek to use you. I was wrong." "Safe?" Harry's voice cracked with disbelief. "You call what they did to me safe? They starved me. They beat me. They locked me in a cupboard under the stairs. They told me I was worthless, that I was nothing, that I would never amount to anything. And you knew. You knew all of it." Dumbledore's face was ashen. "I knew some of it," he admitted. "I had reports from neighbors, from teachers, from people who saw what was happening. But I convinced myself it was necessary. I convinced myself that the ends justified the means." "The ends?" Harry said, his voice rising. "What ends? What could possibly justify what you did to me?" "The defeat of Voldemort," Dumbledore said. "The protection of the wizarding world. The preservation of everything we hold dear. I still believe, that you are the key to winning this war. I was willing to sacrifice your childhood to ensure your survival." Harry stared at Dumbledore, his mind reeling. The man was genuinely convinced he'd done the right thing. He'd hurt Harry, manipulated Harry, stolen from Harry, and he believed it was all justified. "Did it ever occur to you," Harry said slowly, "that I might have been able to help you if you told me the truth? That I might have been willing to fight against Voldemort if you'd given me the chance?" Dumbledore blinked, clearly taken aback. I never considered that. You thought I was a child," Harry said. "A helpless child who needed to be protected and controlled. You never trusted me. You never respected me. You saw me as a pawn in your game, not as a person with my own thoughts and feelings." Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. "I was wrong," he said finally. "I was wrong about so many things. But I did love you, Harry. I still do. I have always wanted what was best for you. You don't get to say that, Harry said, his voice cold. You don't get to talk about love when you've never shown me anything but manipulation and control. Love isn't about keeping secrets. Love isn't about taking choices away. Love is about trust, and you have broken any trust one might have had in you. Dumbledore closed his eyes, and Harry saw tears glistening on his cheeks. It was the first time he'd seen the man cry, the first time he'd seen any genuine emotion from him at all. "I'm sorry," Dumbledore whispered. "I know that is not enough. I know it can never be enough. But I am sorry." Harry rose from his chair, his heart heavy with a complicated mix of emotions. He hated Dumbledore for what he'd done. He pitied him for his delusions. And somewhere, buried deep beneath the anger and the hurt, there was a faint glimmer of something that might have been forgiveness. But he wasn't ready to forgive. Not yet. Not until he'd gotten everything back, his inheritance, his magic, his future. "Your apology means nothing to me," Harry said, his voice steady. "Your promises mean nothing to me. You have to pay for what you've done. The law demands it. Justice demands it." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I understand. And I will accept whatever punishment the Wizengamot decides." "Good," Harry said. "Because I'm not going to stop until you've faced justice. Not just you, everyone who helped you. Everyone who looked the other way. Everyone who let this happen." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's, and for the first time, there was something like respect in them. "You are stronger than I ever gave you credit for, Harry. You are stronger than your parents ever were. And you are going to do great things." Harry turned away, unable to look at the man any longer. "I already am," he said. "I'm going to build a new world. One where no child has to suffer the way I did. One where no one has the power to control other people's lives the way you tried to control mine." He walked out of the cell without looking back. The iron door clanged shut behind him, and the sound echoed through the corridor like a death knell. Dumbledore was broken. The great Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world, was defeated. But even as Harry felt a sense of triumph, he knew that the battle wasn't over. There were others who had participated in the conspiracy. Others who would try to stop him from bringing them to justice. He would have to be careful. He would have to be strategic. And he would have to be ruthless. Because the world he wanted to build, a world of justice, fairness, and trust, could not be built on half measures. It required sacrifice. It required strength. And it required the willingness to do whatever was necessary to protect the innocent. Harry stopped at the end of the corridor, his hand pressed against the cold stone wall. He could feel the pulse of Gringotts beneath his palm, the ancient magic that had protected the Goblin Kingdom for centuries. And he knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic, that he was exactly where he was meant to be. This was his destiny. Not the destiny Dumbledore had tried to shape for him. Not the destiny Voldemort had tried to steal from him. But a destiny of his own making, forged from the truth and the justice that had been denied to him for so long. And it was only just beginning. Chapter 4, The Ancient Goblin Laws. 3 weeks had passed since Harry's first visit to Gringotts, and in that time, the world had changed in ways he could never have imagined. The days had blurred into a rhythm of training, research, and meetings with the Goblin High Council. Harry's magical education had begun in earnest, with tutors arriving from across Britain to teach him the basics of spellcasting, magical theory, and the history of the wizarding world. But the most important lesson Harry had learned wasn't about magic at all. It was about power. Specifically, the power of the goblins. The Goblin High Council had been working tirelessly to build their case against Dumbledore, but Harry had quickly realized that their efforts were not solely motivated by a desire for justice. The goblins had their own agenda, an agenda that had been brewing for centuries, long before Harry Potter had ever set foot in their bank. "We have been patient," Gornick had told him during one of their private meetings. "For centuries we have watched the wizarding world treat us as servants, as vermin, as creatures to be used and discarded. We have endured their slights, their insults, their broken promises. But no more. Your case, Lord Potter, has given us the opportunity we have been waiting for. Harry had listened carefully, his mind racing. The goblins wanted to use his suffering as a weapon against the Ministry. They wanted to expose the corruption that had allowed Dumbledore to thrive, and in doing so, they wanted to force the wizarding world to recognize their power. And Harry, desperate, angry, and determined to see justice done, had agreed to help them. Now, on the morning of the 21st day since his arrival, Harry found himself standing in the Chamber of Records once again. The High Council was assembled, their faces grim, their golden eyes gleaming with anticipation. The floating ledger was open, its pages filled with the evidence that had been compiled over the past weeks. The time has come, Gornick announced, his voice echoing through the chamber. We have gathered sufficient evidence to proceed with the formal charges against Albus Dumbledore and his co-conspirators. But before we can move forward, we must invoke the ancient goblin laws. Harry frowned, confused. What are the ancient goblin laws? I thought Gringotts operated under Ministry jurisdiction. Gornick smiled, a thin, cold smile that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. That is what the Ministry wants you to believe, he said. But the truth is far more complicated. Gringotts was founded long before the Ministry of Magic existed, long before the British wizarding government had any authority over magical banking. We are governed by treaties that predate the Ministry by centuries. Treaties that grant us powers the Ministry cannot override. Harry's eyes widened. What kind of powers? Gornick gestured, and the floating ledger began to spin. When it stopped, a single page floated forward, covered in ancient runes that glowed with a faint, golden light. The ancient goblin laws are the foundation of our authority, Gornick explained. They establish our rights as a sovereign nation within the wizarding world. They grant us jurisdiction over all matters of magical finance, inheritance, and banking. And, he paused, his voice dropping, they grant us the authority to issue warrants of arrest against anyone who violates our laws. Even Dumbledore? Harry asked. Even the chief warlock of the Wizengamot? Especially Dumbledore, Gornick said. The ancient goblin laws supersede all Ministry authority. When we issue a writ of arrest, it is binding on every witch and wizard in Britain, including the Minister for Magic himself. No one is above the law. Not even Albus Dumbledore. Harry's heart began to race. This was it. This was the weapon the goblins had been building. The power to bring down the most powerful wizard in the world, using laws that had been written centuries before Dumbledore was even born. What do you need from me? Harry asked, his voice steady. What can I do to help? Gornick's eyes gleamed with approval. We need your testimony, Lord Potter. Your personal account of what was done to you. The evidence we have gathered is extensive, but it is not enough. We need a witness, a living witness who can speak to the effects of Dumbledore's crimes. You are that witness. Harry nodded slowly, his mind racing. I can do that. I can tell them everything. The cupboard. The starvation. The beatings. All of it. It will not be easy, Gornick warned. You will be forced to relive your most painful memories. You will be questioned by our investigators, and later, by the Wizengamot. They will try to break you, to make you doubt yourself, to make you seem unreliable. You must be strong, Lord Potter. You must not waver. I won't, Harry said firmly. I've survived worse. I can survive this. Gornick studied him for a long moment, his golden eyes unreadable. Then he nodded slowly. Very well, he said. We will begin the proceedings immediately. The writ of arrest will be issued today. By this time tomorrow, Albus Dumbledore will be in our custody, and the world will know the truth. The process of issuing the writ of arrest was more complex than Harry had anticipated. It required not just evidence, but ceremony, an ancient ritual that had not been performed in over 3 centuries. The goblins had to invoke the ancient goblin laws in full, calling upon the treaties that had been signed by the founders of Gringotts and the original British wizarding government. Harry watched from a balcony overlooking the main lobby of Gringotts as the ritual unfolded. Hundreds of goblins had gathered, their robes of office gleaming in the torchlight. They chanted in their ancient language, their voices rising and falling in a rhythm that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the earth. At the center of the lobby stood Gornik, his staff raised high. The golden light that emanated from the staff was so bright that Harry had to shield his eyes. "We, the goblin people, invoke the ancient goblin laws," Gornik intoned, his voice carrying across the vast space. "We call upon the treaties signed in blood and fire, the agreements made in the dawn of the magical age. We demand justice. We demand accountability. We demand the truth." The chanting grew louder, more intense. The golden light swirled and twisted, forming shapes that Harry couldn't quite make out. And then, with a sound like thunder, the light exploded outward, filling the entire lobby with blinding radiance. When Harry could see again, a document was floating in the air above Gornik's head. It was enormous, easily 10 feet long, and its surface was covered in writing that seemed to shift and change as Harry watched. "The writ of arrest," Gornik announced, his voice triumphant. "Issued by the authority of the Goblin High Council, invoking the ancient goblin laws. Albus Dumbledore is hereby charged with crimes against House Potter, unlawful guardianship, inheritance fraud, magical interference, and abuse of authority. The writ is binding on all witches and wizards in Britain. Any who interfere with its execution will be held in contempt of goblin law." Harry's heart pounded in his chest as the document floated down and landed in Gornik's hands. It was real. It was happening. Dumbledore was going to be arrested, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. "The Aurors have been notified," Grendel said, appearing at Harry's side. "They will be arriving within the hour to escort Dumbledore to our holding cells." "What about the Ministry?" Harry asked. "Won't they try to stop this?" Grendel smiled, a cold, predatory smile that reminded Harry of a wolf about to pounce. "The Ministry has no authority over Gringotts," she said. "The ancient goblin laws are absolute. If the Ministry tries to interfere, they will be in violation of the treaties, and the consequences for that are severe." "What consequences?" "The treaties include provisions for penalties," Grendel explained. "If the Ministry interferes with goblin justice, they forfeit their right to operate in Britain. Every galleon held in Gringotts would be frozen. Every transaction would be halted. The wizarding economy would collapse within a matter of days." Harry's eyes widened. "They would really do that? They would bring down the entire economy?" "If necessary," Grendel said. "The goblin people have been patient for centuries, Lord Potter. We have endured humiliation, exploitation, and oppression. We will not endure it any longer. If the Ministry forces our hand, we will show them what happens when they underestimate us." Harry was silent for a long moment, processing what he'd just heard. The goblins weren't just seeking justice for him. They were seeking justice for themselves. They were using his case as leverage to demand the respect they'd been denied for so long. And Harry, despite everything, couldn't blame them. "I'll help you," he said quietly. "Whatever you need, I'll help you. The wizarding world has treated you badly for too long. It's time for that to change." Grendel's expression softened, and Harry saw something like gratitude in her golden eyes. "Thank you, Lord Potter. Your support means more than you know." The arrival of the Aurors caused a stir in Diagon Alley. Harry watched from the balcony as they marched through the crowded street, their robes billowing behind them, their wands drawn. They were led by a tall, stern-faced woman whose silver hair was pulled back in a tight bun. Harry recognized her from his research, Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was the one who had tried to help him, once. The one who had accepted a bribe and then returned it, who had attempted to investigate and been blocked at every turn. She was here now, Harry realized, to make amends. "Madam Bones," Gornik said, descending the stairs to meet her. "Thank you for coming. The writ of arrest is in order. We have all the necessary documentation." Bones' expression was grave as she took the document from Gornik's hands. "I have reviewed the evidence," she said slowly. The case against Dumbledore is extensive. I am prepared to execute the warrant. Gornick nodded, satisfied. We have prepared a holding cell in the deepest level of Gringotts. He will be secure there until his trial. I want to be there when he's arrested, Harry said, stepping forward. I want to see it. Bones looked at him, her eyes softening slightly. Harry Potter, I have wanted to meet you for a long time. I am sorry, so sorry, for what you have been through. Harry met her gaze steadily. Thank you, Madam Bones. But I don't need your apologies. I need justice. Bones nodded slowly. You will have it. I promise you that. The arrest of Albus Dumbledore was a spectacle that would be remembered for generations. Harry stood in the shadows of the Gringotts lobby, watching as the Aurors descended on the cell where Dumbledore had been held for the past 3 weeks. The old wizard looked tired and defeated, his robes wrinkled, his hair disheveled. But there was still a spark of defiance in his eyes as the Aurors approached. Albus Dumbledore, Bones announced, her voice ringing through the chamber. You are under arrest by the authority of the Goblin High Council, invoking the ancient goblin laws. You are charged with crimes against House Potter, unlawful guardianship, inheritance fraud, magical interference, and abuse of authority. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Dumbledore sighed, his shoulders slumping. I understand, he said quietly. I will not resist. A wise decision, Bones said. Your cooperation will be noted. The Aurors moved forward, placing magical restraints on Dumbledore's wrists. The old wizard didn't struggle. He simply stood there, his eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the walls of the chamber. Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding. Dumbledore's eyes met his, and for a moment, Harry saw something that might have been regret in their depths. I'm sorry, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. I'm sorry for everything. Harry felt a surge of anger, but he forced it down. Sorry isn't good enough, he said flatly. You have to answer for what you did. You have to face justice. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I know. And I will accept whatever punishment the court deems fitting. Good, Harry said. Because I won't. Rest until you've paid for what you've done to me. Not you, everyone who helped you. Everyone who looked the other way. Everyone who let this happen. Dumbledore's eyes widened, and for the first time, Harry saw something like fear in them. Harry, please. The others, they were just following orders. They didn't know what they were doing. That's not true, Harry said coldly. I saw the documents. I saw the signatures. They knew exactly what they were doing. And they're going to pay for it. Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, the Aurors began to lead him away. He glanced back at Harry one last time, his expression filled with a sorrow that Harry found impossible to trust. I loved you, Harry, Dumbledore whispered. I loved you like a son. Then you should have acted like a father, Harry said. Instead, you acted like a tyrant. The Aurors led Dumbledore out of the cell, and Harry watched him go. The old wizard's shoulders were hunched, his steps slow and hesitant. He looked like a man who had lost everything, his power, his reputation, his freedom. But Harry felt no satisfaction. No triumph. Only a cold, hollow emptiness that he couldn't quite explain. Is it over? He asked quietly. Gornick appeared at his side, his golden eyes gleaming. Not yet, Lord Potter. This is only the beginning. The trial will be long and difficult. There will be many more battles to fight before we see justice done. Harry nodded slowly. I know. But this is a start. This is something. Yes, Gornick agreed. It is something. And it is more than anyone else has ever accomplished. You should be proud of yourself, Lord Potter. Harry didn't feel proud. He felt tired and angry and sad. But he also felt something else, something that he hadn't felt in a long, long time. He felt hope. The aftermath of Dumbledore's arrest was chaos. News spread through Diagon Alley like wildfire, and by the end of the day, every witch and wizard in Britain had heard about it. The Daily Prophet printed an emergency edition, its headlines screaming the news in bold black letters. Albus Dumbledore arrested, charged with crimes against House Potter. Harry couldn't leave Gringotts without being mobbed by reporters. The goblins had to create a secure perimeter around the bank, preventing anyone from getting too close. But the questions still came, shouted through the magical barriers by desperate journalists hungry for a story. Harry Potter! How do you feel about the arrest? Is it true that Dumbledore stole your inheritance? What do you think the Wizengamot will do? Harry ignored them all. He had more important things to worry about. The goblins had scheduled a meeting with the Wizengamot for the following week. The trial would be held in the main chamber of the Ministry of Magic, and Harry would be required to testify. He would have to relive his childhood, the hunger, the fear, the loneliness, in front of the entire wizarding world. But he was ready. He had to be. I don't think I can do this alone, Harry admitted to Griphook one evening. I need someone on my side. Someone I can trust. Griphook nodded slowly. We have been considering that, he said. And we believe there is someone who can help you. Someone who has been waiting for this moment. Harry's heart leaped. Who? Griphook smiled, a rare expression that transformed his sharp features. Someone you have wanted to meet your entire life, he said. Someone who knew your parents, who loved them, who would do anything to protect you. Harry's mind raced, trying to think of who the goblin could mean. But before he could form the question, Griphook gestured to the door of his private chamber. Perhaps it is best if you see for yourself, the goblin said. He has been waiting to meet you for a very long time. The door swung open, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. Standing in the doorway was a man, tall and gaunt, with sandy hair streaked with gray and eyes that seemed to hold a world of sorrow. His face was lined with age and exhaustion, but his smile was warm and genuine. Harry, the man said, his voice rough with emotion. I am so sorry I wasn't there for you sooner. I am so sorry I failed you. Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. He knew this man. He'd seen his face in photographs, heard his name in stories, dreamed of meeting him in the darkest moments of his childhood. Remus, he whispered. Remus Lupin. The man nodded, tears streaming down his face. I was your father's best friend, he said. I was supposed to be your godfather. I was supposed to protect you. But I failed. I let you down. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to make it right. Harry crossed the room in 3 quick steps, throwing himself into Remus's arms. The man was warm and solid, his arms wrapping around Harry with a strength that belied his frail appearance. You're here, Harry said, his voice muffled against Remus's shoulder. You're finally here. I'm here, Remus confirmed, his voice breaking. And I'm never leaving you again. I promise, Harry. I promise. They held each other for a long moment, the weight of all the lost years pressing down on them. But when they finally pulled apart, Harry felt lighter than he had in weeks. There was still so much to do. There were still battles to fight, truths to uncover, justice to deliver. But for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he had someone on his side. Someone who would never betray him. Someone who would fight for him until the end. And that, Harry realized, was the greatest gift anyone had ever given him. Chapter 5, Dumbledore arrested within minutes. The morning of the arrest had dawned gray and cold over Diagon Alley, as if the sky itself was mourning the fall of the man who had once been the most powerful wizard in Britain. Harry stood at the window of his private chamber in Gringotts, watching the crowds gather below. They had come from everywhere, witches and wizards from across the country, drawn by the promise of a spectacle that would be remembered for generations. But this wasn't a spectacle to Harry. It was justice. And he intended to see it through to the very end. Remus Lupin stood beside him, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder in a gesture of quiet support. The man had barely left Harry's side since their reunion, and Harry found himself drawing strength from his presence. Remus had known his parents. Remus had fought alongside them, loved them, mourned them. And now, Remus was here to help Harry finish what they had started. "Are you ready?" Remus asked quietly. "You don't have to be there when it happens. You can wait here, and I'll tell you when it's over." Harry shook his head firmly. "I need to see it. I need to see him face the consequences of what he did." Remus nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I thought you might say that. Just remember, whatever happens, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." Harry took a deep breath and steeled himself. "Let's go." The main lobby of Gringotts had been transformed. The marble floors gleamed under the enchanted chandeliers, and the walls were lined with goblin guards in full ceremonial armor. Their golden eyes watched every movement, their hands never straying far from the weapons at their belts. At the center of the lobby stood a raised dais, upon which the Goblin High Council had taken their seats. Gornik sat at the head, his staff of office glowing with ancient power. Grendel and the other council members flanked him, their faces carved from stone. Harry took his place in a designated area near the dais, Remus at his side. Around them, the lobby was filled with witnesses, ministry officials, journalists, and representatives from the major magical families. Harry recognized some of them from his research. Lucius Malfoy, his cold eyes watching the proceedings with barely concealed interest. Amelia Bones, her expression stern and businesslike. And Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic himself, looking distinctly uncomfortable. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Whispers rippled through the crowd like waves on a lake, each one carrying the same question: would Dumbledore really be arrested? Would the man who had shaped the wizarding world for decades truly be brought to justice? And then, the doors at the far end of the lobby swung open, and the question was answered. Albus Dumbledore walked into the room with his head held high, his purple robes billowing around him. He was flanked by Aurors, their wands trained on him, but he moved with the dignity of a man who had not yet accepted his defeat. His blue eyes swept the room, taking in the faces of the witnesses, the goblins, the journalists. When his gaze fell on Harry, he paused. Something flickered in his eyes, regret, perhaps, or sorrow. But he said nothing. He simply continued walking toward the dais, his steps measured and deliberate. "Albus Dumbledore," Gornik announced, his voice carrying through the silent room. "You have been summoned before the Goblin High Council to answer charges of unlawful guardianship, inheritance fraud, magical interference, and abuse of authority. These charges have been brought by Harry James Potter, heir to the House of Potter, and are supported by evidence compiled by Gringotts Bank." Dumbledore inclined his head, acknowledging the goblin's words. "I am aware of the charges," he said calmly, "and I am prepared to answer them." Gornik nodded. "Then let the proceedings begin. The evidence will be presented, and witnesses will be called. At the conclusion of this hearing, the High Council will determine whether there is sufficient cause to remand you into our custody pending a full trial." Harry watched Dumbledore's face carefully, looking for any sign of the fear he'd seen in the old wizard's eyes during their private meeting. But there was nothing, only that calm, serene expression that Dumbledore had perfected over decades of public life. It was infuriating. It was like the man didn't understand the gravity of what was happening to him. "The first piece of evidence," Gornik began, "is the forged will of James and Lily Potter. This document, which was filed with the Ministry of Magic shortly after the Potters' deaths, names Vernon and Petunia Dursley as the legal guardians of Harry James Potter. However, the original will, which was never filed, names Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Amelia Bones as the intended guardians." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Harry could see the journalists scribbling frantically in their notebooks, their quills moving so fast they were barely visible. "Can you explain this discrepancy, Albus Dumbledore?" Gornik asked. Dumbledore's expression remained calm. "I can," he said. "The will that was filed with the Ministry was filed in good faith. I still believe, that the Dursleys were the best option for Harry's safety. Sirius Black had been convicted of betraying the Potters, and Remus Lupin was compromised by his condition. Amelia Bones was a capable witch, but she was also a ministry official. I feared she might be too busy to provide the care Harry needed. The Dursleys were muggles, Gringotts pointed out. They had no knowledge of the magical world, no ability to protect Harry from magical threats. How could they possibly be considered the best option? Dumbledore's eyes flickered, just for a moment. They were family, he said quietly. I believed that family would protect him. I believed that growing up away from the magical world would keep him safe from the forces that sought to destroy him. Yet the Dursleys did not protect Harry, Gringotts said. They abused him. They neglected him. They locked him in a cupboard under the stairs and told him he was worthless. You knew this. You had reports from neighbors, from teachers, from people who saw what was happening. And you did nothing. Dumbledore's composure cracked just slightly. I believed the ends justified the means, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I believed that keeping Harry hidden, keeping him safe, was more important than his comfort. I was wrong. I see that now. But I did what I thought was best. Best for whom? Harry's voice cut through the room like a blade. All eyes turned to him. Dumbledore's gaze met his, and Harry saw the surprise in the old wizard's eyes, surprise, and something that looked almost like shame. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. My boy. Don't, Harry said, his voice cold. Don't call me that. You don't get to call me that. Not after everything you did. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. I understand your anger, Harry. I understand your pain. But I need you to understand my perspective. I was trying to protect you. By stealing my money? By binding my magic? By leaving me with people who hated me? Harry's voice rose with each accusation. You call that protection? You call that love? I was a child, Dumbledore. I was a helpless child, and you took everything from me. You took my parents, my inheritance, my future, and you expect me to understand? You expect me to forgive? The room was silent. Harry could feel the eyes of everyone present on him, could hear the sharp intake of breath from the journalists, the whispered comments from the ministry officials. But he didn't care. He needed Dumbledore to understand. He needed everyone to understand. I am sorry, Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice thick with emotion. I am truly sorry. I made terrible mistakes, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to make amends. But I need you to know, I never stopped loving you. I never stopped wanting what was best for you. Love doesn't work like that, Harry said, his voice steady despite the tears that pricked at his eyes. Love isn't about control. Love isn't about manipulation. Love is about trust, and you broke that trust. You broke it over and over again, for 10 years, and I can never forgive you for that. Dumbledore closed his eyes, and Harry saw tears streaming down his cheeks. It was the second time he'd seen the man cry, the second time he'd seen any genuine emotion from him at all. You're right, Dumbledore whispered. You're right, Harry. I don't deserve your forgiveness. I don't deserve anything from you. But I want you to know, I wanted you to be happy. I wanted you to have a better life than the one the prophecy promised you. I failed. But I never stopped wanting that for you. Harry turned away, unable to look at the man any longer. His heart was pounding, his hands were shaking, and he felt like he was going to be sick. Remus put a steadying hand on his shoulder, and Harry leaned into the touch, grateful for the support. You don't have to do this anymore, Remus murmured. You've done enough. You've said enough? Let the goblins finish it. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Gringotts cleared his throat, drawing the room's attention back to him. The testimony of Harry James Potter will be entered into the record, he announced. The High Council finds his testimony credible and persuasive. We will now proceed to the next piece of evidence. The floating ledger appeared, its pages turning to reveal more documents, more signatures, more damning evidence. The room was silent as the goblins presented their case, document by document, piece by piece. They showed the bank statements that proved Dumbledore had stolen from the Potter estate. They showed the ritual scrolls that proved he had bound Harry's magic. They showed the letters he had written to ministry officials, ordering them to bury any investigation into Harry's welfare. They showed the bribes, the cover-ups, the lies. And with each piece of evidence, Dumbledore's composure crumbled a little more. His shoulders slumped. His face lost its color. He looked like a man who had been slowly beaten down by a force he couldn't fight. When the presentation was finally complete, Gringotts turned to the Wizengamot representatives who had been brought in as observers. The Goblin High Council finds sufficient cause to remand Albus Dumbledore into our custody pending a full trial, he announced. He will be held in the deepest cells of Gringotts, where his magical abilities will be suppressed. He will have access to legal representation. And he will receive a fair trial. The Wizengamot representatives exchanged glances, but none of them objected. They knew the power of the ancient goblin laws. They knew that objecting would be futile, and potentially dangerous. Take him away, Gringotts commanded. The Aurors moved forward, taking hold of Dumbledore's arms. The old wizard didn't resist. His eyes were fixed on Harry, and there was a pleading look in them that Harry couldn't quite bear to meet. Harry, Dumbledore said softly, as the Aurors began to lead him away. I know you don't believe me. I know you can't trust me. But I want you to know, I am proud of you. I am proud of the person you've become. Your parents would be proud of you too. Harry finally met his gaze. My parents would have hated you, he said quietly. For everything you did to me. To them. To everyone you betrayed. Dumbledore flinched as if he'd been slapped. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. And then the Aurors were leading him away, out of the lobby and down the long corridor to the deepest cells of Gringotts. The room was silent for a long moment. Then, as if a spell had been broken, the crowd erupted into chaos. Journalists rushed toward Harry, their questions coming so fast he couldn't understand them. Ministry officials shouted at each other, trying to figure out what this meant for their departments. The magical families began to scheme, positioning themselves for the power vacuum that would follow Dumbledore's fall. But Harry didn't care about any of that. He felt empty. Hollow. The justice he'd craved for so long had finally arrived. And it didn't feel the way he'd expected it to. Are you okay? Remus asked quietly. Harry shook his head. I don't know. I thought I'd feel better. Happier. But I just feel tired. Remus nodded slowly. That's normal, Harry. You've been through a lot. More than anyone should have to go through. It's okay to feel tired. It's okay to feel empty. It's okay to feel whatever you're feeling. Harry looked up at the man who had been his father's best friend, his godfather's closest ally, his last remaining link to his parents. Will it get better? He asked. Will I ever feel normal again? Remus smiled, a sad, tired smile that held echoes of his own pain. I don't know, he admitted. But I do know that you're not alone. You have me. You have Sirius, when we get him out of Azkaban. You have people who love you, Harry. People who will never betray you. And that makes all the difference. Harry nodded slowly, letting the words sink in. He still felt tired. He still felt empty. But beneath the exhaustion, there was something else, a faint, flickering ember of hope that Remus's words had kindled. We should get you out of here, Remus said. Before the journalists mob you again. Harry agreed, and together they made their way through the chaos of the lobby, past the shouting ministry officials and the scheming magical families, toward the sanctuary of the private chambers where Harry had spent so much of the past few weeks. But even as they walked, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He glanced over his shoulder, scanning the crowd for any sign of the danger he sensed. And then he saw them. A man and a woman, standing in the shadows of a marble pillar. They were dressed in dark robes, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods. But their eyes gleamed in the torchlight, golden eyes, Harry realized with a start. Goblin eyes. But these weren't goblins. They were too tall, too human-shaped. They were something else. Something that Harry had never seen before. Harry? Remus said, noticing his distraction. What is it? Harry shook his head, the feeling of unease dissipating as quickly as it had come. Nothing, he said. I just thought I saw something. It's nothing. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. Something was happening. Something was changing. And Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the events of the past few days were only the beginning of something much, much bigger. The next few days passed in a blur of legal proceedings, media attention, and political maneuvering. Harry was interviewed by dozens of ministry officials, all of whom wanted to know what he'd seen, what he'd heard, and what he intended to do next. He gave the same answers every time. He wanted justice. He wanted his inheritance restored. He wanted Dumbledore and his co-conspirators to pay for what they'd done. But in his private moments, Harry found himself haunted by the events of the arrest. He couldn't stop thinking about Dumbledore's face as the Aurors led him away, the pleading look in his eyes, the tears on his cheeks. Was it possible that Dumbledore had really believed he was doing the right thing? Was it possible that he had genuinely loved Harry, despite everything he'd done? Harry didn't know. And that uncertainty was eating away at him. It doesn't matter, Remus said one evening, when Harry voiced his doubts. Whatever Dumbledore believed, whatever he felt, it doesn't change what he did. He hurt you, Harry. He stole from you. He manipulated you. And he did it for years, without ever once asking you what you wanted. But what if he was trying to protect me? Harry asked. What if the prophecy? The prophecy doesn't excuse what he did, Remus said firmly. The prophecy is just a prediction. It doesn't force anyone to act in a certain way. Dumbledore chose to act the way he did. He chose to control you. He chose to manipulate you. That was his decision, and he has to live with the consequences. Harry nodded slowly. Remus was right. He knew that. But the doubts still lingered, whispers in the back of his mind that he couldn't quite silence. What happens now? Harry asked. What happens to Dumbledore? The trial will begin in a few weeks, Remus said. The Wizengamot will hear the evidence, and they'll decide his fate. He'll probably spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Harry felt a pang of something, pity? Regret, at the thought. Azkaban was a terrible place. He'd heard stories about the Dementors, about the despair they brought to their prisoners. Did Dumbledore really deserve that? And then Harry remembered the cupboard under the stairs. The hunger. The cold. The nights spent crying himself to sleep, wondering why no one loved him. Yes, he decided. Dumbledore deserved Azkaban. And worse. Good, Harry said, his voice cold. I hope they throw away the key. Remus was silent for a moment. Then he said, You've changed, Harry. The boy who walked into Gringotts a few weeks ago was scared and confused and desperate. You're not that boy anymore. I had to change, Harry said. If I'd stayed that boy, I would have let Dumbledore win. I would have spent my whole life being controlled by people who didn't care about me. I had to become stronger. I had to become harder. Harder isn't always better, Remus said gently. You can be strong without losing your heart. You can be fierce without becoming cruel. Your parents were strong, Harry, stronger than anyone I've ever known. But they never lost their kindness. They never stopped caring about other people. Harry looked at Remus, his eyes burning with unshed tears. I don't know how to be like them, he admitted. I don't know how to be kind when everyone I've ever trusted has betrayed me. Remus reached out and took Harry's hand. You start by trusting me, he said. You start by letting me help you. And you start by believing that there are good people in this world, people who will never hurt you, never manipulate you, never use you. I am one of those people, Harry. I promise you that. Harry felt the tears finally fall, streaming down his cheeks like rain. He didn't try to stop them. For the first time in his life, he allowed himself to be vulnerable, to let someone else see his pain. I'm so tired, Remus, he whispered. I'm so tired of being strong. Then let me be strong for you, Remus said. Just for a little while. You can rest. You can heal. And when you're ready, I'll be here to help you fight again." Harry nodded, and for a long moment he let himself be held. Remus's arms were warm and safe, and Harry felt the tension that had been building inside him finally begin to release. He would rest. He would heal. And then he would fight again, not just for himself, but for everyone who had been hurt by Dumbledore's actions. But for now, he was safe. He was loved. And that was enough. The days that followed were quiet. Harry continued his magical training, learning new spells and techniques from his goblin tutors. He also spent time with Remus, learning about his parents, their friends, their dreams for the future. It was painful, but it was also healing, a way to connect with the family he'd never known. The Wizengamot trial was scheduled to begin in 3 weeks. Harry would be called as a witness, and he would have to relive his childhood in front of the entire magical world. The thought terrified him, but he was determined to see it through. Dumbledore's arrest had been just the beginning. The conspiracy went much deeper, and Harry was determined to expose everyone involved. The ministry officials who had looked the other way. The families who had profited from his suffering. The bureaucrats who had signed off on the forged documents. They would all pay. Every single one of them. But as Harry prepared for the next stage of his journey, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Something important. Something that he'd forgotten. And then, one night, it came to him. Sirius Black. His godfather. The man his parents had trusted to raise him. The man who had been wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban for a decade. Harry had been so focused on Dumbledore, so consumed by his anger and his pain, that he'd forgotten about Sirius. He'd forgotten about the man who had been convicted of betraying his parents, of killing Peter Pettigrew, of joining Voldemort. But now he remembered. And he knew what he had to do. "Remus," Harry said, bursting into the room where Remus was reading. "We have to get Sirius out of Azkaban." Remus looked up, his expression startled. "Harry. He's innocent, Remus. I know he's innocent. The goblins found evidence of it. Peter Pettigrew, he's alive, Remus. He betrayed my parents. Not Sirius. And I'm going to prove it." Remus was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, the first one Harry had seen on his face in days. "I've been waiting for you to say that," he said quietly. "I've been waiting for you to remember." Harry's heart swelled with hope. "You know about Sirius? You know he's innocent?" "I always knew," Remus said. "I never believed the lies. But I couldn't prove it, not until the goblins found the evidence. And now that they have, we can bring him home. We can finally bring him home." Harry felt tears streaming down his face again, but this time, they were tears of joy. Sirius was innocent. Sirius was coming home. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he had a family worth fighting for. "Let's go," he said, his voice filled with determination. "Let's go get my godfather." Chapter 6, Britain Explodes. The morning after Dumbledore's arrest, Harry woke to the sound of shouting in the corridors of Gringotts. At first, he thought it was just the usual chaos of the bank, goblins arguing over ledgers, customers demanding service, the constant hum of magical commerce that filled the ancient halls. But this was different. This was louder. More urgent. And it was coming from the main lobby. Harry threw on his robes and rushed out of his chamber, nearly colliding with Griphook in the hallway. "What's happening?" Harry demanded. "What's all the noise?" Griphook's face was grim. "The news has spread, Lord Potter. Every witch and wizard in Britain knows about Dumbledore's arrest. The Daily Prophet printed an emergency edition this morning, and the streets are flooded with people. Some are celebrating. Others are." He paused, his golden eyes flickering with something that might have been concern. "Others are demanding answers. And some are demanding your head." Harry's blood ran cold. "My head? Why would anyone want my head?" "Because you are the one who brought Dumbledore down," Griphook said. "To his supporters you are a traitor. A child who has destroyed the greatest wizard of the age. They do not see the truth. They see only the man they loved, and the boy who ruined him. Harry felt a surge of anger. They don't know what he did to me. They don't know about the enchantments, the stolen inheritance, They know what the Daily Prophet has told them. Griphook interrupted. And the Daily Prophet has been selective in its reporting. They have not mentioned the evidence against Dumbledore. They have not mentioned the charges. They have only reported that Albus Dumbledore, the beloved headmaster of Hogwarts, has been arrested at the behest of Harry Potter. Harry's fists clenched. That's not fair. That's not. Life is rarely fair, Lord Potter, Griphook said quietly. But we anticipated this. The High Council has prepared a response. We will release the full evidence to the press, including the forged documents, the bank records, and the ritual scrolls. The truth will come out. It will just take time. Harry nodded slowly, forcing himself to calm down. Griphook was right. Getting angry wouldn't help. He had to be strategic, patient, and above all, smart. Let me see the Daily Prophet, he said. I need to know what they're saying. Griphook hesitated, then pulled a folded newspaper from his robes and handed it to Harry. The front page was dominated by a moving photograph of Dumbledore being led away by Aurus, his face a mask of sorrow and dignity. The headline screamed in bold black letters, Albus Dumbledore arrested, the boy who lived strikes again. Harry read the article, his stomach churning with each word. The reporter had written a scathing account of the arrest, portraying Dumbledore as a martyr and Harry as a vengeful child. There was no mention of the charges, no mention of the evidence, no mention of the years of abuse Harry had suffered. In a shocking turn of events, the article read, Albus Dumbledore, the beloved headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was arrested yesterday by order of the Goblin High Council. The arrest was requested by Harry Potter, the boy who lived, who claims that Dumbledore stole his inheritance and bound his magic. No evidence has been provided to support these claims, and Dumbledore's supporters are demanding his immediate release. Harry crumpled the newspaper in his hands. This is a lie, he said, his voice shaking with rage. This is a complete and utter lie. The Daily Prophet is controlled by the Ministry, Griphook said. And the Ministry is controlled by Dumbledore's allies. They will do everything in their power to protect their master. Then we need to fight back, Harry said. We need to tell the truth. We need to show everyone what Dumbledore really did. Griphook nodded slowly. We are already working on that, Lord Potter. But we must be careful. If we release the evidence too quickly, it will look like we are trying to manipulate public opinion. We must let the truth emerge naturally, through proper channels. The trial will be the best opportunity. Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself to think clearly. Griphook was right again. Rushing would only make things worse. He had to trust the process, trust the goblins, and trust that justice would prevail. But it was hard. So hard. Okay, he said finally. Okay. I trust you. I trust the High Council. But I need to know what's happening out there. I need to know what people are saying. Griphook nodded. I will arrange for you to observe the crowds from a secure location. But I must warn you, what you see may be disturbing. I can handle it, Harry said firmly. I've handled worse. The secure location turned out to be a balcony high above Diagon Alley, hidden behind an enchantment that made it invisible to the crowds below. Harry stood at the railing, looking down at the chaos that had erupted in the street. Thousands of witches and wizards had gathered in the alley, their faces a mixture of shock, anger, and confusion. Some were holding signs that read "Free Dumbledore" and "The boy who lived is a liar." Others were chanting Harry's name, calling for his arrest, his imprisonment, his death. It's worse than I expected, Harry said quietly. Remus appeared at his side, his face pale. The Ministry has been spreading rumors about you, he said. They're saying you're unstable. Dangerous. They're saying you've been corrupted by dark magic. Harry felt a bitter laugh escape his lips. Dark magic? That's rich. I've barely learned any magic at all. I know, Remus said. But the public doesn't know that. All they know is what the Daily Prophet tells them. And right now, the Daily Prophet is telling them that you're a threat. Harry watched the crowd, his mind racing. He could see ministry officials in the crowd, their faces smug and self-satisfied. They were the ones spreading the rumors. They were the ones trying to turn public opinion against him. They think I'm going to give up, Harry said slowly. They think that if they make enough noise, I'll back down. They think I'll be too scared to fight. Are you? Remus asked quietly. Are you scared? Harry turned to look at him, his green eyes blazing with determination. No, he said firmly. I'm not scared. I'm angry. And I'm going to prove them all wrong. Remus smiled, a proud, warm smile that reminded Harry of his father. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. The goblins released the first batch of evidence to the Daily Prophet, including the forged will and the bank records that proved Dumbledore had stolen from the Potter estate. The response was immediate and explosive. The Daily Prophet printed a retraction of their earlier article, replacing it with a full account of Dumbledore's crimes. The headlines changed from, "The boy who lived is a liar," to, "Dumbledore exposed the truth about the Potter case." But the damage had already been done. Dumbledore's supporters were outraged by the new evidence, claiming it was fabricated, that the goblins had forged the documents to destroy their leader. The Wizengamot was thrown into chaos, with members taking sides and shouting at each other in the halls of the ministry. And in the middle of it all, Harry Potter became the most famous, and most controversial, figure in the wizarding world. "The Malfoys have issued a statement," Griphook reported one evening, his voice flat. "They are calling for your arrest. They claim you have conspired with the goblins to destabilize the wizarding government." Harry rolled his eyes. "Of course they are. Lucius Malfoy was one of Dumbledore's closest allies. He's probably terrified that we're going to find out about his involvement." "We have found evidence of his involvement," Grendel interjected. "He was one of the signatories on the original ritual scroll. He helped Dumbledore bind your magic." Harry's blood boiled. "Then we need to bring him down too. He's just as guilty as Dumbledore." Gornick shook his head slowly. "Not yet, Lord Potter. Malfoy is a master of manipulation. If we move against him too quickly, he will claim innocence and make himself a martyr. We must wait until the trial. We must let the evidence against him emerge naturally." Harry wanted to argue, but he knew the goblin was right. Patience was the key. Patience and strategy. "Fine," he said reluctantly. "But I'm going to keep an eye on him. If he tries anything, I want to know about it." Gornick nodded. "That is wise. We will monitor his activities and report any suspicious behavior." The weeks leading up to the trial were a blur of preparation. Harry spent hours with Remus and his tutors, learning everything he could about the wizarding legal system. He practiced his testimony, refining his answers to the questions he knew the prosecution and defense would ask. But even as he prepared, the chaos outside Gringotts continued to escalate. Protests erupted in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Hogwarts students were sent home early, their parents too afraid to let them stay at the school. The ministry was paralyzed, its officials unable to agree on anything. And then, the news that Harry had been dreading finally came. "Lord Potter," Griphook said, his face grim, "the Wizengamot has been attacked." Harry's heart stopped. "What? How? Who?" "Assassins," Griphook said. "They broke into the chamber of the Wizengamot during an emergency session. Several members were killed. Others were injured. The attackers escaped before the Aurors could apprehend them." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. "Was anyone I know?" "Amelia Bones is alive," Griphook said quickly. "She was injured, but she will recover. Cornelius Fudge is in critical condition. And—" he paused, his golden eyes flickering. "Lucius Malfoy is dead." Harry blinked, trying to process the news. "Lucius Malfoy is dead? The assassins killed him?" "No," Griphook said slowly. "He was killed by the assassins, yes. But not because he was their target. He was killed because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The assassins were after someone else. Who? Harry demanded. Who were they after? Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "They were after you, Lord Potter. The assassins were sent to kill you. But you weren't there. And Malfoy, who was standing in your designated seat, was killed instead." Harry felt a cold chill run down his spine. Someone had tried to kill him. Someone had sent assassins to the Wizengamot, knowing he would be there, planning to murder him in front of the entire magical government. "Who did this?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Who wants me dead?" Griphook's expression was unreadable. "We do not know yet. But we suspect the same people who helped Dumbledore. The ones who are afraid that you will expose their crimes." Harry's fists clenched. "They're not going to stop, are they? They're going to keep coming after me until I'm dead." "Yes," Griphook said quietly. "They will. And that is why we must protect you. That is why we must be careful. And that is why, perhaps, it is time for you to leave Gringotts." Harry stared at the goblin, stunned. "Leave? But this is the only place I'm safe. The only place they can't get to me. For now." Griphook agreed. "But the assassins were powerful. They broke through the enchantments that protect the Wizengamot. They could break through ours as well. It is only a matter of time." Harry felt a surge of fear, but he forced it down. He couldn't let himself be afraid. He couldn't let the assassins win. "Where would I go?" he asked. "Where would I be safe?" Griphook's golden eyes met his. "There is only one place in Britain where the enchantments are strong enough to protect you," he said. "Only one place where the assassins cannot follow." Harry's heart leaped. "Where? Where is it?" Griphook smiled, a thin, cold smile that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. "Hogwarts," he said. "You will go to Hogwarts. And you will be safe there." Harry stared at the goblin, his mind reeling. Hogwarts. The school Dumbledore had controlled for decades. The place where the conspiracy against him had been hatched. "Are you insane?" Harry demanded. "I can't go to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's supporters are everywhere there. The teachers, the students, It is exactly because of Dumbledore's influence that you must go," Griphook interrupted. "He controlled Hogwarts for decades. He shaped its curriculum, its culture, its very soul. That control must be broken. And you, Lord Potter, are the one to break it." Harry shook his head. "I don't understand. How can I break his control if I'm just a student? I'm not a teacher. I'm not a member of the Board of Governors. I'm just—" "You are the heir to House Potter," Griphook said firmly. "And House Potter has power over Hogwarts that no one else possesses. Your ancestors helped found the school. They sat on the first Board of Governors. They helped shape its charter. You have legal authority over the school that even the headmaster cannot overrule." Harry's eyes widened. "I do?" "Indeed," Griphook said. "The charter of Hogwarts grants certain rights to the founding families. The Potters are one of those families. You can use that authority to demand changes. To remove Dumbledore's loyalists. To reshape the school in your own image." Harry was silent for a long moment, processing the goblin's words. He'd never thought of Hogwarts as something he could change. He'd only thought of it as a place to learn magic, to escape the Dursleys, to finally feel normal. But now he understood. Hogwarts wasn't just a school. It was a power base. A center of influence. And if he could control it, he could control the magical world itself. "Okay," he said slowly. "Okay, I'll go to Hogwarts. But I'm not going alone. I need allies. I need people I can trust." Griphook nodded. "We will arrange for that, Lord Potter. Remus Lupin will accompany you. And we will ensure that you have supporters in the school, students, teachers, and staff who are loyal to you, not to Dumbledore." Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself for the journey ahead. He was scared, but he was also determined. The assassins wouldn't stop him. The Ministry wouldn't stop him. No one would stop him from building a better world. "Let's do it," he said. "Let's go to Hogwarts." The journey to Hogwarts was one of the strangest experiences of Harry's life. He traveled by Flowpowder, stepping through a green fire into the headmaster's office, a circular room lined with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom stared at him with expressions of shock and confusion. "Harry Potter," one of the portraits gasped. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to claim my place," Harry said firmly. "I'm here to learn. I'm here to fight. And I'm here to make sure that what happened to me never happens to anyone else." The portraits muttered among themselves, their voices a low buzz of confusion and concern. But Harry ignored them. He had more important things to worry about. Remus appeared through the fire behind him, his face pale but determined. "We're here," he said. "Now what?" Harry looked around the office, taking in the familiar objects, the sorting hat on its shelf, the sword of Gryffindor in its case, the pensieve on the desk. This was Dumbledore's domain. The place where he had plotted and schemed and manipulated the lives of everyone around him. But it wouldn't be his domain anymore. Harry would make sure of that. "First things first," Harry said. "We need to secure the castle. We need to make sure that Dumbledore's supporters don't try to take control." Remus nodded. "I've already alerted the Order of the Phoenix. They're mobilizing as we speak. They'll protect the students and the staff." "The Order of the Phoenix?" Harry asked, surprised. "I thought the Order was Dumbledore's organization." "It was," Remus said. "But it's also my organization. And Sirius's. And your parents'. We never stopped fighting, Harry. We just had to do it in secret." Harry felt a surge of gratitude. He wasn't alone. He had allies, friends, people who would fight alongside him. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Thank you for everything." Remus smiled, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "Don't thank me yet. We have a long way to go. But we'll get there, Harry. I promise." Harry nodded, turning to look out the window at the darkening sky. The castle was beautiful, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. But it was also dangerous, filled with enemies who would do anything to stop him. "I'm ready," he said firmly. "Let's begin." And with those words, the battle for Hogwarts began. The next few weeks were some of the most challenging of Harry's life. He had to navigate the treacherous politics of the school, winning over students and teachers who had been loyal to Dumbledore for decades. He had to deal with the constant threat of assassination, the whispers in the corridors, the suspicious glances from people who didn't trust him. But he also found allies. The students, who had been told that Harry was a hero and a villain and everything in between, eventually came to see him for who he really was, a boy who had been wronged, who was fighting for justice, who wanted to make the world a better place. "It's incredible," Remus said one evening, as they sat in the Gryffindor common room. "You've done more in a few weeks than most politicians do in a lifetime. You've won over the students. You've secured the loyalty of the staff. You've even convinced some of Dumbledore's former supporters to switch sides." Harry shook his head. "It's not enough. There's still so much to do. The trial is coming up, and I'm not sure I'm ready." "Nobody is ever ready," Remus said gently. "But you've done everything you can. The evidence is strong. The witnesses are prepared. All you have to do now is tell your story." Harry nodded, trying to believe the words. But the fear was still there, lurking in the back of his mind. What if he failed? What? If Dumbledore somehow escaped justice? What if everything he'd worked for was destroyed? "Harry," Remus said, pulling him from his thoughts. "Look at me." Harry looked up, meeting Remus's gentle eyes. "Whatever happens in the trial," Remus said firmly, "know that you've already won. You've freed yourself from Dumbledore's control. You've built a new life. You've created a new family. That's something no one can ever take away from you." Harry felt tears pricking at his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for everything." Remus pulled him into a hug, holding him close. "Always, Harry. Always. And for the first time in months, Harry felt at peace. The battle was far from over. But he had hope. And that was enough. Chapter 7 Harry Learns the Truth. The weeks following Harry's arrival at Hogwarts had been a whirlwind of activity. He'd spent his days in intense magical training with Remus and the tutors the goblins had provided, his nights poring over the evidence against Dumbledore and his co-conspirators. The castle, which should have felt like a sanctuary, instead felt like a fortress under siege, every corridor watched, every conversation monitored, every shadow a potential threat. But tonight, Harry had insisted on a break. He needed time to think. Time to process everything that had happened. And most of all, he needed to read his father's journal. The leather-bound book lay on the desk in his private chambers, its green cover gleaming in the firelight. Harry had been avoiding it for weeks, afraid of what he might find inside. But now, with the trial looming and the weight of his inheritance pressing down on him, he knew he could delay no longer. Remus sat across from him, his expression gentle but expectant. "You don't have to do this alone, Harry. I can stay. I can be here while you read it." Harry shook his head. "I need to do this by myself. I need to understand who my parents really were. Who I really am." Remus nodded slowly. "I understand. But I'll be right outside if you need me. Just call and I'll come." Harry watched him go, then turned back to the journal. His hands were shaking as he reached out and touched the cover. The moment his fingers made contact, the journal glowed with a soft, golden light. The binding loosened, and the pages fell open to reveal handwriting that was both familiar and strange, his father's hand, elegant and precise, filled with the urgency of a man who knew he might not have much time. Harry began to read. "My dearest Harry. If you are reading this, then I am gone. I wish I could say that I am writing this under better circumstances, but the truth is that I am afraid. Afraid for your mother. Afraid for you. Afraid for the world that Voldemort is trying to build. But I am also hopeful. Because you are the most precious thing in my life, Harry. You are the reason I fight. The reason I keep going, even when everything seems lost. I want you to know the truth about who you are. Not just the truth about your magic, or your inheritance, or the prophecy that hangs over your head. I want you to know the truth about your family, the people who loved you before you were even born. Your mother and I met when we were 11 years old, on the Hogwarts Express. I was a troublemaker, always trying to prove myself, always trying to live up to my family's name. She was the most brilliant witch I had ever met, kind, fierce, and utterly unafraid to tell me when I was being an idiot. I fell in love with her on that train. I just didn't know it yet. We spent 7 years at Hogwarts together, fighting, laughing, growing closer with each passing day. Your mother was the one who taught me what really mattered in life, not fame, not glory, but love. The love of family. The love of friends. The love that makes you willing to sacrifice everything for the people you care about. When we graduated, we joined the Order of the Phoenix. We fought against Voldemort. Side by side, risking our lives every day. It was terrifying, but it was also the most meaningful thing we had ever done. We were fighting for a world where you could grow up free. Where you could be whoever you wanted to be, without fear. And then you were born. I remember the day you came into the world, Harry. Your mother was so brave, so strong. She held you in her arms and looked at you with such love that I thought my heart would burst. I made a promise to myself that day, a promise that I would do everything in my power to protect you. To keep you safe. To give you the life you deserved. I failed. I know now that Voldemort is coming for us. I know that we may not survive the attack. But I also know that you will survive, Harry. Because you are stronger than any of us. You have your mother's fire and my stubbornness, and you will not let the darkness win. I want you to know that we never meant to leave you alone. We never meant to abandon you to the Dursleys, or to Dumbledore's schemes. We had plans to protect you, to raise you, to teach you everything we knew. But those plans were stolen from us, and from you. Asterisk. Asterisk. I am so sorry, Harry. I am so sorry that we couldn't be there for you. I am so sorry that you have to carry this burden alone. Asterisk. Asterisk. But you are not alone. You have your mother's love, and mine, and the love of everyone who fought beside us. You have the strength of the Potter family, a strength that has been passed down through generations, a strength that is yours to claim. Asterisk. Asterisk. I believe in you, Harry. I have always believed in you. And I know that you will do great things. Not because of the prophecy, or because of your magic, but because of who you are. Because of the goodness in your heart. Asterisk. Asterisk. I love you, my son. I love you more than words can say. And I will be watching you, always, from wherever I am. Asterisk. Your father. James. Harry closed the journal, tears streaming down his face. His father had written these words knowing he might not survive. His father had written them out of love, pure, unconditional, desperate love. And Dumbledore had hidden them. Dumbledore had kept Harry from reading them. Dumbledore had stolen this precious connection to his parents, and buried it in a vault where Harry would never find it. Why? Harry whispered, his voice cracking. Why would he do that? The door creaked open, and Remus stepped inside. His face was pale, his eyes red-rimmed, as if he'd been crying too. I heard you, Remus said quietly. I thought you might need me. Harry nodded, unable to speak. Remus crossed the room and sat beside him, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder. Your father loved you more than anything in the world, Remus said softly. He used to talk about you constantly, about the things he wanted to teach you, the places he wanted to take you, the person he hoped you would become. He was so proud of you, Harry. Even before you were born. I never knew, Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. I never knew any of this. Dumbledore took it all away from me. Remus's jaw tightened. Yes. He did. And he will pay for it. But right now you need to focus on the good. On the truth. On the love that your parents had for you. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. There's more, isn't there? More in the journal? Remus smiled, a sad, knowing smile. There's a lot more. Letters your father wrote to your mother. Descriptions of the battles they fought. Memories of the times they shared. It's all in there, waiting for you. Harry looked down at the journal, his heart aching with a mixture of grief and hope. His father had left him a gift, a treasure trove of memories that would help him understand who he really was. But there was something else he needed to know. Something that the journal might not tell him. Remus, Harry said slowly. My father mentioned the Dursleys. He mentioned plans to protect me. What did he mean? What were those plans? Remus's expression darkened. Your parents had a contingency plan, Harry. A network of people who were supposed to take care of you if something happened to them. Sirius was your primary guardian, of course. But there were others, people who would have stepped in to raise you, to teach you, to protect you. Like who? Harry asked. Who else was supposed to be my guardian? Remus was silent for a long moment. Then he said, Your parents were very specific about their wishes, Harry. They didn't want you to be raised by just anyone. They wanted you to be raised by people who understood your magic, your heritage, your potential. They wanted you to be surrounded by love. Harry's heart raced. Who, Remus? Please, I need to know. Remus sighed, his shoulders slumping. There were 3 primary candidates, besides Sirius and me. The Longbottoms, Frank and Alice, were at the top of the list. They were friends of your parents, and they had a son your age. But then they were attacked by Death Eaters, and they were compromised. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Compromised? What happened to them? They were tortured into insanity, Remus said quietly. Bellatrix Lestrange and her associates used the Cruciatus curse on them until they broke. They're still in St. Mungo's, completely unresponsive. Your parents' second choice was Sirius, Harry interrupted. I know about Sirius. But there was someone else, wasn't there? Someone my parents trusted completely. Remus nodded slowly. There was. Someone who was willing to do whatever it took to protect you. Someone who has been waiting for years to fulfill that promise. Harry's breath caught. Who? Remus met his eyes, and Harry saw something in them that he hadn't seen before, a fierce, protective love that reminded him of the way his parents looked in the photographs Remus had shown him. Your mother's sister, Remus said. Petunia Dursley? Harry stared at him, stunned. Petunia? But she hates me. She's always hated me. She called me a freak, a burden, She was afraid. Remus interrupted gently. She was afraid of the magical world. Afraid of what it represented. Afraid of losing the sister she had pushed away. Your mother tried to reach out to her, tried to mend the rift between them. But Petunia was too proud, too stubborn to accept the help. But why would my parents want her to raise me? Harry asked, his voice filled with confusion. They knew how she felt about magic. They knew she wouldn't understand. Because they hoped. Remus said simply. They hoped that love would prevail. They hoped that Petunia would see you, really see you, and recognize that you were just a child. A child who needed family. A child who deserved to be loved. Harry shook his head, tears streaming down his face. But she didn't. She never did. She and Vernon, they hurt me, Remus. They hurt me every single day. I know, Remus said, his voice thick with sorrow. I know, Harry. And I will never forgive them for it. But I want you to understand something. Their failure was not your fault. You were never the problem. They were. They were broken, bitter people who couldn't see the beautiful child in front of them. Harry felt the tears flowing freely now, his grief pouring out of him like a river. He'd spent his whole life wondering why the Dursleys hated him. Why they couldn't love him. And now he knew the truth. It wasn't because he was a freak. It wasn't because he was a burden. It was because they were broken. They were the ones who couldn't love. I don't know if I can forgive them, Harry said quietly. I don't know if I can ever forgive them for what they did. Then don't, Remus said gently. Forgiveness is a choice, Harry. It's not something you owe anyone. You don't have to forgive them. You don't have to forgive Dumbledore. You don't have to forgive anyone. All you have to do is find a way to move forward. To build a life that makes you happy. Harry nodded slowly, processing the words. Moving forward. That was what he needed to do. Not dwell on the past. Not let the pain define him. But build something new. I have one more question, Harry said. Something I need to understand. Remus nodded. Anything. The prophecy, Harry said. The one Dumbledore was so obsessed with. What does it really say? What did my parents know? Remus's expression grew troubled. The prophecy was made by Sybil Trelawney, a seer with a questionable reputation. She delivered it to Dumbledore in the Hog's Head, before you were born. It said that a child would be born at the end of July, with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Your parents knew about it. They knew it could refer to you, or to Neville Longbottom, who was born at the end of July as well. And Dumbledore believed it was me, Harry said. Yes, Remus confirmed. He believed that you were the chosen one. The one who would defeat Voldemort. And he was willing to do whatever it took to ensure that you survived to fulfill that destiny. Harry felt a surge of anger. Even if it meant destroying my childhood? Even if it meant leaving me with people who hated me? Yes, Remus said quietly. Even then. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing the information. The prophecy had been the driving force behind Dumbledore's actions. It had shaped everything, the decisions he made, the risks he took, the sacrifices he demanded. And in the end, it had led to Harry's suffering. I'm not going to let the prophecy define me, Harry said finally. I'm not going to let Dumbledore's obsession control my life. I'm going to build my own destiny. My own future. And I'm going to do it for myself. Remus smiled, pride shining in his eyes. That's exactly what your parents would have wanted, Harry. That's exactly what they would have hoped for. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest, the warmth of his father's love, his mother's sacrifice, the legacy of a family that had been stolen from him. He was going to rebuild it. He was going to honor their memory. And he was going to make sure that no child ever suffered the way he had. Thank you, Remus, he said quietly. Thank you for telling me the truth. Remus pulled him into a hug, holding him close. Always, Harry. Always. The next few days were a blur of emotion. Harry read the rest of his father's journal, absorbing every word, every memory, every piece of advice. He learned about his parents' courtship, their wedding, their hopes for the future. He learned about the friends they'd made, the enemies they'd faced, the sacrifices they'd made for the people they loved. And he learned about Sirius. His father's journal was filled with references to his godfather, descriptions of the adventures they'd shared, the jokes they'd told, the dreams they pursued together. Sirius had been James's best friend, his brother in everything but blood. And he'd been framed for their murders. It's not fair, Harry said to Remus one evening. Sirius is innocent. He's been in Azkaban for 10 years, and he never did anything wrong. I know, Remus said. And we're going to get him out. The goblins have the evidence we need. We just have to present it to the Wizengamot and demand his release. What if they won't listen? Harry asked. What if they refuse to believe us? Then we make them listen, Remus said firmly. We don't stop fighting until justice is done. That's what your parents would have wanted. That's what we owe them. Harry nodded, a new determination settling over him. He would get Sirius out of Azkaban if it was the last thing he did. He would prove his innocence, clear his name, and bring him home. And then, together, they would rebuild the family that had been stolen from them. The day of Sirius's hearing arrived faster than Harry had anticipated. The Wizengamot had been convened in an emergency session, and Harry was scheduled to testify. But this time, he wasn't testifying about Dumbledore. He was testifying about Sirius. Are you ready? Remus asked, as they stood outside the doors of the Wizengamot chamber. Harry nodded, his heart pounding. I'm ready. Remember the truth, Remus said. That's all you have to do. Tell the truth, and the rest will take care of itself. Harry took a deep breath, and pushed open the doors. The Wizengamot chamber was vast and imposing, filled with rows of witches and wizards in purple robes. At the center of the room stood a raised dais, where the chief warlock, no longer Dumbledore, but a stern-faced woman Harry didn't recognize, presided over the proceedings. Harry Potter, the chief warlock announced. You have requested to testify on behalf of Sirius Black. Please state your case. Harry stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear that churned in his stomach. I am here to present evidence that proves Sirius Black is innocent of the crimes for which he was convicted. I have documents from Gringotts Bank that prove Peter Pettigrew betrayed my parents. I have witness testimony from Remus Lupin, who can confirm that Sirius was not the secret keeper. A murmur rippled through the chamber. The Wizengamot members exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from shock to skepticism. This is a serious accusation, the chief warlock said. Do you have proof of these claims? I do, Harry said, producing a stack of documents from his robes. These are the bank records that show Peter Pettigrew's magical signature on the day of my parents' deaths. These are the witness statements that confirm his involvement. And this, he pulled out his father's journal, is my father's personal account of the events leading up to his death. The chief warlock took the documents, her eyes scanning them quickly. The room was silent as she read, the tension so thick Harry could have cut it with a knife. Finally, she looked up, her expression unreadable. These documents appear to be authentic, she said slowly. They provide compelling evidence that Peter Pettigrew was the traitor, not Sirius Black. Then you'll release him? Harry demanded. You'll clear his name? The chief warlock was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "The Wizengamot will deliberate on this matter. But based on the evidence presented, I see no reason to continue holding Sirius Black in Azkaban. He will be released pending further investigation." Harry felt the tears flow down his face. Sirius was free. Finally, after all these years, Sirius was free. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you." The reunion with Sirius was everything Harry had dreamed of and more. His godfather was thinner than the photographs suggested, his face lined with the horrors of Azkaban. But his eyes were bright, and his smile was genuine. "Harry," Sirius said, pulling him into a tight embrace. "You have no idea how long I've waited for this. How many times I dreamed of seeing your face again." Harry hugged him back, tears streaming down his face. "I thought you were dead. I thought everyone who loved me was dead." "I'm not dead," Sirius said fiercely. "And I'm never leaving you again. I promise." Remus joined them, his eyes bright with tears. "I'm sorry, Sirius. I'm so sorry I didn't come sooner. I didn't think I couldn't." "It's okay, Moony," Sirius said, pulling him into the hug. "It's all okay now. We're together. That's all that matters." Harry stood in the middle of the embrace, surrounded by two men who had loved his parents, who had fought for them, who had never stopped believing in justice. And for the first time in his life, he felt like he truly had a family. "We have a lot to talk about," Harry said, pulling back. "There's so much I don't know. So much I need to understand." Sirius nodded, his expression serious. "I'll tell you everything, Harry. Everything I know, everything I remember, everything I've been holding on to for the past 10 years. You deserve the truth, and I'm going to give it to you." Harry smiled, the real smile, the first one he'd felt in weeks. "I'd like that." Chapter 8. Sirius Black's name cleared. The Azkaban cell had been cold, colder than anything Harry had ever experienced, even in the depths of Privet Drive's worst winters. But the cold that had seeped into Sirius Black's bones over a decade of wrongful imprisonment was nothing compared to the warmth that flooded through him now, standing in the middle of the Wizengamot chamber with Harry's arms wrapped around him. Harry could feel his godfather trembling, could feel the emaciated frame beneath the borrowed robes, could feel the years of suffering that had carved deep lines into the man's face. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Sirius was free. What mattered was that they were together at last. "Harry," Sirius said again, his voice cracking with emotion, "I've dreamed of this moment every single night for 10 years. Every single night, I dreamed of holding you again. Of telling you that I never betrayed your parents. That I loved them. That I loved you." "I know," Harry said, his own voice thick with tears. "I know you didn't betray them. The goblins found the evidence. They found Peter Pettigrew's magical signature on the day my parents died. They found the proof that he was the secret keeper, not you." Sirius pulled back, his gaunt face alight with a mixture of hope and disbelief. "The goblins? They helped you?" "Gringotts has been investigating everything," Harry explained. "The forged will, the stolen inheritance, the enchantments on my magic. They found the truth about my parents' deaths too. They found the evidence that proves you're innocent." Sirius's eyes widened, and for a moment, Harry saw something that looked like fear in them. "The enchantments? What enchantments?" Harry took a deep breath. "Dumbledore bound my magic when I was a baby. He suppressed my abilities, blocked my inheritance, and left me with the Dursleys. He did it to control me. To make sure I would be dependent on him." Sirius's face went pale, then red with fury. "Dumbledore did that? Albus Dumbledore, who I trusted with my life? Who I believed was protecting you?" "He was protecting me in his own way," Harry said bitterly. "Protecting me from the truth. Protecting me from my own power. Protecting me from the future he wanted to control." Sirius's hands clenched into fists, and Harry could see the anger radiating off him in waves. "I'll kill him. I'll..." "Sirius." Remus stepped forward, his voice gentle but firm. "Dumbledore is already in custody. The goblins arrested him weeks ago. He's facing trial for everything he did. Killing him won't bring back the years we lost. It won't undo what he did to Harry. Sirius's shoulders sagged, the fight draining out of him. You're right, he said quietly. You're right. But I want him to suffer. I want him to know what it feels like to lose everything. He will, Harry said. The trial is coming up. He's going to face justice for everything he did. And I'm going to make sure the whole world knows the truth. Sirius looked at Harry, really looked at him, and something in his expression shifted. The anger faded, replaced by a fierce, protective pride. Look at you, Sirius said softly. You've grown so much. You're so strong, Harry. So brave. Your parents would be so proud of you. Harry felt the tears threaten to spill over again, but he blinked them back. I had to be strong. I didn't have a choice. Yes, you did, Sirius said firmly. You could have given up. You could have let them break you. But you didn't. You fought back. And you won. Harry shook his head. I didn't win. Not yet. There's still so much to do. So many people who need to face justice. But you will win, Sirius said. I know you will. Because you're a Potter. And Potters never give up. Harry smiled, a real smile, the first one he'd felt in days. Neither do blacks, apparently. Sirius laughed, a rough, rusty sound that seemed to surprise even him. No, he agreed. We don't. And together, we're going to be unstoppable. The weeks that followed Sirius's release were some of the happiest of Harry's life. He spent every spare moment with his godfather, learning about his parents, their friends, their dreams for the future. Sirius told him stories about James and Lily, about their time at Hogwarts, their courtship, their marriage. He described the pranks they'd pulled, the battles they'd fought, the love they'd shared. And he told Harry about the night they'd died. It was Halloween, Sirius said, his voice low and filled with pain. Your parents had gone into hiding. I was supposed to be their secret keeper, but at the last minute, they changed it to Peter. They thought it would be safer. They thought no one would suspect him. But he was the one who betrayed them, Harry said. Sirius nodded, his jaw tight. He was the one who told Voldemort where to find them. He was the one who led the Dark Lord to your home. And then he framed me for it. He killed 13 Muggles, blew up a street, and transformed into a rat. And everyone believed him. Everyone believed I was the traitor. Harry felt a surge of anger at the injustice. He's still out there, isn't he? Peter Pettigrew is still alive. Yes, Sirius said grimly. He's been hiding for 10 years, masquerading as a rat. But we'll find him. I promise you that. We will, Harry agreed. Together. The goblins had been working tirelessly to gather evidence against Peter Pettigrew, using their vast archives and ancient magical records to trace his movements over the past decade. And finally, they had found him. He's living in the home of a wizard family, Griphook reported one evening. The Weasleys. He's been their pet rat for years. Harry stared at the goblin, his mind reeling. Peter Pettigrew is living with the Weasleys? As a rat? Indeed, Griphook confirmed. The Weasleys are a prominent magical family with connections to the Order of the Phoenix. They have no idea that their pet is actually a wanted criminal. Harry exchanged a glance with Sirius, who was practically vibrating with barely contained fury. We need to go there, Sirius said. We need to capture him. Bring him to justice. Not yet, Harry said, holding up a hand. If we just show up at their house and demand their pet, they'll be suspicious. They might warn Pettigrew, and he could escape again. Then what do you suggest? Sirius demanded. Harry thought for a moment, his mind racing. We need to be smart about this. We need to get the Weasleys on our side. Convince them to hand over Pettigrew willingly. How do we do that? Harry smiled, a cold, determined smile that reminded Sirius of James in his most focused moments. We tell them the truth. The journey to the burrow was one of the strangest experiences of Harry's life. The Weasley home was a ramshackle collection of rooms that seemed to have been added on over the years, leaning at impossible angles and held together by what must have been sheer stubbornness. But it was warm, filled with the chaos of a large and loving family. Arthur Weasley met them at the door, his face a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Harry Potter," he said, his voice warm. "And Sirius Black. This is unexpected. What can I do for you?" Harry stepped forward, his expression serious. "Mr. Weasley, I need to talk to you about your family's pet. The rat. Scabbers." Arthur's face went pale. "Scabbers? What about him?" "Scabbers isn't a rat," Harry said quietly. "He's a wizard. A man named Peter Pettigrew. He's the one who betrayed my parents to Voldemort. And he's been hiding in your home for years." Arthur stared at him, his mouth hanging open. That's impossible. We've had Scabbers for over a decade. He's been a part of our family. He can't be." "He is," Sirius said, stepping forward. "I was framed for his crimes. I've spent 10 years in Azkaban because of him. He's a Death Eater." "Weasley. And he's been living under your roof." Arthur's face cycled through a range of emotions: shock, disbelief, anger. Finally, he said, "Show me proof. Give me one good reason why I should believe you." Harry reached into his robes and pulled out his father's journal, along with the goblin records and the witness statements. "It's all here," he said. "The magical signatures, the bank records, the testimony of those who knew the truth. Read it for yourself. And then you'll understand." Arthur took the documents, his hands trembling as he began to read. The minutes that followed were agonizingly slow, as the Weasley patriarch absorbed the evidence of his family's betrayal. Finally, Arthur looked up, his face pale and set. "I believe you," he said quietly. "I don't want to, but I believe you. Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. And he's been hiding in my home for over a decade. Where is he now?" Sirius demanded. "We need to capture him before he escapes." Arthur's eyes widened. "He's with my son, Percy. He's gone to Hogwarts for the start of term." Harry's blood ran cold. "Hogwarts. He's at Hogwarts." Remus stepped forward, his expression grim. "Then we need to go there. Now. Before he realizes we're onto him." The journey to Hogwarts was a blur of flip powder and hurried footsteps. Harry, Sirius, Remus, and Arthur burst into the Gryffindor common room, startling the students who were gathered there. "Percy Weasley," Arthur called out. "Where is your brother? Where is Ron?" A thin-faced boy with red hair looked up, his expression confused. "He's in the dormitory, Father." "Why? What's wrong?" "Get him," Arthur commanded. "Get him now. And bring the rat." Percy's face went pale, but he hurried to obey. Minutes later, he returned with a younger boy, who was clutching a small, ragged rat in his hands. "Father," Ron said, his voice trembling. "What's going on? What did Scabbers do?" Harry stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the rat. "That's not Scabbers, he said quietly. "That's Peter Pettigrew. And he's a murderer." The room erupted into chaos. Students screamed, teachers rushed in, and Ron dropped the rat in shock. The creature scurried across the floor, heading for the door, but Sirius was faster. "Not this time." Sirius snarled, transforming into a large black dog and blocking the rat's path. The rat froze, its beady eyes darting wildly as it realized it was trapped. "Surrender, Pettigrew," Harry said, his voice steady. "There's nowhere left to run." The rat trembled, and then, with a flash of light, it transformed into a small, balding man with watery eyes and a rat-like face. Peter Pettigrew stood before them, his hands raised in surrender. "Please," he whimpered. "Please don't hurt me. I was just following orders. I didn't have a choice." "You always had a choice," Sirius growled, shifting back to human form. "You chose to betray them. You chose to frame me. You chose to hide for 10 years instead of facing justice." Pettigrew's eyes darted around the room, looking for an escape that wasn't there. It was Voldemort, he said desperately. He was going to kill me. I had to do what he said. I had no choice. You had every choice, Harry said, his voice cold. You could have died with honor. You could have refused to betray my parents. But you chose to save your own skin instead. And now you're going to pay for it. The Aurors arrived moments later, dragging Pettigrew away in chains. As they led him out of the room, he looked back at Harry with a pleading expression. Please, Harry, he begged. Please don't send me to Azkaban. I'll do anything. Too late, Harry said. You should have thought about that 10 years ago. The trial of Peter Pettigrew was swift and decisive. The evidence was overwhelming, and even the most skeptical members of the Wizengamot couldn't deny the truth. Pettigrew was found guilty of multiple counts of murder, conspiracy, and perjury. He was sentenced to life in Azkaban, a fate that Harry thought was more than he deserved. But the most important outcome of the trial was the official exoneration of Sirius Black. The Wizengamot formally cleared his name, restoring his rights, his titles, and his freedom. He was no longer a fugitive, no longer a traitor, no longer the man who had betrayed James and Lily Potter. He was Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. And he was free. Thank you, Sirius said to Harry, the night after the trial. They were sitting in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackling warmly in the hearth. Thank you for everything you did. For believing in me. For fighting for me. Harry shook his head. I didn't do it for you. I did it for my parents. I did it for justice. Sirius smiled, a real smile, the first one Harry had seen on his face since he'd been released. Your parents would be so proud of you, Harry. I know they would. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. Do you think they're watching us? Do you think they know what's happened? Sirius was silent for a moment. Then he said, I don't know. But I hope so. I hope they know that you're okay. That you're safe. That you're loved. Harry nodded, blinking back tears. I am safe, he said. I am loved. And I'm going to make sure that no one ever has to go through what I went through. No one. Sirius reached out and took his hand. We'll do it together, he said. You and me. And Remus. And everyone else who loves you. We'll build a better world. For your parents. For all of us. Harry squeezed his hand, feeling the strength and love that radiated from his godfather. Together, he agreed. Always. Chapter 9, The Lords Gather. The morning of the Wizengamot's formal recognition of Harry's lordships dawned grey and cold, but Harry felt nothing but warmth in his chest. For the first time in his life, he was about to step into his full power. Not the power Dumbledore had tried to control, not the power the Ministry had tried to suppress, but the power that was rightfully his, the power of his blood, his heritage, his family's legacy. Remus had helped him dress in formal robes of deep green and black, the colors of House Potter, with the ancient crest of the Potters embroidered over his heart, a shield with a griffin on one side and a serpent on the other, surrounded by stars and symbols that seemed to shift and change in the light. Sirius had lent him a heavy cloak of black velvet, lined with silver, that had belonged to his father, and had been kept safe in the Black family vault for decades. Ready? Sirius asked, his voice rough with emotion. He had been restored to his full strength over the past weeks, the gauntness of Azkaban replaced by the solid, commanding presence of the man Harry's parents had loved and trusted. Harry nodded, his heart pounding. Ready. The Wizengamot chamber was packed. Every seat in the vast amphitheater was filled with witches and wizards from across Britain, representatives of the ancient families, ministry officials, journalists, and spectators who had come to witness the historic moment. The air was thick with anticipation, the whispers of the crowd a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the marble walls. At the center of the chamber stood a raised dais, where the new chief warlock, a stern-faced woman named Griselda Marchbanks, who had been Dumbledore's predecessor, presided over the proceedings. Beside her stood representatives of the Goblin High Council, their golden eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. Harry James Potter, Marchbanks announced, her voice carrying through the silent chamber. You have been summoned before the Wisengamot to formally claim the titles and inheritances of the ancient and noble houses of Potter and Black. The evidence of your lineage has been verified by the Goblin High Council and certified by the Department of Magical Records. Do you accept these titles? Harry stepped forward, his voice steady. I do. Then let the ceremony begin. The ceremony was ancient and intricate, steeped in traditions that predated the ministry itself. Harry knelt before the dais as the chief warlock intoned the ancient words of investiture, binding him to his houses and his houses to him. He felt the magic of the ritual wash over him, warm and powerful, like sunlight on his skin. When it was done, Harry rose to his feet, and the chamber erupted into applause. He was Lord Potter. He was Lord Black. And the world would never be the same. The reception that followed the ceremony was held in the great hall of the ministry, a vast space lined with portraits of former ministers and ancient heroes. Harry moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations and shaking hands with witches and wizards he'd only ever read about in books. But not all the attention was positive. Lord Potter. The voice was cold and smooth, like silk over steel. Harry turned to find a tall, blond man with sharp features and cold gray eyes approaching him. He was dressed in exquisite robes of deep green, and a serpent-headed cane gleamed in his hand. Harry recognized him instantly. Lucius Malfoy, he said, his voice flat. Malfoy smiled, a thin, calculating expression that didn't reach his eyes. I see you know who I am. Good. That will save time. What do you want, Malfoy? Harry asked, not bothering to hide his disdain. I want to offer my congratulations, Malfoy said smoothly, and to extend an invitation. The ancient families of Britain are concerned about the recent upheavals. We believe it would be beneficial for all concerned if we could come to an understanding. An understanding? Harry's eyes narrowed. You mean a deal? You want to make sure I don't expose your involvement in Dumbledore's conspiracy. Malfoy's smile faltered, just slightly. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lord Potter. I was merely suggesting that we work together for the good of the wizarding world. The good of the wizarding world, Harry repeated, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is that what you call it? Or is it the good of the Malfoy family? Malfoy's eyes hardened. You are young and inexperienced, Lord Potter. You have no idea how the world works. If you are wise, you will accept my offer of friendship. If not, Harry challenged. What happens if not, Malfoy? Do you threaten me? Do you try to have me killed? Do you send assassins to the Wisengamot again? Malfoy's face went pale. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do, Harry said coldly. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I think you should be very careful, Malfoy. Because if you try anything at all, I will destroy you. I will tear down everything you've built. I will expose every secret you've hidden. I will leave you with nothing. Malfoy stared at him, his composure finally cracking. You wouldn't dare. Try me, Harry said. I have nothing to lose. But you have everything to lose. Your money. Your power. Your precious reputation. One word from me, and it all goes away. Malfoy's jaw tightened, and for a moment, Harry thought he was going to strike out. But then the older wizard stepped back, his face smoothing into a mask of cold indifference. We will see, Lord Potter, he said quietly. We will see. He turned and walked away, his cane clicking against the marble floor. Harry watched him go, his heart pounding with a mixture of anger and triumph. Harry. Sirius appeared at his side, his expression grim. What did Malfoy want? To threaten me, Harry said. And to try to make a deal. I told him I wasn't interested. Sirius nodded slowly. That's a dangerous game, Harry. Malfoy is powerful. He has connections everywhere. If he decides to move against you, let him try, Harry said firmly. I'm not afraid of Lucius Malfoy. I'm not afraid of anyone. Sirius studied him for a moment, his gray eyes thoughtful. You really have changed, he said softly. The Harry I knew as a baby would never have stood up to someone like Malfoy. But you're different. You're stronger. I had to be, Harry said. If I hadn't changed, I would have stayed a victim forever. And I'm done being a victim. Sirius smiled, a proud, fierce smile that reminded Harry of his father. Good, he said. That's exactly what your parents would have wanted. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Harry's investiture had set off a chain reaction in the magical world, and the ancient families were scrambling to position themselves for the coming changes. The first to approach Harry were the Longbottoms, or rather, their representatives. Frank and Alice Longbottom were still in St. Mungo's, their minds shattered by the Cruciatus curse. But their son, Neville, had been raised by his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, a formidable witch who had no patience for politics. Lord Potter, Augusta said, her voice crisp and businesslike. I have come to offer my congratulations on your investiture, and to discuss the future of our families. Harry nodded, gesturing for her to sit. Thank you, Madame Longbottom. I appreciate your support. Augusta's eyes narrowed slightly. Support is a strong word, Lord Potter. I have not yet decided whether to support you or oppose you. That will depend on what you offer. Harry met her gaze steadily. I'm not offering anything, Madame Longbottom. I'm not in the business of making deals. I'm in the business of exposing the truth. And the truth is that Dumbledore and his co-conspirators have been manipulating the ancient families for decades. Augusta's expression flickered, just slightly. You have proof of this? I do, Harry said. The goblins have uncovered evidence that Dumbledore was controlling the inheritance of multiple families, including the Longbottoms. Your grandson's inheritance was suppressed. His magical development was hindered. His education was deliberately delayed. Augusta's face went pale. That's a serious accusation, Lord Potter. It's a true one, Harry said. I have the documents to prove it. And I'm willing to share them with you, if you're willing to help me expose the conspiracy. Augusta was silent for a long moment. Then she said, What exactly are you proposing? I'm proposing an alliance, Harry said. Not a political alliance, not a financial alliance, but an alliance of shared purpose. We both want justice for our families. We both want to expose the corruption that has been allowed to fester in the magical world. If we work together, we can achieve more than we could alone. Augusta studied him, her eyes sharp and assessing. You are very young, Lord Potter. But you are also very determined. I see your father in you, and your mother too. They were good people. They would have been proud of you. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Thank you, Madame Longbottom. Augusta nodded slowly. I will consider your proposal, Lord Potter. And I will be in touch. The other families were not so quick to agree. Many of them had been loyal to Dumbledore for decades, and they were reluctant to abandon their former leader. Others were simply suspicious of Harry, a boy who had appeared out of nowhere and was now demanding to reshape the magical world in his image. But Harry was patient. He met with representatives from the Bones family, the Pruitts, the Greengrasses, and the Diggories. He presented the evidence, explained the truth, and offered his hand in friendship. Some accepted. Others did not. It's not enough, Harry said to Sirius one evening, frustration creeping into his voice. I've spoken to dozens of families, and only a handful have agreed to support us. Give it time, Sirius said. The truth is a powerful weapon, Harry. It just takes time for people to accept it. What if we don't have time? Harry asked. The trial is coming up. The conspiracy is still out there. And Voldemort. Voldemort is in Albania, Sirius said firmly. He's weak, Harry. He's been weakened. He doesn't have the power to strike yet. But he will, Harry said. He will regain his strength. He will come back. And when he does, we need to be ready. Sirius nodded slowly. Then we need to prepare. We need to build our forces, strengthen our alliances, and make sure that when Voldemort returns, we're strong enough to stop him. Harry felt a surge of determination. Then that's what we'll do. We'll build an army. An army of people who believe in justice. People who are willing to fight for a better world. We've already started, Sirius said. The Order of the Phoenix is reforming. Remus is leading it, along with Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. We have dozens of members already, and more joining every day. Harry smiled, a fierce, hopeful smile. Then we're not alone. We're never going to be alone again. The trial of Albus Dumbledore was scheduled to begin in 2 weeks. The entire wizarding world was watching, waiting to see what would happen. Would Dumbledore be convicted? Would he be acquitted? Would the truth finally come to light? Harry knew the answers to all of those questions. He had the evidence. He had the witnesses. He had the truth on his side. But he also knew that the conspiracy was far from over. Dumbledore's allies were still out there, still scheming, still trying to protect themselves. And they would do anything to stop Harry from exposing them. We need to be careful, Harry said to Remus one evening. The enemy is everywhere. We don't know who we can trust. I know, Remus said. But we also need to trust someone. We can't do this alone. Harry nodded slowly. Then we trust each other. And we trust the people who have proven themselves loyal. Everyone else, we keep them at arm's length. Remus smiled, a sad, knowing smile. You've grown so much, Harry. You're not the boy who walked into Gringotts anymore. You're a leader. A warrior. A lord. I'm just Harry, Harry said quietly. I'm just trying to do the right thing. That's exactly what makes you a leader, Remus said. The best leaders are the ones who don't want to lead. The ones who do it because they have no other choice. Harry was silent for a moment, processing the words. Then he said, I never wanted this. I never wanted any of this. I just wanted to be normal. To have a family. To be loved. I know, Remus said softly. But the world doesn't always give us what we want. Sometimes it gives us what we need. And what we need is you, Harry. You're the one who can make a difference. You're the one who can change the world. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest, the warmth of purpose, of belonging, of knowing that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Then let's change it, he said. Together. The night before the trial, Harry stood at the window of his chambers in Hogwarts, looking out at the dark, silent grounds. The castle was quiet, the students asleep, the teachers on guard. But Harry couldn't sleep. His mind was racing with everything that was about to happen. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called. The door opened, and Sirius stepped inside. He looked tired, but his eyes were bright with determination. Can't sleep? Sirius asked. Harry shook his head. Too much on my mind. Sirius crossed the room and stood beside him, looking out at the same dark landscape. I know the feeling. I spent 10 years in Azkaban, unable to sleep because of the Dementors. And now, even though I'm free, I still have trouble sleeping. The nightmares don't go away. How do you cope? Harry asked. Sirius was silent for a moment. Then he said, I remember that I'm not alone. I remember that I have people who love me. And I hold on to that, hold on to it like a lifeline. Harry nodded slowly. I'll try to remember that. Good, Sirius said. Because you're not alone, Harry. You have me. You have Remus. You have everyone who believes in you. And no matter what happens tomorrow, that will never change. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, but he blinked them back. Thank you, Sirius. For everything. Sirius pulled him into a hug, holding him close. Always, Harry. Always. Chapter 10, The Ministry Investigation. The morning of the trial dawned cold and grey over London, the sky heavy with clouds that threatened snow. Harry stood at the window of his private chambers in Gringotts, watching the crowds gather in Diagon Alley below. They had come from everywhere, Witches and wizards from across Britain, drawn by the promise of a spectacle that would be remembered for generations. But this wasn't a spectacle to Harry. It was justice. And he intended to see it through to the very end. Remus entered the room, his face pale but determined. "The Aurors have arrived," he said. "The Wiesengemot is convening. It's time." Harry nodded, turning from the window. His robes were formal and imposing, deep green velvet embroidered with the Potter crest, a heavy gold chain of office around his neck, the signet rings of House Potter and House Black gleaming on his fingers. He looked every inch the lord he had become. "Let's go," he said, his voice steady. The journey to the ministry was a blur of powder and hurried footsteps. Harry emerged into the atrium, surrounded by Aurors and ministry officials who had been assigned to escort him to the trial chamber. The whispers followed him like a shadow, the speculation, the fear, the hope that his testimony would finally bring the truth to light. The trial chamber was packed. Every seat in the vast amphitheater was filled, and journalists lined the walls, their quills poised to capture every word. At the center of the room stood the Wiesengemot, their purple robes a sea of judgment. And in the dock, surrounded by Aurors and bound by magical chains, sat Albus Dumbledore. He looked old, tired, broken. His silver hair hung lank and tangled, his blue eyes were dull, and his robes were rumpled and stained. He had been in Gringotts' deepest cells for months, his magic suppressed, his freedom stolen. He was no longer the great Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world. He was just a man who had been brought low by his own choices. But even now, even in the depths of his fall, there was something in his eyes when they met Harry's. Something that might have been pride. Something that might have been love. Harry looked away. He couldn't let himself be swayed. Not now. Not when he was so close to the end. "Madam Bones," the chief warlock announced. "You have requested to lead the investigation into this matter. Please proceed." Amelia Bones rose from her seat, her face grim and determined. She had been appointed head of the independent investigation into Dumbledore's crimes, and she had been working tirelessly for weeks to gather evidence and interview witnesses. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," Bones said, her voice carrying through the silent chamber. "The evidence against Albus Dumbledore is extensive and damning. I will now present the findings of the independent investigation." The investigation had uncovered more than Harry had ever imagined. Bones had assembled a team of the most trusted Aurors and ministry officials, and they had spent months digging through the records, interviewing witnesses, and piecing together the truth. The first revelation was the extent of Dumbledore's influence over the ministry. He had cultivated allies in every department, bribing officials, manipulating appointments, and using his position as chief warlock to reshape the Wiesengemot to his liking. He created a shadow government, Bones said, her voice filled with disgust. A network of loyalists who did his bidding without question. They approved the forged wills, suppressed the investigations, and protected Dumbledore from any consequences. The evidence was damning. Documents, signed and countersigned. Witnesses, testifying under veritaserum. Bank records, showing the flow of bribes and illicit payments. It all painted a picture of a man who had used his power to control the lives of everyone around him. But the most shocking revelation came when Bones presented the evidence of Dumbledore's involvement in the Longbottom conspiracy. Frank and Alice Longbottom were targeted because they knew the truth, Bones said. They knew that Dumbledore had been manipulating the magical families for years. They planned to expose him. And so he arranged for them to be tortured, using Death Eaters who were secretly under his control. The chamber erupted into chaos. The Longbottom family, seated in the front row, began to weep. Neville, who had been forced to listen to the testimony, looked like he was going to be sick. And Dumbledore, silent and motionless in the dock, stared straight ahead, his expression unreadable. "Is this true, Albus Dumbledore?" the chief warlock demanded. "Did you orchestrate the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he raised his head and met the chief warlock's gaze. "Yes," he said softly. It is true. The chamber erupted again. Harry felt a cold chill run down his spine. He had known Dumbledore was guilty of many things. He had not known he was guilty of this. Why? The chief warlock demanded. Why would you do such a thing? Dumbledore's eyes were distant, lost in a memory that seemed to consume him. Because they knew the truth, he said. They knew about my manipulation of the magical families. They knew about the enchantments I placed on the children. They were going to expose me. I couldn't allow that. Couldn't allow that? Bones repeated, her voice incredulous. So you had them tortured into insanity? You condemned 2 innocent people to a lifetime of suffering? Dumbledore bowed his head. I did what I thought was necessary. I regret it. I regret many things. But I cannot undo the past. I can only accept the consequences. Harry felt a surge of anger so powerful it nearly made him shake. Dumbledore had destroyed lives. He had broken families. He had stolen everything from Harry and countless others. And all he could say was that he regretted it. Lord Potter, the chief warlock said, turning to Harry, you have been granted the right to address the court. Do you have anything to say? Harry rose, his heart pounding. He had prepared for this moment for weeks. He had rehearsed his words, practiced his delivery, and steeled himself for the impact. But now that the moment was here, he found himself struggling to find his voice. I have a lot to say, he said finally, his voice steady. I've been waiting 10 years to say it. Harry's testimony was the most powerful moment of the trial. He spoke for hours, detailing every moment of his suffering, the cupboard under the stairs, the starvation, the beatings, the isolation. He described the enchantments on his magic, the stolen inheritance, the forged documents. He named names, provided evidence, and demanded justice. And when he was finished, the chamber was silent. Even the journalists had stopped writing, their quills frozen in their hands. I was a child, Harry said, his voice breaking. I was a helpless child, and Dumbledore took everything from me. My parents. My inheritance. My childhood. He took it all, and he called it protection. But it wasn't protection. It was control. It was manipulation. It was tyranny. He turned to Dumbledore, his green eyes blazing with fury. You say you regret what you did. You say you're sorry. But sorry isn't good enough. Sorry doesn't bring back the years I lost. Sorry doesn't undo the damage you caused. Sorry doesn't give me back my childhood. Dumbledore's face was ashen, his hands trembling. I know, he whispered. I know, Harry. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to make amends. You don't get to make amends, Harry said coldly. You don't get to fix what you broke. All you get to do is face the consequences. And I hope, I truly hope, that the Wizengamot gives you exactly what you deserve. The verdict was unanimous. Albus Dumbledore was found guilty on all counts: unlawful guardianship, inheritance fraud, magical interference, abuse of authority, and conspiracy to commit torture. The Wizengamot sentenced him to life in Azkaban, with no possibility of parole. It's finally over, Remus said, his voice filled with relief. He's going to prison. He's never going to hurt anyone again. Harry nodded, but he didn't feel the triumph he'd expected. He felt tired. Hollow. Empty. Was it worth it? He asked quietly. All of this, the pain, the suffering, the years of my life that I'll never get back. Was it worth it? Remus was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I don't know, Harry. I don't know if anything could make up for what you've been through. But I do know that you've made a difference. You've exposed the truth. You've brought justice to those who were wrong. And you've given hope to people who had given up. Harry looked at the crowd, at the faces of the witches and wizards who had come to witness the end of Dumbledore's reign. Some of them were crying. Some of them were smiling. Some of them looked just as tired and hollow as Harry felt. Now what? Harry asked. What happens now? Remus smiled, a sad, knowing smile. Now we rebuild. We pick up the pieces and start again. And we make sure that what happened to you never happens to anyone else. Harry nodded slowly. Then let's do it. Let's rebuild. The aftermath of the trial was chaotic. The ministry was in upheaval, with officials scrambling to distance themselves from Dumbledore's conspiracy. The Wizengamot was purged of his loyalists, and new laws were passed to protect magical orphans and ensure the integrity of inheritance records. But Harry knew that the fight was far from over. Voldemort was still out there, biding his time, waiting for his moment. The Death Eaters were still active, still scheming, still dangerous. And Harry was still the boy who lived, the one who was prophesied to defeat the Dark Lord. I can't do this alone, Harry said to Sirius one evening. I need help. I need allies. Sirius nodded slowly. Then we'll find them. We'll build an army. We'll make sure that when Voldemort returns, he finds us ready. Harry felt a surge of determination. Then let's start. Let's find everyone who believes in justice, everyone who's willing to fight for a better world. And let's build something that will last. The investigation into Dumbledore's conspiracy had uncovered many secrets, but it had also opened doors that Harry had never expected. The magical families who had been manipulated by Dumbledore were eager to support Harry's cause, and many of them offered their resources and their loyalty. The Longbottoms, led by Augusta and Neville, pledged their support. The Bones family, led by Amelia, offered their influence in the ministry. The Weasleys, who had been horrified to learn about the rat in their midst, became some of Harry's most loyal allies. And then there were the Blacks. The Black family vault was one of the largest in Gringotts, filled with ancient artifacts and vast sums of gold. Sirius had been disowned by his family when he was young, but as the last living Black heir, he had the right to claim the inheritance. It's yours now, Sirius said, pressing the vault key into Harry's hand. The Blacks were terrible people, but their wealth is real. Use it to build something better. Harry took the key, his heart pounding. I don't know if I deserve this. Of course you do, Sirius said firmly. You deserve everything good that happens to you. And I'm going to make sure you get it. The investigation had also uncovered something else, a secret network of magical families who had been resisting Dumbledore's control for years. They were called the Old Guard, and they had been waiting for someone to lead them. Lord Potter, one of their leaders said, bowing low. We have been watching you. We have been waiting for you. We believe you are the one who can restore the magical world to its former glory. Harry looked at the assembled witches and wizards, old, powerful, filled with secrets and knowledge. They were exactly what he needed. I'll do my best, he said. I can't promise success, but I can promise that I'll never stop fighting. Not until justice is done. Chapter 11, The Vault of Forgotten Secrets. The discovery had come 3 days after Dumbledore's conviction. Harry had been going through the Black family records with Sirius, trying to understand the full extent of his new responsibilities, when a goblin messenger had arrived with an urgent summons from Gornick. There is something we must show you, Lord Potter, the goblin had said, his golden eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. Something that has been hidden for over 1,000 years. Now, Harry stood in the deepest level of Gringotts, surrounded by goblin guards and ancient enchantments, staring at a door that had not been opened in centuries. It was made of what appeared to be solid obsidian, polished to a mirror shine, and covered in runes that seemed to writhe and twist in the torchlight. The Vault of Forgotten Secrets, Gornick announced, his voice hushed with reverence. It was sealed by the founders themselves, reserved for the heirs of the most ancient and powerful magical families. Your parents' bloodline grants you access. Harry reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool surface of the door. The runes blazed with light, gold and silver and a green so bright it hurt to look at. Are you sure this is safe? Sirius asked, his hand resting on his wand. The enchantments are old, but they are not malevolent, Gornick assured him. They are designed to test the worthiness of the one who seeks entry. If the vault deems Lord Potter unworthy, it will simply refuse to open. Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself. Then let's see if I'm worthy. He pressed his palm against the door, and the world exploded into light. The vault was enormous, a vast cavern that seemed to stretch into infinity. Bookshelves lined the walls, reaching so high that Harry couldn't see where they ended. Golden artifacts gleamed in the torchlight, and ancient tapestries hung from the ceiling, their threads shimmering with memories. But it was the center of the room that drew Harry's attention. There, on a pedestal of white marble, lay a single object, a leather-bound book, its cover embossed with the same crest that had been on the vault door, a triangle, bisected by a line, with a circle in the center. The Deathly Hallows. Sirius breathed, his face pale with shock. I thought they were just a myth. Harry walked toward the pedestal, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The book seemed to call to him, its pages whispering as he approached. Open it, Gornick urged. It is yours to claim. Harry reached out and touched the book. The leather was warm beneath his fingers, and the crest blazed with light as his skin made contact. And then, for the second time that year, the world exploded around him. Images flooded his mind, ancient wizards, their faces etched with power and wisdom, gathered in a stone chamber lit by candles. They were the founders of Hogwarts, Harry realized. Godric Gryffindor, his red hair blazing like fire. Salazar Slytherin, his dark eyes gleaming with ambition. Rowena Ravenclaw, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. Helga Hufflepuff, her face soft with compassion. They were arguing. Their voices rose and fell in a rhythm that Harry couldn't quite follow, but the intensity of their emotions was unmistakable. We cannot allow the Hallows to fall into the wrong hands, Gryffindor was saying, his fist slamming against the stone table. They are too powerful, too dangerous. Power is not inherently evil. Slytherin countered, his voice smooth and cold. It is how it is used that determines its nature. We should not deny our heirs the knowledge they need to protect themselves. And who decides who is worthy? Hufflepuff asked quietly. Who decides which heirs have the right to claim the Hallows? That is a burden no one should carry alone. We will create a test, Ravenclaw said, her voice calm and measured. A challenge that will prove the worthiness of the seeker. Only those who pass the test will be granted access to the Hallows' secrets. The images shifted, and Harry saw a different scene, a young man, his face etched with determination, standing before a glowing sword. He was James Potter, Harry's father. Father! The young James called out, his voice echoing in the empty chamber. I will protect the Hallows. I will keep them safe. I swear it on my blood and my magic. A voice, ancient and powerful, answered him. You are worthy, James Potter. The Hallows recognize your heart. Take this knowledge, and use it wisely. James reached out, and the sword blazed with light. When the glow faded, he was holding the book that now rested on the pedestal before Harry. I will pass this on to my son, James vowed. I will teach him everything I know. And when he is ready, he will claim his birthright. Harry gasped, staggering backward. The book fell from his hands, and he collapsed to his knees, his chest heaving. Harry! Sirius was at his side in an instant, his hands steadying Harry's shoulders. Are you all right? What did you see? I saw, Harry panted, struggling to form the words. I saw my father. He was here. He claimed the Hallows. He promised to teach me everything. Sirius's face went pale. Your father knew about the Hallows? He never told me. He didn't tell anyone, Harry said slowly, the pieces beginning to click into place. He kept it secret. He knew the danger of the Hallows falling into the wrong hands. He wanted to protect me. The book lay on the floor, its pages open to reveal handwritten words that Harry recognized as his father's. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and lifted it from the ground. The pages were filled with James Potter's handwriting, detailed accounts of the Hallows, their history, their power. But there was more. There were descriptions of spells, enchantments, and magical techniques that Harry had never heard of. There were instructions for unlocking family magic, for accessing ancient powers, for defending against the darkest forces in the wizarding world. This is everything, Harry breathed. Everything my parents knew. Everything they wanted to teach me. Sirius knelt beside him, his gray eyes shining with tears. Your father was a remarkable man, Harry. He loved you more than anything in the world. And he wanted you to have this knowledge. He wanted you to be ready. Harry looked at the book, his heart full of a complicated mix of emotions: love, grief, anger, determination. His parents had tried to protect him. They had left him this legacy, this knowledge that would help him survive. And Dumbledore had stolen it from him. He's not going to win, Harry said fiercely. Dumbledore took everything from me. But he didn't take this. He didn't take the truth. And I'm going to use it, use everything my parents left me, to build a better world. Sirius pulled him into a hug, holding him close. That's my godson. That's Harry Potter. The vault contained more than the Book of the Hallows. There were artifacts, ancient and powerful, that had been collected by the Potters over centuries. There were journals from every generation, detailing the struggles and triumphs of the family. There were weapons and armor, enchanted to protect their wielders. And there were treasures beyond imagination, gold and jewels and magical objects that would have made the Malfoys weep with envy. But the most precious discovery was a series of portraits, painted by the greatest magical artists of the age, depicting Harry's ancestors going back 1,000 years. They spoke to him, offering advice and guidance, telling stories of their lives and their times. Harry, his great-great-grandfather said, his eyes twinkling with wisdom, you have inherited the power of the Potters. Use it wisely. Use it to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I will, Harry promised. I swear it. The portraits nodded approvingly, their painted faces filled with pride. The knowledge Harry gained from the vault transformed his understanding of magic. He learned about the deep magic that underlay the wizarding world, the ancient forces that predated even the founders. He learned about the power of blood, the power of sacrifice, the power of love. He learned about the magical contracts that bound families together, and the curses that could destroy them. This is extraordinary, Remus said, studying a particularly ancient text. Your ancestors were some of the most powerful wizards in history. They discovered things that have been lost for centuries. How did they lose them? Harry asked. How did all this knowledge disappear? The magical world has a habit of forgetting, Remus said sadly. Great discoveries are made, and then they are lost. Power is gained, and then it is wasted. It is the tragedy of our history. Harry looked at the books and artifacts scattered around the vault. I'm not going to let that happen again, he said firmly. I'm going to preserve this knowledge. I'm going to pass it on to future generations. I'm going to make sure that what happened to me never happens to anyone else. Remus smiled, a proud, warm smile. That's exactly what your parents would have wanted. The weeks that followed were a blur of discovery and learning. Harry spent every spare moment in the vault, absorbing the knowledge of his ancestors, practicing the spells and techniques they had left behind. His power grew exponentially, and with it, his confidence. But the most important discovery was still to come. In the deepest corner of the vault, hidden behind a tapestry that shimmered with ancient magic, Harry found a journal that had not been read in generations. It was written in a language he didn't recognize, but the moment he touched it, the words shifted into English. My dearest child, the opening line read. If you are reading this, then you have passed the test. You are worthy of the truth. Harry's heart raced as he read on. The journal was written by a woman who had lived centuries ago, a woman who had been one of the most powerful witches of her age. She was the founder of the Potter line, and she had left this journal as a record of her greatest discoveries. The world is changing, she wrote. The old ways are being forgotten. The ancient magic is being lost. But there is still hope. There is still power waiting to be claimed. You, my child, are the one who will claim it. Harry felt a surge of purpose as he read the woman's words. She had been waiting for him to find the vault, to unlock the secrets, to carry on the legacy. I won't let you down, Harry promised. I'll make sure the Potter legacy lives on. The journal was filled with instructions for unlocking the full potential of the Potter bloodline. There were spells and enchantments that would protect Harry from the darkest magic. There were potions that would enhance his power and resilience. And there was a secret that had been passed down through the generations, never spoken aloud, never written anywhere but in this journal. The Potters are descended from a line of seers, the woman wrote. We have the power to see the future, to glimpse the paths that lie ahead. It is a gift that has been suppressed for generations, hidden by those who feared its power. But you, my child, will reclaim it. You will use it to guide the wizarding world through its darkest times. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Seer magic. The power to see the future. It was a gift that could change everything. How do I unlock it? He asked the journal. How do I claim this gift? Trust in yourself. The journal replied, its words shimmering on the page. Trust in your heart. The power is already within you. You simply need to let it out. That night, Harry dreamed of his mother. She was young and beautiful, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, her green eyes sparkling with laughter. She was standing in a garden, surrounded by flowers that seemed to glow with an inner light. Harry, she said, her voice soft and warm. My darling boy. I've been waiting for you. Harry ran toward her, his heart aching with a longing that he couldn't explain. Mom! She held out her arms, and he fell into them, feeling the warmth of her embrace, the softness of her hair, the love that radiated from her like sunlight. I'm so proud of you, she said, her voice thick with tears. So proud of the person you've become. I miss you, Harry whispered. I miss you so much. I know, she said. I miss you too. But I'm always with you, Harry. Always. In your heart. In your magic. In the love that we share. Harry clung to her, not wanting to let go. But even as he held her, he could feel her fading, the dreams slipping away like smoke. Wait, he called out. Please don't go. Remember what you've learned, she said, her voice growing fainter. Trust in yourself. Trust in your power. And never stop fighting for what is right. The dream dissolved, and Harry woke with tears streaming down his face. He reached out, as if to catch the last remnants of his mother's presence, but there was nothing there, only the darkness of the night and the echo of her voice in his mind. The next morning, Harry found Sirius in the common room, his face etched with concern. Are you all right? Sirius asked. I heard you crying in your sleep. Harry shook his head. I dreamed of my mother. She was so real. She told me. She was proud of me. Sirius's expression softened. Your mother loved you more than anything, Harry. She would be so proud of everything you've accomplished. I know, Harry said quietly. But it's not enough. I need to do more. I need to build a world that's worthy of her sacrifice. Sirius nodded slowly. Then let's do it. Let's build that world. Together. The vault had given Harry more than knowledge. It had given him purpose. A vision of what the magical world could become if he had the courage to fight for it. He began to plan, to strategize, to build alliances with the families who had been wronged by Dumbledore and his conspiracy. He reached out to the goblins, the centaurs, the creatures who had been marginalized and oppressed by the Ministry. He built a coalition of the willing, a force that would stand against the darkness when it came. And in the quiet moments, when the weight of his responsibilities became too much to bear, he turned to the journal his mother had left behind. He read her words, felt her love, and drew strength from her memory. You're going to be a great leader, Harry, Sirius said one evening, as they sat by the fire. I know it. Everyone knows it. Harry shook his head. I'm just trying to do the right thing. That's exactly what makes you great, Sirius said. The best leaders are the ones who don't want to lead. The ones who do it because they have no other choice. Harry smiled, a sad, knowing smile. I never wanted any of this. I just wanted to be normal. To have a family. To be loved. You have a family now, Sirius said firmly. You have me. You have Remus. You have everyone who believes in you. And you are loved, Harry. More than you know. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, but he blinked them back. Thank you, Sirius. For everything. Sirius pulled him into a hug, holding him close. Always, Harry. Always. Chapter 13, The Trial of the Century. The morning of the trial dawned cold and grey over London, the sky heavy with clouds that threatened snow. Harry stood at the window of his private chambers in Gringotts, watching the crowds gather in Diagon Alley below. They had come from everywhere, witches and wizards from across Britain, drawn by the promise of a spectacle that would be remembered for generations. But this wasn't a spectacle to Harry. It was justice. And he intended to see it through to the very end. Remus entered the room, his face pale but determined. The Aurors have arrived, he said. The Wizengamot is convening. It's time. Harry nodded, turning from the window. His robes were formal and imposing, deep green velvet embroidered with the Potter crest, a heavy gold chain of office around his neck, the signet rings of House Potter and House Black gleaming on his fingers. He looked every inch the lord he had become. Let's go, he said, his voice steady. The journey to the ministry was a blur of flip powder and hurried footsteps. Harry emerged into the atrium, surrounded by Aurors and ministry officials who had been assigned to escort him to the trial chamber. The whispers followed him like a shadow, the speculation, the fear, the hope that his testimony would finally bring the truth to light. The trial chamber was packed. Every seat in the vast amphitheater was filled, and journalists lined the walls, their quills poised to capture every word. At the center of the room stood the Wizengamot, their purple robes a sea of judgment. And in the dock, surrounded by Aurors and bound by magical chains, sat the conspirators. Lucius Malfoy, his silver hair disheveled and his cold gray eyes filled with hatred. Dolores Umbridge, her toad-like face twisted into a mask of fury. Walden McNair, his scarred visage devoid of emotion. Augustus Rookwood, his thin lips pressed into a tight line. And at the very end, the man who had once been the most powerful wizard in Britain, Albus Dumbledore. He looked old. Tired. Broken. His silver hair hung lank and tangled, his blue eyes were dull, and his robes were rumpled and stained. He had been in Gringotts' deepest cells for months, his magic suppressed, his freedom stolen. He was no longer the great Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world. He was just a man who had been brought low by his own choices. But even now, even in the depths of his fall, there was something in his eyes when they met Harry's. Something that might have been pride. Something that might have been love. Harry looked away. He couldn't let himself be swayed. Not now. Not when he was so close to the end. Madam Bones, the chief warlock announced. You have requested to lead the prosecution in this matter. Please proceed. Amelia Bones rose from her seat, her face grim and determined. She had been appointed head of the prosecution, and she had been working tirelessly for weeks to prepare the case against the conspirators. Thank you, Chief Warlock, Bones said, her voice carrying through the silent chamber. The evidence against the defendants is extensive and damning. I will now present the findings of the independent investigation. The trial lasted for 3 weeks, the longest and most dramatic in modern magical history. The prosecution presented a mountain of evidence: forged documents, bank records, magical signatures, and witness testimony. The defense fought back with everything they had, trying to cast doubt on the evidence and discredit the witnesses. But the evidence was overwhelming. The goblins had provided magical records that could not be falsified, and the witnesses had testified under veritaserum, their words binding and true. Malfoy was the first to break. Under the relentless questioning of Bones, he admitted to his role in the conspiracy, his manipulation of the ministry, his suppression of magical inheritances, his involvement in the assassination of Cornelius Fudge. I did what I had to do, Malfoy said, his voice cold and defiant. I was protecting my family. Protecting my legacy. You would have done the same in my position. I would have done no such thing, Bones said flatly. I would have fought for justice, not against it. Malfoy's face twisted with rage. You're a fool, Bones. A naive, idealistic fool. The magical world is a dangerous place. Only the strong survive. And I will do whatever it takes to ensure that my family survives. Even if it means destroying other families? Bones asked. Even if it means stealing from children? Even if it means killing innocents? Malfoy's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. The verdict was inevitable, guilty on all counts. Umbridge was next. The former senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic had been one of the most zealous members of the conspiracy, using her position to suppress investigations and protect the conspirators. I was following orders, she said, her voice high and strident. I was serving the ministry. Serving the magical world. I did nothing wrong. You knowingly participated in the suppression of magical inheritances, Bones said. You knowingly covered up the abuse of magical children. You knowingly lied to the Wizengamot. How is that serving the magical world? Umbridge's face went red with fury. I was protecting the greater good. You don't understand the sacrifices that had to be made. I understand perfectly. Bones interrupted. I understand that you sacrificed the lives and futures of innocent children for your own selfish ambitions. And I understand that you will now face the consequences. The verdict was the same, guilty on all counts. McNair and Rookwood followed, their testimonies filled with evasions and half-truths. But the evidence was too strong, and the Wizengamot was unforgiving. They too were found guilty and sentenced to life in Azkaban. But the most dramatic moment of the trial came when Albus Dumbledore was called to the stand. The old wizard rose slowly, his movements stiff and painful. He walked to the witness chair with the dignity of a man who had accepted his fate. His eyes swept the room, taking in the faces of the witches and wizards who had come to witness his fall. And then he looked at Harry. Albus Dumbledore, Bones said, her voice cold and formal. You have been charged with multiple counts of unlawful guardianship, inheritance fraud, magical interference, abuse of authority, and conspiracy to commit torture. How do you plead? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I plead guilty. The chamber erupted into chaos. The journalists scribbled frantically, the spectators gasped, and the Wizengamot members exchanged stunned glances. Guilty? Bones repeated, clearly taken aback. You're admitting to all of it? Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I am guilty of everything I have been accused of. I manipulated the magical families. I suppressed the magical development of children. I stole inheritances and destroyed lives. And I did it all for what I believed was the greater good. The chamber fell silent. Everyone was waiting for Harry's response. Harry rose from his seat, his heart pounding. He had prepared for this moment for weeks, but now that it was here, he found himself struggling to find the words. Why? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Why did you do it? Why did you hurt so many people? Dumbledore looked at him, and Harry saw tears streaming down the old wizard's face. Because I was afraid, Harry. I was afraid of what would happen if I didn't control the magical world. I was afraid of the chaos that would follow if the ancient families were allowed to rise again. I was afraid of Voldemort, of what he would do if he gained power. And I was afraid of you, afraid of the power you could wield, afraid of what you might become. I would never have become like you, Harry said fiercely. I would never have hurt innocent people. I would never have destroyed lives for the greater good. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I know that now, Harry. I see it clearly now. I was wrong. I was so wrong about so many things. But I want you to know, I never stopped loving you. I never stopped wanting what was best for you. You don't get to say that, Harry said, his voice breaking. You don't get to say you loved me after everything you did. Dumbledore bowed his head, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I know. I know, Harry. And I will spend the rest of my life regretting what I did to you. I will never forgive myself. And I don't expect you to forgive me. Harry turned away, unable to look at the man any longer. His heart was pounding, his hands were shaking, and he felt like he was going to be sick. I'm done, he said to Bones. I have nothing more to say. The verdict was unanimous. Albus Dumbledore was found guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in Azkaban, with no possibility of parole. But the trial had revealed something else, something that Harry hadn't expected. Dumbledore's confession had implicated others who had not yet been brought to justice. He had named names, provided evidence, and revealed the full extent of the conspiracy. The conspiracy is bigger than we thought, Bones said to Harry after the trial. Dumbledore was just one piece of it. There are others, powerful people who have been hiding in the shadows for decades. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Who? Bones handed him a list of names. Harry scanned it, his blood running cold with each one he recognized. They were the leaders of the magical world, the heads of ancient families, the directors of ministry departments, the most influential witches and wizards in Britain. These people have been controlling the magical world for decades, Bones said. They've been manipulating everything, the laws, the economy, the education system. They've been building a shadow government that answers to no one. Harry stared at the list, his mind reeling. How do we stop them? We expose them, Bones said. Firmly. We bring them to trial. We show the world what they've done. And then we rebuild the magical world from the ground up. Harry nodded slowly, a new determination settling over him. Then that's what we'll do. We'll expose them all. We'll bring them to justice. And we'll make sure that what happened to me, what happened to all of us, never happens again. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of activity. The conspirators who had been exposed by Dumbledore's testimony were arrested and tried. The Wizengamot was purged of their loyalists, and new laws were passed to protect the magical world from future corruption. And Harry, the boy who had once been a victim, became a symbol of hope. He had exposed the conspiracy. He had brought the conspirators to justice. And he had shown the magical world that even the most powerful people could be held accountable. You've done something remarkable, Harry, Sirius said one evening, as they sat by the fire in Grimmauld Place. You've changed the world. Harry shook his head. I didn't change it alone. We changed it together. All of us. Sirius smiled, a warm, proud smile. That's exactly what makes you a great leader, Harry. You never forget the people who helped you get where you are. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. He had come so far from the boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He had built a family, a legacy, a future. And he would never stop fighting for what was right. Thank you, Sirius, he said quietly. For everything. Sirius pulled him into a hug, holding him close. Always, Harry. Always. The trial of the century had ended, but the work was far from over. The magical world was in chaos, its institutions shattered, its leaders disgraced. But from the ruins, something new was beginning to emerge. Harry stood at the window of his chambers, looking out at the city below. The stars were beginning to appear, scattered across the darkening sky like diamonds on velvet. He thought about his parents, about the sacrifice they had made. He thought about Sirius, about the years he had lost. He thought about all the children who had suffered as he had suffered, whose futures had been stolen by the conspiracy. And he made a promise to himself, a promise that he would never stop fighting. He would build a better world. A world where no child would ever have to suffer the way he had. A world where justice was not just a word, but a reality. Ready? Remus asked, appearing at the door. Harry turned from the window, his face set with determination. Ready. And together, they walked out into the night, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 14. Harry refuses to be controlled. The aftermath of the trial was chaos. Harry had expected some resistance, some pushback from those who had supported the conspirators. But he hadn't expected the full-scale assault on his character that followed the verdicts. The Daily Prophet, which had been forced to print retractions of its earlier smear campaigns, had found new ways to attack him. The headlines screamed with accusations. Potter power grab, boy who lived seeks to control Wizengamot. Harry Potter, hero or tyrant? The dangerous ambitions of the boy who lived. The letters poured into Gringotts and Hogwarts, threatening him, his friends, his allies. Some were from Death Eaters who had escaped justice. Others were from ordinary witches and wizards who had been swayed by the propaganda. And some were from families who had been complicit in the conspiracy, desperate to protect themselves. Harry sat in his private chambers, staring at the pile of letters on his desk. His hands were shaking with a mixture of anger and exhaustion. "They're trying to destroy me," he said quietly. "They're trying to make me look like the villain." Sirius stood by the window, his expression grim. "They're scared, Harry. They've lost their power, their influence, their control. And they're lashing out. But I'm not the one who stole from children," Harry said, his voice rising. "I'm not the one who bound their magic. I'm not the one who destroyed families. I'm the one who exposed the truth. I'm the one who brought them to justice. They don't care about the truth," Sirius said. "They care about protecting themselves. And they'll do anything, to make sure they survive." Harry felt a surge of anger so powerful it nearly made him shake. "Then we need to fight back. We need to show the world who they really are." Remus entered the room, his face pale. "Harry, there's something you need to see." He handed Harry a document, a formal letter from the Wizengamot, signed by the chief warlock and the heads of every major ministry department. "What is this?" Harry asked, his heart sinking. "It's a summons," Remus said quietly. "They're demanding that you appear before the Wizengamot to answer questions about your influence over the magical world. They're accusing you of trying to seize power." Harry stared at the letter, his mind reeling. "They can't do this. I've done nothing wrong." "They can," Remus said. "And they will. They're scared of you, Harry. They're scared of the power you've accumulated. And they're going to try to destroy you." Harry felt a cold rage settle over him. He had fought so hard, sacrificed so much, and now they were trying to tear it all down. "Then let them try," he said, his voice cold. "Let them come. I'll show them exactly who I am." The hearing was held in the same chamber where the trial of the conspirators had taken place. The room was packed with journalists, spectators, and ministry officials. The Wizengamot sat in their purple robes, their faces a mask of judgment. And Harry stood in the center of the room, surrounded by his allies, Sirius, Remus, Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Amelia Bones. "Harry Potter," the chief warlock announced, his voice carrying through the silent chamber. "You have been summoned to answer questions regarding your alleged influence over the magical world. Do you understand the charges against you?" "I understand that I'm being accused of something I didn't do," Harry said, his voice steady. "I've spent months fighting for justice, exposing corruption, and protecting the innocent. And now I'm being punished for it." The chief warlock's eyes narrowed. "You are not being punished, Lord Potter. You are being asked to explain your actions. There are concerns that you have been accumulating power with the intention of controlling the magical world." "Concerns?" Harry repeated, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You mean the propaganda spread by the Daily Prophet? The lies told by the families who were complicit in the conspiracy? Those concerns?" The chamber erupted into murmurs. The Wizengamot members exchanged uncomfortable glances. "Lord Potter," the chief warlock said, his voice sharp, "I would remind you that you are addressing the highest court in the magical world. You will show respect." "I will show respect when I'm shown respect," Harry said coldly. "I've spent my entire life being controlled by the Dursleys, by Dumbledore, by the Ministry. And I'm done with it. I'm done being a puppet. I'm done being a victim. I'm done being controlled." The chamber fell silent. Harry could feel the eyes of everyone on him, the fear, the suspicion, the hope. "I'm not trying to seize power," Harry said, his voice firm. I'm trying to build a better world. A world where no child has to suffer the way I suffered. A world where justice is real, not just a word. A world where the powerful can't destroy the innocent without consequences. He turned to face the Wizengamot directly. If that makes me a threat to you, then so be it. But I will not stop fighting. I will not stop exposing the truth. And I will not be controlled by anyone ever again. The chamber was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, the chief warlock rose from his seat. Lord Potter, he said, his voice quiet, the Wizengamot has heard your testimony. We will take it under advisement. This hearing is adjourned. The hearing had been a victory, but Harry knew the battle was far from over. The Wizengamot was still divided, the ministry was still corrupt, and the conspirators were still fighting back. But Harry had made his position clear. He would not be controlled. He would not be manipulated. He would build his own future, on his own terms. Now what? Sirius asked, as they walked through the corridors of the ministry. Now we rebuild, Harry said. We build a new alliance, one that's not controlled by the ministry, not controlled by the families, not controlled by anyone. An alliance that's built on trust and justice. Sirius nodded slowly. That's ambitious, Harry. The magical world isn't ready for that kind of change. Then we make it ready, Harry said firmly. We show them what's possible. We prove that a better world is within reach. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Harry reached out to the families who had been wronged by the conspiracy, the Longbottoms, the Bones, the Weasleys, the Pruitts, and many others. He invited them to join a new alliance, one that would be built on trust and shared purpose. The response was overwhelming. Dozens of families pledged their support, offering their resources, their influence, and their loyalty. The alliance grew quickly, becoming a powerful force in the magical world. We're not the ministry, Harry said to the assembled families. We're not the Wizengamot. We're something new. Something better. We're the ones who will build a world where justice is real. The families cheered, their voices echoing through the great hall of Hogwarts, which had been lent to Harry for the meeting. For the first time in months, Harry felt a glimmer of hope. But the conspirators weren't done yet. They launched a series of attacks on the Alliance, targeting its members and their families. Homes were destroyed, businesses were ruined, and lives were lost. Harry fought back with everything he had, leading the defense of the Alliance with courage and determination. He stood on the front lines of every battle, his wand blazing with power, his heart filled with purpose. We're going to win, he said to his allies. We have to. We will, Sirius said fiercely. I promise you. The turning point came when Harry discovered the source of the attacks, a secret network of Death Eaters who had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for their moment to strike. They were being led by a mysterious figure who had never been identified, someone who had been pulling the strings from the very beginning. We need to find out who's leading them, Harry said. We need to expose them. The investigation was long and difficult, but eventually, Harry uncovered the truth. The leader of the Death Eaters was someone he had never expected, a man who had been a trusted ally, a respected leader, a friend. Barty Crouch Jr., Harry said, his voice filled with disbelief. He's been working with the Death Eaters the entire time. Crouch had been presumed dead, killed in Azkaban years ago. But he had escaped, using Polyjuice Potion and dark magic to hide his identity. He had been the one orchestrating the attacks, the one trying to destroy the Alliance. We need to stop him, Harry said. Before it's too late. The final confrontation took place in the ruins of the Ministry, which had been attacked by Crouch's forces. Harry stood in the center of the atrium, his wand raised, facing the man who had been his enemy all along. Barty Crouch Jr., Harry said, his voice cold. It's over. Surrender. Crouch laughed, a mad, desperate sound. You think you've won, Potter? You think you've beaten me? This is just the beginning. The Dark Lord will rise again. And when he does, you'll be the first to die. I've heard that before, Harry said. And I'm still standing. Crouch lunged forward, his wand blazing with dark magic. Harry countered, their spells colliding in a shower of sparks. The battle was fierce, each wizard pushing themselves to the limit. But Harry was stronger. He had been training for months, learning the magic of his ancestors, unlocking the power of his bloodline. And he had something Crouch didn't: the love of his family, the support of his allies, the strength of his convictions. The final spell was cast. Harry's wand blazed with light, and Crouch fell, defeated. "Let this be a lesson," Harry said, standing over the fallen wizard. "The darkness will never win. As long as we fight, as long as we believe in justice, the light will always prevail." The aftermath of the battle was a time of healing and rebuilding. Harry worked with the Ministry to restore order, to repair the damage that had been done, and to build a new foundation for the magical world. And he made a vow that he would never stop fighting. He would build a world where no child would ever have to suffer the way he had. A world where justice was not just a word, but a reality. "Ready?" Sirius asked, as they stood on the balcony of Hogwarts, looking out at the dawn. Harry nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "Ready." And together they walked into the new day, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 15 Voldemort Takes Notice. The Albanian forest was dark and ancient, its trees twisted into shapes that seemed almost human in the moonlight. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something else, something that felt like fear itself, pressing against the edges of consciousness like a cold hand on the back of the neck. Deep in the heart of the forest, hidden beneath a tangle of roots and shadow, a creature stirred. It was not alive in any conventional sense. It had no heartbeat, no breath, no warmth. But it moved, writhing and twisting in the darkness like a serpent that had been cut in half and left to die. The creature was Voldemort. Or rather, what remained of Voldemort. The Dark Lord had been reduced to a shadow of his former self, a formless, shapeless thing that existed only through sheer force of will and the dark magic that had sustained him for over a decade. But even in this diminished state, Voldemort could feel the tremors running through the magical world. He could sense the disruptions in the fabric of magic, the upheavals that had shaken the British wizarding community to its core. And he could feel the presence of the boy. The one who had been prophesied to destroy him. The one who was growing stronger by the day. "Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed, his voice a whisper of malice and hatred. "You think you have won. You think you are safe. But you are nothing. Nothing. And I will destroy you." The news had reached Voldemort through his most loyal followers, the Death Eaters who had managed to evade capture and were now hiding in the shadows, waiting for their master's return. They had been sending him reports for weeks, detailing the events that had unfolded in Britain. Dumbledore's arrest. The exposure of the conspiracy. The rise of the new alliance. And at the center of it all, the boy who had survived the killing curse, who had grown from a helpless infant into a force to be reckoned with. "The boy is becoming powerful, my lord," one of the Death Eaters had reported. "He has rallied the ancient families to his cause. He has won the loyalty of the goblins. He has exposed the corruption that was protecting us." Voldemort had felt a surge of rage at the news. The boy was not supposed to be powerful. He was supposed to be weak, broken, easy to manipulate. That was why Dumbledore had been allowed to control him. That was why the conspiracy had been allowed to flourish. But something had gone wrong. The boy had escaped Dumbledore's control. He had discovered the truth. And now he was building an army. "The prophecy," Voldemort hissed to himself. "It is coming true. The boy is becoming my equal. And I must destroy him before it is too late." The resurrection of Voldemort was not a simple process. It required powerful dark magic, rare ingredients, and a sacrifice of blood and flesh. But Voldemort had been patient. He had been waiting for the right moment to strike, and now that moment had arrived. He had sent his most trusted servant, the one who had remained loyal through the darkest times, to retrieve the ingredients needed for the ritual. The servant had returned with everything required: the bones of his father, the flesh of his servant, and the blood of the enemy. My lord, the servant said, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and devotion. The ritual is ready. You need only command it. Voldemort hissed with satisfaction. Good. Then let the ritual begin. Let the world know that Lord Voldemort has returned. The ritual was performed in a clearing deep in the Albanian forest, surrounded by the bones of animals and the remnants of dark magic. Voldemort's formless shape writhed and twisted, drawing power from the ingredients that had been prepared. The bones of his father provided a foundation, a connection to the past. The flesh of his servant provided substance, a physical form for his spirit to inhabit. And the blood of the enemy, a drop of Harry Potter's blood, stolen years ago and preserved in a vial of dark magic, provided the final piece of the puzzle. The magic surged through the clearing, dark and terrible, and Voldemort felt himself becoming whole again. He could feel his body reforming, his strength returning, his power surging through his veins like a river of fire. When the ritual was complete, he opened his eyes and looked at his hands, hands that were no longer formless and shapeless, but solid and real. Harry Potter. He breathed, his voice filled with a cold, terrible joy. I am coming for you. And this time, there will be no escape. News of Voldemort's return spread through the magical world like wildfire. The Daily Prophet printed emergency editions, their headlines screaming the news in bold, black letters. Voldemort returns, Dark Lord rises again. The ministry was thrown into chaos, its officials scrambling to respond to the threat. And the wizarding community, already reeling from the upheavals of the past year, braced itself for a new era of darkness. Harry stood in the great hall of Hogwarts, surrounded by his allies. The room was filled with witches and wizards from across Britain, their faces pale with fear and determination. Voldemort is back, Harry said, his voice steady despite the fear that churned in his stomach. We knew this day would come. We've been preparing for it. And now we have to face it. The room was silent, the weight of his words pressing down on everyone present. We can't let him win, Harry continued. We can't let the darkness consume us. We have to fight. We have to stand together. We have to show him that we will not be defeated. We're with you, Harry, Sirius said, his voice fierce. We've always been with you. And we'll always be with you. The room erupted into cheers, the allies of the Alliance shouting their support. Harry felt a surge of hope, a warmth that spread through his chest like sunlight. Thank you, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you all. We will win this war. I promise you. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Harry worked with the Ministry to coordinate the defense of the wizarding world, building alliances with other magical communities and preparing for the inevitable attacks. But Voldemort was cunning. He did not attack directly. Instead, he struck at the fringes, testing the defenses, probing for weaknesses. His Death Eaters carried out raids on magical families, stealing artifacts and destroying homes. They murdered innocents and spread fear, trying to destabilize the alliance that Harry had built. Voldemort is trying to weaken us, Harry said to his inner circle. He's trying to make us afraid, to divide us, to turn us against each other. We can't let him succeed. What do you suggest? Remus asked. We need to take the fight to him, Harry said firmly. We need to find him, confront him, and defeat him. It's the only way. But how? Sirius asked. He's hidden. He's been hiding for years. How do we find him? Harry was silent for a moment. Then he said, I have a way. A connection. A link between us. His hand went to his forehead, touching the scar that had been a part of him for as long as he could remember. The scar, Remus said, his face going pale. You think it's a connection? I know it is, Harry said. Every time he feels strong emotions, the scar hurts. Every time he's close, it burns. It's a link, a channel of communication between us. And I'm going to use it to find him. That's dangerous, Harry, Sirius said, his voice tight with concern. He could use the connection against you. He could trap you, manipulate you, destroy you. I know, Harry said. But it's the only way. And I'm willing to take the risk. The dream came that night, as Harry had known it would. He was standing in a clearing in the Albanian forest, surrounded by the bones of animals and the remnants of dark magic. And standing before him was Voldemort, tall and terrible, his red eyes gleaming with malice. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, his voice a cold hiss. "I have been waiting for you." Harry felt a surge of fear, but he forced it down. "I know, Tom. I've been waiting for you too." Voldemort's eyes narrowed at the use of his real name. "You are brave, boy. Foolish, but brave. You think you can defeat me? You think you have the power to stand against me?" "I know I can," Harry said. "Because I have something you don't have. I have love. I have friendship. I have people who believe in me. And you have nothing. You're alone, Tom. You've always been alone. And that's why you'll lose." Voldemort's face twisted with rage. "You are a fool, Harry Potter. A naive, sentimental fool. The power of love is nothing compared to the power of darkness. I will destroy you. I will destroy everyone you love. And I will make you watch as they die." Harry felt a surge of anger so powerful it nearly made him shake. "You won't win, Tom. You can't win. Because you don't understand what you're fighting against. You don't understand the power of the people who stand with me. And you never will." The dream shattered, and Harry woke with a gasp. His scar was burning, pulsing with a pain that made him want to scream. But even through the pain, he felt a sense of triumph. He had seen Voldemort. He had felt his presence. And he knew exactly where to find him. "Sirius!" he called out, his voice urgent. "Remus! We need to move! Now!" The battle was fought in the clearing in the Albanian forest, the same place where Voldemort had performed his resurrection ritual. Harry and his allies had arrived in force, their wands blazing with light, their hearts filled with determination. Voldemort was waiting for them, his Death Eaters arrayed behind him like a wall of darkness. His red eyes gleamed with malice as he watched Harry approach. "Harry Potter," he said, his voice cold and triumphant. "You have come to meet your destiny. I've come to end it," Harry said. "I've come to destroy you." Voldemort laughed, a terrible sound that seemed to echo through the darkness. "You think you can destroy me? I am immortal, Potter. I cannot be killed. And you are just a boy. A boy who has been lucky. A boy who has been protected. But your luck has run out." Harry raised his wand, his heart pounding. "We'll see about that." The battle was fierce and brutal, the spells flying back and forth like streaks of light. Harry fought with everything he had, his magic surging through him with a power he had never felt before. He was no longer the boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He was a warrior, a leader, a force to be reckoned with. And he would not let Voldemort win. The final confrontation came when Harry and Voldemort faced each other alone, their wands raised, their eyes locked. "Avada Kedavra!" Voldemort screamed, the curse blazing toward Harry like a bolt of green lightning. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted, his spell colliding with Voldemort's in a shower of sparks. The spells met in midair, and the world exploded into light. Harry felt a surge of power, a connection that bound him to Voldemort in a way he had never experienced before. He could feel the Dark Lord's fear, his rage, his desperation. And in that moment, Harry understood the truth. "You're afraid, Tom," Harry said, his voice steady. "You're afraid of me. You're afraid of what I represent. You're afraid of the love that I carry in my heart. And that's why you'll lose." Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure, unfiltered rage. He lunged forward, his wand blazing with dark magic. But Harry was ready. He had been training for this moment his entire life. And he would not let Voldemort win. The final spell was cast. Harry's wand blazed with light, and Voldemort fell, defeated at last. The aftermath of the battle was a time of joy and sorrow. Voldemort was dead, his body crumbling to dust as the dark magic that had sustained him finally faded. The Death Eaters were scattered, their leader's defeat breaking their will to fight. But the cost had been high. Many had fallen in the battle, innocents who had been caught in the crossfire, allies who had sacrificed themselves for the cause. Harry grieved for them, but he also celebrated their sacrifice. They had given everything to protect the world they loved. And they had succeeded. "Voldemort is dead," Harry said to the assembled crowd, his voice filled with emotion. "The darkness has been defeated. And we are free." The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices echoing through the forest like thunder. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest, a sense of peace and purpose that he had never known before. He had done it. He had fulfilled the prophecy. He had destroyed the Dark Lord. But more than that, he had built a better world. A world where no child would ever have to suffer the way he had. A world where justice was real, not just a word. A world where love was the most powerful force of all. Chapter 16, Building a New Future. The morning after Voldemort's defeat dawned bright and clear over Hogwarts, the first rays of sunlight streaming through the windows of the Great Hall like golden spears. Harry stood at the head of the room, surrounded by his allies, Sirius, Remus, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, and countless others who had fought beside him in the battle against the darkness. The hall was filled with witches and wizards from across Britain, their faces alight with a mixture of exhaustion and joy. They had won. The Dark Lord was dead. And the world was finally free. "We have a lot of work to do," Harry said, his voice carrying through the silent room. "The war is over, but the work of rebuilding has just begun. We need to heal the wounds that have been inflicted on our world. We need to restore the trust that has been broken. And we need to build a future that is worthy of the sacrifices that have been made." The room erupted into applause, the sound echoing through the ancient walls like thunder. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest, a sense of purpose and belonging that he had never known before. He was no longer the boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He was a leader, a lord, a symbol of hope for the magical world. And he would not let them down. The first order of business was to secure the remaining Death Eaters. Many had been captured in the aftermath of the battle, but others had fled, scattering to the winds like leaves in a storm. Harry worked with the Aurors to track them down, using the resources of the Alliance and the intelligence gathered during the war. "We've captured most of them," Amelia Bones reported one evening, her face tired but satisfied. "The ones who escaped are being hunted. They won't be able to hide forever." Harry nodded, relief flooding through him. "Good. We can't let them regroup. We can't let them rebuild." "We won't," Bones promised. "We've learned our lesson. The magical world will never be caught off guard again." With the immediate threat neutralized, Harry turned his attention to the long-term work of rebuilding. The magical world had been torn apart by the war, its institutions shattered, its people traumatized. It would take years, perhaps decades, to fully recover. But Harry was determined to see it through. "We need to reform the ministry," he said to his inner circle. "It's been corrupted for too long. We need to purge the remaining loyalists and rebuild it from the ground up." "What about the Wizengamot?" Sirius asked. "It's been just as corrupt." Harry nodded. "The Wizengamot needs to be reformed too. We need to create a system that's fair, transparent, and accountable. A system that serves the people, not the powerful." The reforms were sweeping and comprehensive. Harry worked with the Alliance to draft new laws, to establish new oversight mechanisms, and to ensure that the abuses of the past could never be repeated. It was difficult work, and it was often thankless. There were always those who resisted change, who wanted to cling to the old ways, who were afraid of the future. But Harry pushed forward, driven by a vision of a better world. The education system was another priority. Hogwarts had been controlled by Dumbledore for decades, its curriculum shaped by his vision of the magical world. Harry wanted to change that. "We need to teach the truth," he said to Professor McGonagall, who had been appointed the new headmistress of Hogwarts. We need to teach the history of the magical world, the good and the bad. We need to teach the students about the conspiracy, about what was done to the ancient families, about the sacrifices that were made to bring about justice. McGonagall nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. That will be a difficult task, Harry. Many families don't want their children to know the truth. They want to protect them from the pain of the past. Protecting them from the truth doesn't help them, Harry said firmly. It just sets them up to repeat the mistakes of the past. We need to be honest with them. We need to give them the tools to build a better future. McGonagall was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "You are right, Harry. As always, I will work with the Board of Governors to implement the changes." The rebuilding of the magical world was not just about institutions and laws. It was about people. Harry spent hours visiting families who had been affected by the war, offering comfort and support, helping them rebuild their lives. One of the most difficult visits was to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where Frank and Alice Longbottom were still being treated. Neville's parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, and they had never recovered. But Harry had hope. "Madame Pomfrey," he said to the healer who was responsible for the Longbottoms' care, "I've been researching ancient healing magic. I think I might be able to help them." Pomfrey's eyes widened. "Ancient healing magic? That's incredibly dangerous, Harry. It hasn't been practiced in centuries." "I know," Harry said. "But I've studied the texts. I understand the risks. And I believe I can do it." Pomfrey was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "If you're sure, Harry. If you're absolutely sure." Harry nodded, his heart pounding. "I'm sure." The ritual was performed in a private room in St. Mungo's, surrounded by the most skilled healers in the wizarding world. Harry stood at the center, his wand raised, his mind focused on the ancient magic that he had studied so carefully. "Frank Longbottom," he intoned, his voice echoing through the room. "I call upon the ancient magic of your bloodline. I call upon the power of your ancestors. I call upon the love that your family has carried for generations. Heal him. Restore him. Make him whole." The magic surged through the room, bright and powerful. Frank Longbottom's body arched off the bed, his eyes wide with shock. And then, slowly, the madness began to fade from his gaze. "Alice," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "Where is Alice?" The healers rushed forward, their faces alight with hope and disbelief. Frank Longbottom had spoken. After over a decade of silence, he had spoken. Harry turned to Alice, his heart pounding. "Alice Longbottom," he said, his voice steady. "I call upon the ancient magic of your bloodline. I call upon the power of your ancestors. I call upon the love that your family has carried for generations. Heal her. Restore her. Make her whole." The magic surged again, and Alice Longbottom gasped, her eyes flying open. She looked around the room, her gaze filled with confusion and hope. "Frank," she said, her voice trembling. "Frank, where are you?" Frank reached out, taking her hand. "I'm here, Alice. I'm here." The healers wept. The Longbottoms family wept. And Harry stood in the center of the room, his heart filled with a joy so powerful it nearly overwhelmed him. He had done it. He had healed the Longbottoms. He had given them back their lives. The news of the Longbottoms' recovery spread through the magical world like wildfire. Harry became a hero, not just for defeating Voldemort, but for restoring hope to those who had lost everything. But Harry knew that he couldn't do it alone. He needed allies. He needed support. And he needed to build a new future that would last for generations. "I can't be the only one fighting for change," he said to Sirius one evening. "I need to train others. I need to build a movement. I need to make sure that the changes we've made will outlast me." Sirius nodded slowly. "You're right. But that's not something you can do overnight, Harry. It's going to take time. It's going to take patience." "I know," Harry said. "But I'm willing to put in the work. I'm willing to do whatever it takes." The training of the next generation began immediately. Harry established a program for young witches and wizards who wanted to learn about the ancient magic, the magical history, and the leadership skills needed to build a better world. "I'm not going to be around forever," Harry said to the trainees. "But the work we're doing will last. It will last because you will carry it forward. You will build on what we've created. You will make it better. And you will ensure that the mistakes of the past are never repeated." The trainees listened, their eyes shining with hope and determination. They were the future of the magical world, and Harry knew they would be ready. The rebuilding of the magical world continued for years. Harry worked tirelessly, traveling across Britain to meet with families, to heal divisions, to build bridges between communities that had been torn apart by war. And slowly, gradually, the world began to heal. The ministry was reformed, its corruption purged, its leadership renewed. The Wiesengemot became a body that served the people, not just the powerful. The education system was transformed, teaching the truth about the past and preparing students for the challenges of the future. And Harry, the boy who had once been a victim, became a symbol of hope. He had built a better world, a world where justice was real, where love was the most powerful force of all, where no child would ever have to suffer the way he had. "Thank you, Harry," Sirius said one evening, as they stood on the balcony of Hogwarts, looking out at the stars. "Thank you for everything you've done." Harry shook his head. "I didn't do it alone. I couldn't have done it without you. Without Remus. Without everyone who believed in me." Sirius smiled, a warm, proud smile. "That's exactly what makes you a great leader, Harry. You never forget the people who helped you get where you are." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. He had come so far from the boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He had built a family, a legacy, a future. And he would never stop fighting for what was right. "Thank you, Sirius," he said quietly. "For everything." Sirius pulled him into a hug, holding him close. "Always, Harry. Always. Thank you."